What's up, everyone? I'd like to introduce Amarok, going to be casting with me today.
Hello, hello, and welcome to the Mechabellum Launch Clash Tournament Qualifiers, where we have a field of 64 competitors qualifying for 16 spots in Sunday's Mechabellum Launch Clash Tournament. I'm excited. What about you, Pants?
Yeah, looking at the brackets, it's going to be sick.
The brackets are incredible. Let's see if we can pick that up real quick. Looks like we might be getting a match. Well, we might be getting a match instead. Tell them not to start yet. They're going to start. That's brilliant. We would show you the bracket, but we're going straight into our first match.
Nice. Let's hit it.
So if you are new to this tournament, and there is a $1,000 cash prize tournament being hosted on October 6th. The prize pool is sponsored by Paradox, the publishers of the game. Green River Studio have released their epic Mechabellum, which, I don't know, how many hours do you have, Pants? I have put about 2,800 hours into playing this game in early access.
Yeah, definitely over 1,000.
Yeah, it is infinitely compelling. It's a fantastic game. Paradox are hosting a $1,000 cash prize tournament. There are 32 slots in that tournament. We have 8 invited participants, invited via Paradox and Green River Studios. Those are people who have been contributing to the game and the community from the very start. That's going to be folks like you might recognize, for example, Red Hair, Ensacco, folks of that quality who have been spreading the game in whatever region they're in. And there are 8 automatically qualified participants who won 2 of the weekend tournaments, the in-game weekend tournaments between week 63 and week 72. That required winning 7 games in a row and doing it twice. So we had 8 people qualified that way. There are 16 berths at stake today. We had 160 entrants for this qualifying tournament, of whom 64 made the cut. There are going to be 4 groups of 16 in a double elimination format. Essentially, go 3-0 and you qualify. Go 4-1 and you qualify. Lose twice and you are out. For our first match, we have the number 3 overall seed in the tournament, the number 1 seed in Group A, B-Man, a 2,317 MMR peak during early access. He's going to be the near side blue. And on the far side, Jer Player, who is replacing a player who failed to check in. Jer Player, Canadian, often plays under the name Same, currently playing under Der Player 5. But French-speaking Canadian, playing in the French Guild. That's the CDE logo over here. Jer Player is going to be the far side red. What do you know about B-Man, Pants?
Yeah, I was going to say I'm so excited to watch a B-Man game. It's been a long time. I feel like he took a break for a little bit, but he's known for having some of the crazier, innovative strategies that work at the highest level, which those words usually don't go together. Like, sadly, at a higher level, sometimes there's just a lot of stuff you can't do, but B-Man seems to make it work. So I'm really excited to see what he's going to come up with in the current patch.
Of course, speaking of the current patch, we are in the 1.0 release. Release was Thursday of last week, so we've only been out live for about 3 days. Anything stand out to you in patch notes, or are you Like, what's your thinking? I know the War Factory was a little bit overpowered and it got detuned. They've also removed or made fire cost more than it used to. So now it's costing 20 meters of range on a Stormcaller, where you used to be able to just light the ground on fire at the full 180 meters. And the Fire Badger now drops 40% of its hit points if it tries to use Napalm.
Yeah, it seems like they're all nerfs in the right direction. Definitely War Factory needed to be nerfed. Fire Badgers need to be nerfed. I think from the murmurs that I've heard from the top 10 pro players is that fortresses are maybe king of the hill right now. Be the best unit remaining. Hard to say since it is such a fresh meta. Obviously hasn't evolved yet, but might be seeing a good amount of fortresses, especially from aggro players this tournament.
So B-Man has come out in a standard formation with the Stormcallers vertically between towers. You have Jer player coming out aggressive with steel balls on the line. B-Man is a supply specialist. Stormcaller start Jer player with the quick supply specialist, but I think he floated 200 of that. Took his time, but decided to float the 200 extra resources to next round so that he can respond to whatever B-Man is doing. If you can get the storms to lock
Yeah,
onto
it'll be...
those... Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I'm sort of surprised to see B-Man playing a standard style. Sometimes he is happy to play aggro. This looks like a very conventional defense from him. Reinforcements coming up. Haste module snap pick from B-Man. I think that's about right, in my opinion. I think haste module is one of the most snap picked cards.
Yeah, you can see both of them took it.
So good.
Plus 40%
40% attack.
Yep.
Yeah, for $50 is just broken. It's absolutely nuts. B-Man chucking it immediately on a Vulcan. Putting the Vulcan behind a tower too, that's wild.
Vulcan behind tower, that's a fantastic positioning. And he's going to rely on the haste module to bring it back up to the front. But of course, Jer player has just pulled it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be very pullable.
Right.
If you put it behind tower. It can turn into a massive liability. You can see just how far back it is. Jer player is doing all the right things here. Someone that plays a lot of steel balls in aggro. B-Man has deployed really far behind the tower. This is one of the most important things to do if your opponent's playing greedy and deploying behind the tower like this is, yeah, just say, no, sorry buddy, all that stuff, go into the corner, and I'm gonna take your tower. I wonder how much, like, B-Man's such a good player though that you have to imagine he's got a plan. Like, all of this is calculated, right? So I wonder what that plan is. Is it just like fortify the tower to level 5 and just say, I don't care if you take the tower.
I'm going to use it in defense. It's part of my hit points. Jer player has the level 3 wasps. The level 3 wasps is the drop. B-Man took the level 3 marksman from the drop. If you're new to the game, between rounds 2 and 4, you'll get a unit reinforcement drop. And then you'll get another unit reinforcement drop between rounds 5 and 7, between rounds 8 and 10. You won't get them in back-to-back rounds, so you will never see them in rounds 4 and 5 consecutively, but you do get these additional units. Basically, these are units that don't have an investment into them, so if they aren't on the board, or somebody hasn't paid the unlock cost. So, for example, if B-Man had sold the Vulcan, he's still unlocked, paid the 200 to unlock the Vulcan, so his 200 unlock would count as an investment in the unit, and therefore the Vulcan would be blocked. It wouldn't be available in the unit drops. B-Man is attacking that back corner with the Phoenix. There's an unprotected line on the tower the way that he's seeing it, this pack of wasps would have covered it, except for the mobile beacon. So
Yeah, it's a little sad, isn't it? And the mobile beacon wasn't super necessary, but maybe the wasps will get there first. Oh, it's gonna be so close.
And I do love in the bottom left
Oh,
corner.
Oh my god.
That was close.
Did he?
He used a mobile beacon to bring that haste module Vulcan right up to the front line. And
Yeah.
I'd say this is one of the things that distinguishes the 2000 MMR players that we're seeing today from the, 1500 or even the 1000 MMR players. This mobile beacon skill is just crucial.
Yeah. But the bad positioning on the Vulcan, or I say bad as in exploitable positioning on the Vulcan, cost him $100. Now he has to use that beacon for the rest of the game.
Right.
So, pretty worth it. I mean, that crawler in the back is essentially free at this point. Most players are usually too cheap to want to take a mobile beacon just to get your Vulcan to go in the direction you want.
Right. But, apparently that is part of the plan. He wants his haste module Vulcan for the damage output, and then you can see Jared player has taken the heavy armor. If you were B-Man, you might want and you'd known this was coming, you might have wanted a heavy armor Vulcan in front of the tower instead of the haste module one behind. B-Man skips. Obviously, Jared players can just leave these wasps alone. They will handle that flank perfectly well, and then they have enough. Well, okay, never mind then. He's going to try to handle the flank with a missile, and still mobile beacon the wasps out of there.
Yeah, I sort of want to mobile beacon like half of the wasp pack, right?
Right,
so you have the other half go defend.
Yeah, you can just grab 6 of them and make them follow your mobile beacon.
Yeah. Mustang's picked up from B-Man to defend the wasps, and that seems like a fairly standard answer. They should farm levels pretty quickly if they get to level 2 of these wasps, and then be fighting sort of toe-to-toe. Oil coming down from B-Man as well. It's a bit far back, light on fire. Not this round, it looks like. Best case scenario for Jared player is that those fangs stay at the very back and he lights the oil at the very end of the fight. But Vulcan goes down, tower goes down, other tower goes down. It's looking great for Jared player, and I'm very impressed by this push from him. It's looking great, very powerful.
Yeah, Jared player is known for pushing for aggro. Loved Rhino when Rhino was strong, and is very, very sad that they are too weak to play right now.
They are. Yes.
They're so weak. But obviously he's adapted. We get these unit drops. Ooh, I was going to ask you which one you would have wanted for Jared player, but he has taken the sledges.
Yeah. And that seems reasonable. I wonder if he's going to put a tech on it, or whether he's just going to sell it. He doesn't plan on selling, he plans on attacking the right side. That's fair. Takes a tech on his steel balls, he's gonna go for suck. That's reasonable. The scary piece is like, is it ever actually gonna lock onto the Vulcan? Because if it's not locking onto the Vulcan, yeah, the suck is sort of like all or nothing, right?
Right.
I do wonder how much these sledges are gonna do on the right. Maybe they'll just be okay to tank for the wasps that got teched. The wasps have range. This is a great attack by Jared player, and B-Man's in a very precarious position. He's got so many threats that just like if you don't handle perfectly, are gonna destroy you. The wasps are super scary. The balls are super scary, right? If you don't handle the wraiths properly, then your Mustangs can lock on to all of the wraiths, which can just sort of effectively make them useless, especially if armor is taken on wraiths. So this is a really scary board, B-Man. I'd much rather be Jer player here, I feel like.
Yeah, Jer player is playing this really, really well.
Yeah, it's really well. Balls lock onto Typhoons on the right. Fire got lit, but it's too late.
Solid
Balls locking onto that
defense.
Vulcan. Oh, and then they just died. Oh, it was so close. That's what I was talking about with Suck being very all or nothing.
Right.
Didn't really provide a lot of value there, and then you can see the sledges aren't really doing anything that your player wanted. So now it's very scary, and momentum has shifted. The Mustangs all got a level for B-Man. Yeah, I think Jer player's clearly on the back foot at this point. Although he ticked up oil, it's a tricky play. He might be able to sneak out a huge round win and retake back the tempo. Oh no, but B-Man plays a bubble. Oh yeah, that's the issue, I guess. B-Man playing around EMP is placing down a bubble, so it's sort of bad timing from Jer player to place oil. Otherwise the oil would be good, but B-Man's just expecting EMP. So he's going to protect majority of the oil.
That bubble placement is great for B-Man.
Yeah.
And EMP, I love the way that he's covering the potential of Degen Beam off of the Wraith. If you're new to the game, Degen Beam on a Wraith is absolutely devastating. It projects a field around the Wraith in a 120 meter circle that causes your units to deal more damage, your enemy's units to deal less damage, and oh, by the way, your enemy's units are slowed. Key tech that Jer player has taken is ground specialization on the Wasps. So these things, when they are shooting a ground target, they're going to be doing 3 times the damage that they would normally be doing.
Definitely feels like, as well as your player has played, he's a little picked apart at this point. He's done a lot of clever plays, put on a lot of good pressure, but I just can't see how, once the Mustangs click the anti-air button, that this game isn't gonna rapidly come to an end. Nuke does throw a wrinkle in it. I think it's mandatory for both players. B-Man doesn't even want it. Wow. Interesting. Your player beaconing the Wasps. Anti-air is picked up on the Mustang, so as expected.
Nuke Boom is going to do 70,000 damage in all of that area. It arrives 15 seconds later. It's going to hit any unit in that area, of course, whether it's yours or the enemy's. So, you know, it could well blow up his own steel balls, for example. Problem is, this shield bubble is going to block 40,000 damage, but shields are guaranteed to block all of one source of damage. The nuke, of course, counts as one source of damage. So even if this shield only has 1 hit point left when the nuke lands, the shield will block all of the nuke for the entire bubble underneath it.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough.
It really is.
Nuke's coming down, Shield's gonna take
Shield
all
was-
of it,
yeah,
and
Shield
the
was still
balls
up.
are about to be nuked. Yeah, we
Yeah.
nuked our own balls.
Nuked his own balls. Ouch! Well. Jer player's peak MMR prior to, or in the qualifying window, we used a 60-day window there. Peak MMR was 1929, and B-Man's peak MMR was 2317. B-Man was the heavy favorite for this match, as you can kind of see from their current MMRs. When the 1.0 launched and the Vanguard season ended, the MMR was reset down by about 10%. So Jer Player lost 190. He's gained, I'd say it looks like he's gained 70 of that back already. And B-Man lost 230 and is right about where you would expect at almost, in fact, I have him at 2317. Losing 230 would have put him at 2087. So he's right around where you'd expect. They will both gain all of that back. So, you're going to see MMRs that are a little bit lower than you might have been used to in the Vanguard tournament. Really excellent go at running aggro for Jer Player. And of course, he is not yet out. There's plenty of time. You're not out until you lose twice. He just has to go the hard route now. Well,
Yeah.
yes, it is a much harder route, but we'll show you that in one moment here. Pull this up.
A really great push, though. I think B-Man pulled ahead towards the end, but one round went slightly differently. I think J Player had that.
Right. I mean, he did a really good job. Let's get this scaled to screen. There we go. How does that look to folks? Oh, Jer Player's shown up in chat and says, I should have placed my wasp with my original push. It would have helped over there. It really would have. So here is the bracket. B-Man against Same. Other concurrent matches we have going include Coin versus the Moor, Shiroha versus Odyssey. Ezeel, not actually the number 5 seed in this, had to replace somebody who had to drop. So the way that replacements are working, Jer Player was 67th, Ezeel was 65th. They showed up, they checked in. Ezeel got the first slot that had been dropped, and Jer Player got the second slot that had been dropped. So Ezeel gets a match against Daitong. Arganier against TJ Flat. Yes, win big versus Math is Might. Masao versus Teddy. Refin versus Fair New Moth. And then you can see if you basically, B-Man is going to be up here, right? And assuming he wins 1, 2, 3 matches, he's qualified. All right, there's no finals for these groups, and he will never have to face the number 2 seed Arganier. If B-Man loses, he winds up down in this group. Well, he hasn't, but Jer Player loses, so he's going to be down here. He's got to win 1, 2, 3, 4 matches to get through. All right, so that is the spot. Lose a second time out of the loser's bracket and you're out. Win one of these 2 finals and you're in. We are going to be casting, I believe we're casting match 1, match 13, then we get 23, 24, and 25. So we'll be giving you all 3 of the 4 final qualifiers. There are, of course, a whole bunch of other stations casting on Twitch and other venues today. So other matches are going on concurrent and live that you can tune into if this match is not to your liking. Hans, what do you make of the defense? What would you... I mean, you talked about the haste module, but is there anything else you would have done a little bit differently, or is this a pretty solid, let's say, tutorial on how to run defense?
Yeah, if it might be easier to switch back to the mecha screen.
Oh, will do.
But the thing that I always loved was the conga line of chaff.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's something that's super undervalued, and at some point has stopped being a dominant strategy. But for my money, I can't understand why. But you can see the line of fangs that he has right in front of his towers, and his crawlers behind the towers to come add more waves of chaff, and it really just buys so much time for your defense, and it funnels all the units right down the middle. So your splash units like your Vulcan can have really effective clear.
Right.
So I thought this defense was very solid. I mean, you usually have a general strategy of I want lots of chaff to buy me time. I want really good chaff clear, aka Vulcans, and then single target damage, storms and marksmen. And so the formula made a lot of sense from B-Man. He used oil on a good turn to use oil. Um,
Got
yeah, it
two
felt like
rounds
he
out of
just
it.
did everything right.
Right, he got 2 rounds out of that oil. One for the slow, and then the second one where he lights it on fire. So
Yeah, exactly. And then the Mustangs to counter the Wasps. Um, I think if I was Jer player, as soon as I saw air or range on the Mustangs, I would have tried to get out of the Wasps, just because that feels like a losing battle. Um,
right, we have
but
seen, for example, Blue Hair won a weekend of tournaments with running essentially field maintenance wraiths to tank all of the anti-air and keep the wasps alive with longer range. But Jer player never got to getting the field maintenance on the wraiths up front. Didn't have enough wraiths or wasps behind to make it worth it. So, and the other thing I would note on Jer player's board is there's no deep chaff. If you're new to the game, one piece of keeping your key units alive is to have a trickle of chaff. And if you compare that to, B-Man's board has these deep chaff, but he's still got chaff all the way up to the front. And by chaff, I mean these small, cheap units, Fangs with their 134 hit points, Crawlers with their 335, and they only cost 100. You get huge packs of them, right? Like, you get 20, I think it's 21, no, 20, 24 fangs and, oh, is it 24 crawlers and 21 fangs, something like that? 20 fangs.
yeah,
Anyways, yeah, big numbers there. All right, that is our match complete. Of course, we've got plenty of other matches going on. I'm going to jump into Yes Win Big versus the Moor, because that is the other group in our, or other match in our little half of the bracket right now. This would be one of the loser brackets, wouldn't it? I think these two both lost their first round match, I guess. We can wait for, we'll wait for Zach to send us an invite. In the meantime, this one.
yeah, sounds good.
So Yes Win Big just won the European weekend tournament. He's kind of one of my picks to go pretty deep in the qualifying tournament, even though his MMR during the qualifying period wasn't as high as you might, some of the favorites. But he's former military, runs a really cool battlefield analysis tool where he's viewing things, views replays from above in a kind of over and over to get a feel for the macro of the battlefield in a way that I think
Oh my god.
our eyes tend to zoom in on units at a really micro level, right? A lot of times I'm focusing on specific, optimizing specific micro interactions, and Yes Win Big is really doing like this view and watches the round over and over, and he's got it set up so that he can claim this view and then watch the replay and still make his moves in the 90 seconds. It's really fantastic. Really cool technology that he's using. He came to me for mentoring for a couple of weeks. Once I had taught him everything that I could about the basics, the fundamentals of the game, he moved on and has been tutoring under Monkst. So,
Oh, Monkst is playing.
No small.
Wild.
No,
I didn't know Monkst was playing recently.
yeah, he's been mentoring more than playing, but yes, he is back and playing with the 1.0 release as well. You'll see him on.
Hmm.
All right. We are in for our next match. Do you need anything before we get started? We've got.
No, I'm all good.
All right. Let's show the bracket real quick. Let's see if that's been updated. It should be updated. Where is? Don't I have this on live? I do have it on live. It's just not updated. So B-Man beat Same. What we are going to see is presumably. Oh. I was trying to move to Watcher. Oh well. Caster error. Need more coffee. So that was the 8 versus 9 match. You can see we had Yes Win Big and more. That was the one we were looking at there. In fact, I think we just watched this one. Oh, the scene doesn't exist. They have finished. Got it. That's better. Thank you, Zach. Sorry about that. So they haven't marked the challenge match as our tournament has started, so that's why we're not seeing updates yet. But we can show real quick the rest of the groups. Group B, Saracha is not going to have a bye. That just means somebody has dropped, so we'll have to rebalance this group to get the matches back where they were. I think it's probably almost correct that the 15 or 16 seed has dropped, so we'll rebalance that group. There is no bye there. Joda versus Goff is going to be an interesting one. And then
oh yeah,
Group D with Woot, Super Hottie, or Nut Shreks. I mean, there are just going to be fantastic matches all day long. Really looking forward to it.
Yeah, seriously, so many good players in this bracket, or in the tournament.
Mm-hmm. This Group B is, we were calling the Group Death because there's, Soja, Cast, Alpha, Only Fangs. Only one of them gets that slot, and the other 3 are going to be in the losers bracket. Over here, Dionis, Baller, Cody, Clint Leetwood, Saracha. Again, only one of them gets in. All of the rest of them are going to be in the losers bracket. It's just
yeah, it's going to be bloody. There's no easy matches there.
Yes, yeah. I mean, your first round matches aren't easy in this format at all.
So we're just waiting on
Right.
Win Big, is that right?
Yeah, we're waiting on Yes Win Big. If he won that match against the Moor, which it looked like he was en route to do.
We're getting oh. I think there might have been a stream connection error there, Hammerrock.
Uh-oh.
Like there's a splash screen that your camera had disconnected, or camera feed had disconnected.
But it's back now?
Up for a bit. Yeah.
Excellent.
It was maybe 10 seconds.
All right. Yeah, I see a disconnect and reconnect on the Steam stream. Of course, this broadcast is going live to the Steam homepage, the my broadcast on Twitch and my broadcast on YouTube. So 3 different places to go. Zach says the Moor won that match
Mm.
against Yes Win Big. Moore, a 2063 MMR player from China. I don't know a ton more about him. We did try. Well, one of the only accommodation we made to allowing people to request a time is this tournament started at midnight China Standard Time. So we took the group with the heaviest concentration of China players and put them in Group A. By seed,
That
they would
makes
have been
sense.
Group C and playing at 4 in the morning. It does mean, unfortunately, our player from Hong Kong drew the 4 in the morning in Group C. So, I feel bad for the kid, but did wind up with 14 different countries represented, including Croatia, Thailand, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Canada, the US, of course, Austria, Germany, France, Spain, and Australia as well, with Russia, China, and Hong Kong. So, very wide global field.
Yeah, definitely one of the coolest parts of Mechabellum. Connecting all the servers is pretty rare.
Right. We have wound up out of this match and alone in a room, it seems like.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I have to reset the room, guys. The competitor's not. All right. Wins match, drops tournament.
Yep. Makes sense.
Makes sense to me.
So what are you observing as the main meta comps?
Interesting. Personally, I've been running and loving a steel ball typhoon crawler push, and then support it with whatever is needed. So I've had some luck with that. I've seen still seeing corner war factory. We're still seeing deep standard with Vulcan marksman or Vulcan phoenix. I don't think that's ever going to go away. It's just such an intelligent comp, right? It answers. Oh, actually, I was going to ask you a question on this. I had come to the theory that to design a good comp requires a composition that can answer a giant on the ground like Fort or Vulcan, a giant in the air like Overlord or Wraith, ground chaff at the at the crawler and fang level, and air chaff like a wasp. And if you look at any of the good long-term comps, they answer those, right?
Yeah.
So like obviously Vulcan Phoenix or Vulcan Marksman, you've got the Vulcan for the ground chaff, you've got the Phoenix or Marksman for the air giant, and as the single target damage dealing to the ground giant, and then you have to supplement something, whether that's Mustangs or Fangs, for your anti-wasp. Otherwise, you get wasped at the end game, right?
Yeah.
You think about all of the other good comps in the game. Mustang Melter has very similar, right? Like, got my answer to the giants. I've got my answer to the chaff. So that's kind of the general, and it's just a matter of what did you get dealt, what did the cards lead you to, etc. I think is probably more more sensible than trying to force a specific comp every single time at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where it can feel easy to just play a comp you're very familiar with until you get to a certain MMR, and then you have to push to the highest levels. You have to be able to play whatever you're dealt.
Right.
You only know how to play Vulcan Marksman. You'll get pretty far.
You'll hit
but
1800 at least.
you'll hit a wall
Mhm.
eventually. Um, but yeah, I mean, and I agree with your formula on how to put together a good comp. But the one thing that sort of strikes me is that Vulcan marksman um, theoretically should be good at killing giants. Like if you think of like War Factory or Fortress, the DPS behind a marksman's actually not like particularly impressive.
Right,
Um, so I guess that's when you would just pivot out and get melters instead.
right.
Um,
And that's why I tend to prefer Phoenix instead of Marksman there, and I find myself intuitively expecting a Marksman to do Phoenix-like damage. So if I force myself to play a Marksman comp because that's what I was dealt or whatever, and I intuitively think, hey, it's going to do Phoenix-like damage, that's when I fall behind. Like I find myself missing the single target.
yep.
All right, our second round match. B-Man is 1-0. The Moor beat Yes Win Big in that match we were looking at. So the Moor, two China players here. We've got the Moor is on the far side is a cost control specialist with a sledgehammer and looks like sledgehammer crawler start and added fangs. Near side, B-Man supply specialist has one of the starts that it can really, really hurt into sledgehammers with Mustangs and crawlers added one marksman.
Yeah, Mustangs are usually considered not a great starting unit, especially into sledge crawler. It just doesn't really have the damage usually to get there. But it's looking okay for now. I think the interesting thing is that B-Man overloaded one side with 2 packs of Mustangs rather than splitting them symmetrically. Seems like it's helping a good amount. Might be a small loss for B-Man, but ultimately, like, making the most out of a sort of crummy early game pack. Also, notably, I really like B-Man's spec here. Having the supply spec versus the cost control spec is usually a pretty nice advantage because you're getting 50 less per round, but you get 11% attack and 11% HP for a trade-off, and ends up being usually a pretty good counter because you can keep pace with the cost control spec in terms of finances, but
Right.
you have such a numerical advantage.
Yeah, this is the worst matchup for cost control specialist. You wanted to see basically any other specialist on the board other than the one that
It's
gives the
definitely how it
opponent 50.
feels.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't really like pull far ahead and make enough use of that money, but eventually the stats will be felt. And especially like going against Mustangs as well, right? B-Man's Mustangs. Like those Mustangs are going to take advantage of every single bit of HP that's missing.
Right.
So interesting that shield airdrop was picked up by both players. One decided to not use it. The Moor decided to not place his shield airdrop.
Right.
It's a little curious to me. 'Cause it's got a pretty low cooldown, so it feels like you usually want to get as many deploys as you can possibly get. Level 2 sledges by the Moor, though, should cause quite a few problems. I don't think that'll be easy to chew through.
Right. He's added another pack of sledges. I do like the idea for B-Man of dropping down a shield bubble and fighting from within it, because that shield bubble, in theory, should survive the round, still be up, and deny the
Yeah,
sledgehammer's
this was
levels.
definitely like in theory, it's good. In execution, it was pretty poor.
Yes, unless the crawlers can eat that marksman in time to save the shield, no.
The bubble was just placed too far back, and I haven't seen B-Man playing a whole bunch over the past few months, so maybe there's some rust there. But that bubble undoubtedly should have just been like 2 or 3 tiles up to protect the Mustangs. Protecting one marksman, not really the ideal state. So you could think of it as like, you know, roughly $100 of value punted by B-Man.
Right. We have our unit reinforcement drop on round 3. B-Man took the Fire Badgers, and that is just going to torch this beautiful chaff board that the Moor has. The Moor took the Typhoon, sold it for 300, turned it around into a Vulcan. So I really wanted to play his Vulcan build here. and has a Vulcan marksman. So he's got 2 marksmen behind them, and is running the incendiary bomb and sticky oil bomb. We've seen Blue Hair running that recently, with all of the other sources of fire being nerfed. Blue Hair went to, well, the optimum thing to run is Vulcan with those 2, because they haven't been nerfed.
Oh my god.
So
2 hackers.
B-Man,
Sorry, I
what?
interrupted you.
B-Man has gone hacker.
That was not what I was expected.
There is not going to be any chaff because of the fire badgers, right?
Well, it's hard to say how these fangs are gonna work in. Like, eventually these fire badgers are gonna get killed pretty quickly, and then the late fangs will come in. But I guess there will be some Mustangs to help kill some of the late fangs.
Right? The late fangs, or the Mustangs killed the late fangs. We've still got effectively chaff in front of us. We keep stealing your sledges because they don't have enough hit points to protect themselves from the hacker. Oh,
but ultimately, the hackers fall. Interesting. I would say this was a good round for the Moor, all things factored in, because you don't really want to give the hackers too much experience, and I think it was good in that capacity. Like,
right.
Hackers can get a little scary if they get too many levels. They're both stuck at level 1, which is not really ideal. You would have hoped that they made more of an impact on the turn they came down, but they did very little. They only have 1/3 of an XP bar filled up as is. And now the Moor has sort of like, okay, now I know you're throwing down hackers. He gets to pick his counter of choice. So theoretically, these hackers are going to be worse this round. Hackers really need range usually to get online. Yeah, I just feel like B-Man's spreading himself so thin, so he needs to click the range button on Mustangs, which he did do this round, but then he also needs to click the range button on hackers, right, which is another 300. Like, theoretically, these fire badgers will need a tech at some point because they're just going to run into close.
Yep. They have a 60-meter range. They're in point blank. And
so
we also need to take attack on the tower to get the attack values of the hackers up.
Yeah, so it just feels like for a few rounds, B-Man's not going to be cooking super hard. The Rhino is coming in, though. The Rhino drop top left.
Yep.
Going to take the tower. The Moor has to do as much as possible until it hits. He is winning the fight.
Right up until the tower debuff. Tower debuff,
oh, no.
You guys are not familiar with the game. Tower debuff is a 9-second debuff to all of your units. Their movement speed is 20% of what it would be. Their attack is reduced even more, so they're attacking at 10% of their normal values, and their defense is reduced, which means that the opponent is doing additional damage. So it is a brutal combo, and you can see as soon as that tower went down, the Moor's defense, which was solid, right? It looked great. All of a sudden, the whole defense collapsed.
So that was a devastating round. I don't know how obvious that was, but the Moor spent $300 on the EMP spell, the big EMP spell, and he lost the round. So to pay that much money, lose the round to a Rhino drop, which was only $100, just puts you at a huge disadvantage. And he sort of needed to be pushing his tempo, right? Like, B-Man has a lot of great units on his board, but he's sort of struggling to get them all up and running. But the fact that B-Man won that round gave him a lot of tempo, a lot of room to breathe now, a lot of pressure taken off.
Right. Now, by tempo, what Pants is referring to is how much hit point damage are you doing to the bar? Are you dropping somebody into the danger of being knocked out of the game in 1 round or 2 rounds, right? So the Moor was in a strategy where it looks like if he could have dropped another 1,000 hit points off of B-Man, then B-Man's under pressure for round 6, round 5, round 6, round 7, and can't afford to make a mistake. Has to play very defensively. Has to spend a lot of his economy on making sure that terrible things don't happen to him. And instead, B-Man's in a comp that is going to come good the longer this game goes. The more levels you get into the Mustangs, the more levels you get into the hackers, the more techs these 2 units get. the stronger they're going to get, and eventually they will dominate. It's a really bad sign that the Moor lost that round 4 and now loses round 5, and is back down to even footing at about 3,000 hit points apiece.
Yep. And the Moor keeps deploying spells, which, is short-term power, and losing the rounds, which pretty feels bad. He's picking up another spell. B-Man might be predicting that he's going to take the fire, since he's pretty much shown that he's taking a spell every single round, and placing an oil perfectly lined up to catch fire off of the incendiary that's going to come down. So I think that's going to be devastating for the Moor. On top of that, the Moor has to answer the left side, which he keeps losing, and sort of that's been the bane of his existence recently. He did pick up range enhancement on storms, which is like, feels fine, but I'm not sure like that's the difference maker here. I'm not used to taking range storms, because storms come with usually plenty of range.
Right. It might be a prep for taking incendiary bomb, so that he's not conceding the 20-meter range, or the thing that stood out to me about the two plays here is B-Man took the improved firepower control, gets it onto a Mustang, and reads the side that's going to be on fire correctly, as you said, and then now has the extra damage, improved firepower control Mustangs over there. They're doing 202 damage per Mustang per shot. They shoot 2.5 seconds, 2.5 times per second, 0.4 second recharge, and they're just dominating that right side, or left side.
Oh my god.
They're just crushing it. And now we've hacked the Vulcan. Oh.
God, the Moor's got to be so triggered. Like, he keeps decimating the right side and then losing the left side, and then his Vulcan just gets distracted by little pieces of chaff that are trickling in on the left side. And for the second round, he just gets his Vulcan hacked. Feeds more experience to these hackers.
We've both got the oil. We're gonna light that same patch on fire again. B-Man paid good attention. B-Man paid really close attention to where he needed to block that spell to ensure that his Mustangs fought from it. You'll watch they are going to be fighting from right about here, so they're all going to be in under that spell and not on fire. And I think this might be unrecoverable for the Moor at this point. The Moor does buy a Vulcan on B-Man's left side, trying to shore that up, but I think these Mustangs, especially if they hit round 4, or level 4, they're going to be in amazing shape. One of the good answers to Stormcallers, if you're not aware, is these anti-missile devices you can buy from right here on your right side. Missile interceptor device. They have, I think it's like 3,500 hit points as a little turret on the ground, but they shoot down missiles as they come in, and you'll see that that's going to do a lot of work for B-Man as well.
And a bunch of wasps picked up for B-Man. I guess the Moor is quite low on anti-air. He does have some late fangs that will do the job, but will waste a lot of shots from the marksman in the meantime.
Right, and the marksmen are what's necessary to take down the hackers. Keep distracting that Vulcan. He keeps turning. New Vulcan on the left has been hacked by the level 3 hacker over there. That hacker has been quietly becoming a menace.
Oh.
Ooh, it goes down right at the end. The Moor wins round 7. That drops B-Man down to 1786. The Moor is at 2098. We go to round 8.
Yeah, so the interesting thing is a large amount of the spells for the Moor pop up next round. He's getting an oil, a shield drop, an EMP, all coming back next round. Oof. So that's a lot of money returning. Maybe he just, it'd be great obviously if he wins the round, but this will be his weaker round. But yeah, if he can he can survive till next round. Might be able to deal 1800 in one go.
Uh,
Knock
B-Man, that is a war factory you have built.
Yeah, B-Man with a
Very
war
nice.
factory. Beaconed in. Okay.
Nope, changes the beacon and wants the beacon on the crawlers again as a distraction.
Surely he's gonna take anti-air on the, or anti-missile on the war factory,
That's what I was expecting
Right?
after spending that much on AMDs.
right?
He's got
Assumedly,
450.
like why else would you want it?
There it is, missile interceptor for 250. He's still got 100 to spend.
On the Morse side, he picked up 3 level 2 Mustangs, upgraded 1 to level 3 using intensive training, and it took range on it. So a very expensive turn for him.
That is the, I'm going to make sure these wasps don't get out of control. B-Man did take shield on the wasps, but the Mustangs should be a solid defense. It also, you note they took care of that Rhino drop. You remember how devastating the Rhino drop was early in the game. Not devastating this time. War Factory keeping the Mustangs alive, basically by going out there and being a great big body shield. Gets through to the tower. Now you've got the debuff on this side. You're going to hack that Vulcan during the debuff again. So it's right back to this situation that the Moor was in when he was getting hammered.
And he's alive, so he's got his big spell
216
around.
hit points left and a dream. But yeah, he has all 3 spells coming up. 4th spell if he wants to take one of these.
Snap pick of Wasp or Underground, and I think Underground's better.
Yeah, both of them took
Both
the Underground.
take Underground.
Yeah, Titan was describing that as being one of the best spells in the game last night at the cost. This is basically 2 packs of crawlers. It actually beats 2 packs of crawlers, right? Barely. And then obviously comes back over and over through the course of the game. You can use it to distract, you can use it to get to towers, you can use it to supplement your own chaff.
The second War Factory should be way too strong. I mean, the Moor has done the classic sin, which is I'm gonna build a bunch of Stormcallers, I'm gonna level up my Stormcallers, and I'm gonna take a tech on my Stormcallers. Like, that all feels really good until the anti-missile War Factory comes down, and then you have, you know, some quick napkin math. $16 to $2,000 worth of Stormcallers being hard countered. Just literally removed from the board.
Yeah, 1900 plus the tax, so 2200 investment in those Stormcallers, and just hard countered by the War Factories. And note, of course, that B-Man is pressing, so those little 3,000 hit point AMDs have survived as well. That is helping the War Factories do their anti-missile work. And the call in behind the scenes here distracted a whole bunch of shots as well.
But it actually hurt B-Man because now his units run further forward, further into the fire. So he actually, I think that was maybe a big misplay. Now the marksmen need to EMP the War Factories. The one on the right is EMP'd. One on the left is not EMP'd yet.
Now it is.
Marksmen have now EMP'd it. Now there's a bunch of storms that can shoot on it. It's back to being un-EMP'd. Now it is EMP'd.
Yeah, it keeps coming out and popping back in. Wow, this is close.
Yeah, it's gonna be a wash, which is, oh no, it's not gonna be a wash. Oh my god,
just
by 77.
Just enough
Brutal.
for B-Man to finish off the Moor. What a game. Of course, this tournament, every single player in it, it was 1900 MMR or higher before the season reset. More than half the players are over 2000 MMR. Mechabellum has never, ever had a field this packed, this dense, with this much talent. And this is just the qualifiers.
Yeah. The more knocked down to losers, sadly.
Mm-hmm.
Solid game. I liked a lot of his ideas, but it felt like there was a few just I mean, the big thing that kept showing itself is he just didn't want to commit to the left side, and then he kept losing the left side.
Right. And by the time he did commit to the left side, these Mustangs that I had called out, they're up to level 5. They've got the damage item on them. They've done a third of a million damage. They did an eighth of a million last round alone. I mean, they're essentially killing giant. They killed a giant plus last round. It's just, you just cannot let Mustangs scale like that on you. And of course, Mustang with an item, so powerful, always has been. Really nice board from B-Man. B-Man is now 1 match away from qualifying for the finals. He would be the first one to qualify out of this group. There are 16 slots at stake. B-Man can claim the first of them with one more win. All right, let's see if we've got a bracket update yet. We do have a bracket update, but it's a little bit confused, I think, since it's still showing Masao in round 1. Yeah, I don't think we're going to bother showing the bracket. It is now very confused, I believe, since the Moor is not showing at all in this group, in that bracket. We'll ping the backline staff and get them on it. Now, you ran something that I thought was really, really interesting. I'd love for you to tell the story of kind of how it came to be and what prompted you to do it and what your experiences were. You decided to run Assault Mode Marksman, force assault marks every single game, and push it into top 100 world. Not just, I'm going to force it. I'm going to get top 100 world with this. And then when you actually achieved that, you didn't stop there. You want to tell us that story?
Yeah. I think this is not just factually for the story. I think we pushed to top 50 in the world.
Your original goal was top 100. You've hit top 50. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, we went on a huge win streak. Yeah, so especially at the time, Assault Marksman wasn't considered very good, but it was a fun unit. I mean, we just voted on my channel like what unit we wanted to try and push high with, and Assault Marksman got the votes, and I think the end comp was Assault Mode with Fang spawning, and Rapid Reload, which turned every Assault Marksman into effectively chaff because it spawned a few Fangs, and pretty good chaff clear because it shot so quickly and had a little bit of splash to it. And so that was the comp, and then you could just sort of fill it in with whatever you figured out what they were going to counter you with. So if it was war factories, you'd add some melters with it. If it was boats, you would add some like anti-air Mustangs with it. Just sort of filling it out from there. But it gave like a pretty solid shell, and I think that the main thing, which is a beauty of Mechabellum, is people usually panic when they see something they don't know, and right. The Assault Marksman was definitely tricky for a lot of people.
Do you think
so? That was a fun challenge. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, like, for those of you that don't know Pants, I should probably introduce the gentleman. You do currently show on top. Where are you at the moment?
I haven't played in a while, so they might have taken me off.
Yeah, you're not on the top 10 at the moment. But last time I checked in and saw Pants on the leaderboard, he was in top 12 MMR in the world, or in the 501 division, not world. This world obviously is dominated by folks from all over, but was still top 10 in the 501 division despite not having played for a while. He just shows up, plays a couple of matches, and keeps his chops, so to speak. Wonderboat says you casually won 40 games in a row a few months ago and hit more than 2,300 MMR. So,
yeah,
a little bit qualified to comment on anybody and anything in the game for sure.
Yeah, we had a good run. But yeah, no, I used to stream a lot, and I think I enjoy playing some of the jankier comps at higher MMR. But I think most importantly, the thing that's helpful is I get to talk to Arbiter and Sacco and Wonderboat, who are all good players, and hear a few different styles. So I think that gives me some good insight. Pucci, obviously one of the greats. I get to talk to him. So
yeah, how did that community come to be or come about? If you don't mind my asking you a question
just
there.
Sort of randomly. I think a lot of us used to play other dead strategy games before,
Mhm.
and then this popped up, and we were like, "Ooh, a not dead strategy game. Give it a shot." And yeah, it's just one of those things of we knew a lot of each other already from past games, and then someone knew someone else that was playing and invited them, and someone knew someone else, and so it just sort of all mashed together eventually into a small community of players, and I think we all made each other a lot better. So
Yeah,
no coincidence that for a while, a lot of us, I think like out of the top 10, 5 of us would be in a Discord call together.
right. I remember logging into your streams and hearing that set of voices, and personally, I had probably, when I first started listening to your streams, I had topped out at around 900 MMR, and it was like listening to the different thoughts of, Wonderboat, of Forgotten Arbiter, obviously you and Apucci and Sacco, and it just like pushed my game dramatically. So that was when I really started climbing. And
yeah. Weirdly enough, though, it can be harmful when you're trying to listen to 5 voices.
Right. We tried running a coaching stream, and that was one of the very first things we figured out. Is it's almost amounts to run the top. Give the commentary in the first 30 seconds or so, let the player ask questions in the second 30, and then shut up. Let the player do things. One of the things we picked up is something that Wonderboat did really well for you, I noticed, which was the letting you know in the very last seconds, 15 seconds. Or,
but now we have a timer.
Now we have
a
countdown clock, but also, things like, in the final 10 seconds, there was this spell, or shield for blank. So some of the things we picked up, and that turned into solid 2v2 play for me, as something that teammate and I do together. So I've played a lot of twos with Apucci and a lot of twos with Alpha Titan, and we actually won the Triple Threat Tricksters tournament as a quad with Cat Say Mew. Officially...
What was that tournament?
That tournament was, I think you would have loved it, man. Because it's something that Codifly, who we'll see later on in this tournament as Mualani, was running, and he came up with this complicated set of formula, but it amounts to the larger percentage of towers you actually take, rather than just knocking your opponent out, and the larger percentage of your units are deployed on the flank, the more points you score. You also score points for winning the match outright, so it is technically better to commit to winning the match from standard than commit to losing the match from flanks and hitting towers all the time. But between two groups that are winning regular sets of matches, the team that's doing it with more trickster-y stuff, more mobile beacons, more deployments on the flanks, more call-ins that are hitting towers, whatever, that team is going to score more points and winds up advancing. And for each given weekend of action, you pick 3 of your players, nominate 3 players, and the second season, the way he's doing it is concurrently, one of those players plays a 1v1, the other 2 have to play a 2v2. And then if both of those matches are, one is a win for each team, they play another round, where it's now a player who hasn't already played the 1v1 has to go play the 1v1. So you get this kind of a long-term play style where you're...
Interesting.
We
need more tournaments like that.
It's fantastic. It's in the second season. Team Melter are trying to defend our title. The quality of player in it rose dramatically, where I felt like I was one of the stronger players in the first tournament. I'm like looking around, like, okay, I'm stronger than that guy.
Yeah.
Wait, one? Okay, oh dear, we might be in trouble, guys. So a lot harder to repeat.
This game is gonna be. I'm so pumped. So Shiroha and B-Man are definitely. I can't think of two more innovative players. I guess maybe you could say Blue Hair is more innovative, but these are definitely in the top 5 of most innovative 201 players. They both come up with super clever strategies, usually do things that I've never seen before. So seeing them play each other's got to be... someone's going to do something crazy, I feel like.
I think so. Shiroha is one of the most polite players on ladder. Often plays the Americas tournaments under a 501 alt named Shiroha, and reached a 2162 MMR during the qualifying period. For those that don't remember, if you hadn't tuned in by the start of the first match, we've been following B-Man, who's the number 1 seed in Group A, the number 3 overall seed in the tournament. He had a 2317 MMR, and so it's basically for tournament overall, this is the number 3 seed versus the number 13 seed. One of them will book their place in the finals in the 32 player final field. The other one will go down to the losers bracket. Both of these players 1 win away from getting in. Shiroha is going to be near side blue. B-Man far side red took the Sabertooth specialist with Crawler and Storm. Shiroha is in a supply specialist with Steel Ball and Crawler. And right away, that does not feel like a 201 starting pack, does it?
No, not at all, but I'm excited to see it. And he's doing the balls behind the towers. So I have a favorite memory. I consider Sako to be one of the top 3 players pretty much of all time at all stages of the meta. Sako's been extremely dominant, it feels like.
I will point out
when he was...
I will point out, when Paradox put together the list of invited streamers, it started with Sako and Red Hair.
Yeah.
Those were the 2, and then they worked the rest of the list out.
That makes sense.
Makes sense to me, too.
But maybe, I think one of the most memorable games I have is, or I remember, is Sako was playing Shiroha, and Shiroha put steel balls behind the towers and just kept beaconing them at various towers, like all the way across the map.
Right.
And Sako just did not understand how to handle it at all and lost. And it was like one of the craziest upsets. And everybody watching was just like, what is going on right now? How does Sako not know how to handle this? Because like, if he doesn't know how to handle it, like, are we all screwed?
We're all in trouble. Exactly. I love it. For me, Shiroha was in my very first weekend tournament. Was like my second round opponent. You know how that goes, where you draw the you win your first round match as one of the bottom seeds in a tournament, right? Now all of a sudden you're matched against one of the absolute top seeds. In round 2. So I come across Shiroha in round 2 of my tournament, and I lose pretty badly. And he was absolutely the most polite gentleman. Was willing to sit and chat. Here's what he'd done. Here's what he'd noticed about my play. Didn't just GG easy and out, and to figure out later that he was doing that as not even a native English speaker, and was just that much of a gentleman. Like, that's colored me forever as a Shiroha fan.
Yeah, he seems like a great person. I've had nothing but positive experience with him. So Typhoons are the drop. B-Man decides he wants 2 Typhoons. Shiroha decides he wants 1. Thinking about how to spend the rest of his money.
So
He's going with the beacon. This is the Shiroha special.
I love it.
This is exactly what got Sako like many months ago. So we'll see how B-Man decides to handle this, but should be pretty difficult with these level 2 wasps. Like, what are you gonna get to handle level 2 wasps this early?
Well,
later in the game, you can get anti-air fortresses, you can get anti-air mustangs, but at the time being, these wasps are gonna be a menace.
and in particular, they're going to be shielded from those typhoons by the steel balls right in front of them. They have
Hopefully.
slightly.
That is the goal.
That's the plan. They have
The
slightly
balls
longer
gotta
range.
keep up.
The balls did get distracted. So did some of the wasps.
Okay. Majority of the wasps live though. They gotta DPS down these typhoons. Okay.
Barely.
Job done.
5
We
wasps
did lose
left.
the left.
Last typhoon is going to get it done.
Yeah. So Shiroha down a little bit. I'm interested to see what he's gonna do here, but if it's any other player, I'd be like, wow, this person's down real bad. Like, how are you gonna your tempo wasps are already losing. What can they do? I'm sure the best or both players are looking at barrier right now. Barrier and absorption module is what comes to my eye.
Yeah, absorption module on the Typhoon could work really well for B-Man, I think. But oh, whoa.
Wow.
Extended range Phoenix.
That is not what came to mind.
And
That's a pretty wild pick, I think.
there is right now a Wasp Worm Wraith meta. So the transition here would be out of Steel Ball and into Wraith and Worm ahead of it.
Got sold.
It did sell the Steel Balls. Goes to the Stormcallers in Standard. So it might just be transitioning out of the Tempo Wasps and into Standard. Jump Drive Wasps. Coming from a different direction now. So Shiroha...
That makes sense to me.
Shiroha was the supply specialist, unlocked these wasps on round 1, placed them here. You saw they won him round 1. That's the slight damage on B-Man's bar. Lost round 2 due to the addition of the Typhoons. Kind of forced B-Man's hand in choosing the Typhoons, I think.
Okay, so this pivot is crazy. So he sold a ball, he jump drive the wasp, which to me signals that like the wasps aren't going to be a core part of his strategy. And now he just bought a bunch of storms. So he's saying, all right, I was showing aggro, I was showing that I was going to push these units down your throat, right? And now I'm setting up to have a super defensive position, right? Which could massively mess with the way that B-Man was deploying. And on top of it, these jump drive wasps are just going to be a menace for a while and force a lot of like deployments that probably B-Man didn't want to make. Everything looking great from Shiroha so far.
Solid round win, drops B-Man to 3044. Shiroha's on 3400. Again, two of the best and most innovative players out of China. Aside from Blue Hair has already qualified for the Lunch Clash finals by virtue of having won. I mean, we told them they had to win 2. He went out and won 3 weekend tournaments in that week 63 to week 73 window.
Okay, so both players are thinking here. I feel like the pick is between Incendiary and Amplifying Core. Incendiary is just all fire is sort of dominating the meta right now and has been for many months. But Amp Core can feel so good in the long term if you can get a good carry unit with it. And there we go, B-Man deciding. B-Man, I have noticed, is a little bit greedier. He loves to get an item. He will pass up a spell, even in the late rounds when it can be super effective, to get an item. That is his thing. That is his calling card. So this checks out. We'll see if Shiroha can take advantage of this spell in the short term.
So it's Tempo Flames versus Amp Core on the Typhoons. Of course, Typhoons shoot even more frequently than Mustangs do. Upping their damage by any kind of item is just as valuable as updating a Mustang. And Amp Core is the perfect item for them because it gives them 15,000 hit points, and that makes them resistant to, for example, a Scorpion Shot, which will do just over 10,000. They don't even get one shot by a Scorpion anymore. Now they're kind of tanky, as well as increasing their DPS. It's a perfect place for that.
Okay, so the fire is looking pretty solid. If it was a little bit further back, it would have done quite a bit more. I can't complain too much. The beaconed wasps going around the left, unfortunately converging in on the fangs, and I'm sure Shiroha wanted those to go towards the tower. It's a question of how much damage can Shiroha get done this round. He's really hoping to do some big HP damage to make up for the fact that he didn't pick up the Amp Core there. Wasps come in. Okay, nice. Clean up a little bit, but not a whole lot of damage. If I'm B-Man, I'm fine taking 700 there, right? Like, I'm up some long-term value having this item.
Right, we traded 700 hit points for the Amplifying Core. And when you guys, at the highest level, you guys talk about economy, this is exactly what you're talking about. It's not how much money do I have on the bar and how much am I spending. It's how much hit point damage am I doing to how much spend did I spend.
Yeah, you want a good ratio there. And Steel Ball production picked up for Shiroha. He's notably had the barrier also for the last like 2-3 rounds, which is a lot of money just sitting, not accruing value, right? You want to spend money to, get some sort of return on investment.
Right. You're just saying that because he bought it on round 2, man.
Yeah, he has to pick up some giants
someday,
soon, right?
Right?
Yeah. So he's selling. He decides fortresses are the answer, and that makes sense because, like, what, you're gonna go Melter into Storms? Doesn't feel very good. Maybe Vulcans were acceptable to pick up, but I think fortresses are pretty fair.
And there's a particular change here. So the drop in meta where flames, incendiary bomb on Stormcallers now costs 20 meters of range. B-Man replaced fire on the bar with high explosive ammo and just took it. So his DPS from the storms is reduced by being high explosive, so it's not going to penetrate these bubbles as easily, it's not going to take down fortresses as easily, and he's also in those extended range Phoenix that do 20% less damage per shot as well. So two different things that would conceivably be big shield break aren't doing the kind of shield break or giant DPS that you would want them to be doing. You were designing this board from the ground up.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see these fortresses cook. Shiroha is one of the few players that have made fortresses really work in a lot of metas where no one else could. Tower is taking Storms peppering on the left.
And those round 1 wasps are now level 3 going on level 4, gold damage dealer for the game, 4 of them still alive, and B-Man is dropped to 1332. This is one of the other things, for those of you that are relatively new to the game. A unit does hit point damage based on its level 1 purchase price, and a crawler pack at 100. Let's use a marksman. So one marksman costs 100. If he survives the round, he does 100 hit points of damage, even if he's level 7, right? And you could sell him for a zillion. He still only does 100 hit points damage. There's 24 crawlers in a pack, so 100 divided by 24 gives you 4 hit point damage per crawler that survives. Giants do 350 damage to the bar, and that is one way to accelerate your games. If you're one of those who you feel like you get ahead in round 5, 6, 7, and then your opponents always come back and win in round 11 or 12, partly I would say you were probably not buying enough Giants and not forcing that correctly, to do the hit point damage on the bar.
Okay, so pretty wild for unit drop for both players. A lot of air showed up, which is especially a vulnerability for Shiroha. B-Man was probably noodling on, like, do I just try and do something like air cheats related to get like around because the lack of anti-air from Shiroha, but B-Man playing it honest and just going with the worm, deciding he's just going to win the old-fashioned way. And then 2 melters with suck instead of range is like his answer on how he's going to deal with these forts, versus Shiroha saying, more forts plus fort range, which seems like it's going to be a really nasty answer to these melters that don't have range, right?
Yeah.
They're going to be outranging the melters by a long shot.
Yeah, in B-Man's head, he took temp range and was going to have that 130 meter range. He was going to have a slight advantage on these forts. Instead, he does not. Note also that forts are a really good answer to Worm in terms of their total DPS. So, especially a launcher overload Worm or fort, which we're not seeing here, but they are a really good answer to it. And he's also getting some damage from the steel balls. Melters are
Left
down
side
on
getting smashed.
both sides. The Worm is down. B-Man is down to the
Is there enough
losers
HP
bracket.
though?
Boom, boom, boom. Shiroha is the first one to book their place in the finals. Congratulations, Shiroha. I'm pretty happy to see that one. B-Man, of course, not out. It's a double elimination format, so he's down to the losers bracket. We will have 2 more win and you're in matches to show you. Forgotten Arbiter does want us to point out that without Launcher Overload, a same level fort does lose to a Worm 1v1. So, yeah, that is correct. It's the with Launcher Overload that's the important part there. Vance, thoughts?
That was a great game. I love Shiroha's play here. I just think it's some of the best parts of Mechabellum on display. Like picking up some wonky units, putting them in a wonky start, getting your opponent to think you're about to play in a certain style, and then finding a way to pivot out to that and go into a completely different style. Like the Shiroha started with Ball Wasp on his initial board and ended up with Storm Fort. And I just think that's one of the most fun parts of this game is like completely pivoting and going in a opposite direction. I think he did just such a good job of that. Super fun game. Glad he won.
Yeah, this was really nicely played. And of course, B-Man still with every shot at getting through. Having won your first 2 matches, you only need to win 1 more. And that's kind of an odd legacy of the way that single elimination to double elimination goes. So if you won your first 2, you're in at 3-1. If you lost either of the first 2, it takes getting to 4-1 to get in. So one of the advantages of being the top seeds, B-Man is still 1 win away from in, 1 loss away from being out. Does want us to point out he's one of the top Mechabellum streamers in China, live on Bilibili here. So one of the cool things that you might not have seen, Pants, I'm not sure, you can save replay, right? And we could hypothesize about what could somebody have done differently. And it used to be really safe as a caster to just sit there and say, hey, whatever, we could have, if only B-Man had done blah, 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 he'd have absolutely won that. So it was a total mistake, right?
Yeah.
Now you can jump into the replays and actually take over one of the seats. So as an example, we're now looking at this Shiroha B-Man match. You could, set yourself to round 5 and click this little button in the bottom corner, and it would let you take over either seat, and you could play out how that match would have gone if you had been in charge. So it's a very cool feature, and I highly recommend it for players to, if you have losses and you're not sure where it went wrong, or you have a loss and you are sure where it went wrong, but you're not, you're like, I know where it went wrong, but I don't know what the right answer was. Would buying, for example, your B-Man, oh shoot, well, would I have won that if I'd bought range on the melters? Would I have won that last round, right? You just rerun that last round and try the different tech, try the different purchase, right? Oh man, my positioning was just off on this spell. If I'd had that spell positioned right, was I actually going to win that round? And you can really push your game up in a way that I don't think you could, at least when you and I were starting, Pants, like, you could hypothesize about a lot of things, and then you could go test in the testing ground, but that was about it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. It's such a better tool to get better at the game.
Mm-hmm.
I remember a lot of the times I'd go into testing grounds and just recreate an entire board from just looking at a snapshot and spend like 30 minutes doing that.
And it took so long.
Yeah. It was never quite the same.
All right. We have a interesting one here. We're going to have Masao versus Math is Might. Masao is the number 3 seed in Group A, the number 11 seed overall. He's a French player with a 2212 MMR at the end of the Vanguard. The 38th overall. Math is Might from Hungary. And has come through upset Coin in the first round and would have upset Argonir in the quarterfinal, essentially. So he finds himself in this, technically the semifinal, but win and you're in from this match between Masao and Math is Might. So France versus Hungary coming up in 60 seconds. What do you know about Masao? Do you remember him?
Not too much, to be honest. Just thinking he's one of the better players, but yeah, I'm lacking the lore. So
Right. It's a player that didn't overlap your time particularly, and I didn't get a ton.
no.
Did not get a ton of biographical information from him. So. And I got none at all from Math is Might. He's our only player from Hungary. So 2212 versus 2056, the number 3 seed versus the number 10 seed. They're both 2-0. They both get themselves in with a win.
Yeah, one of the few names I've never seen before.
Math is Might, I think, is relatively new to the game.
Well, it's pretty cool that he's climbed so far.
There are a whole bunch of players that have climbed a lot in about the last 3 months with the game coming close to launch. Welcome to our second win and you're in match from Group A. Math is Might versus Masao. Just set these two players up. Masao, 2212 MMR in the Vanguard tournament, or Vanguard season, and Math is Might at 2056 MMR. Masao from France, Farsight, the Farseer specialist. Are you familiar with the Farseer?
Yes.
Okay, Steel Ball Crawler, and I have been loving running a Steel Ball Crawler Farseer aggro. And it looks like he's going to set up for that with a Arclight to clear the chaff. Math is Might had the Elite Specialist with Crawler and Mustang, and goes ahead and picks up 2 more Crawlers. Look, at least he's looking at, Steel Ball Crawler is probably the optimal set to see when you're Mustang and Crawler, but...
Yeah, that was the woe for me. Picking up Elite Spec is rare, and then on top of it to be Mustangs...
Right.
Is pretty wild, for sure. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how this goes, but conventionally this is considered very, niche, rare play. Most of the top players would not even think to ever do this.
So, if anything, if Math is Might has run this more than once, multiple times, then maybe he's going to have some breakpoints in mind or some strategies that he's seen people try, where Masao may be making it up as they go in this match. That is one of the advantages to picking one of those niche strategies for yourself. I used to do it a lot with the sledge flank aggro for a while, and I would find myself in situations where, opponent is trying to solve something for the first time, and I've run this 100 times, I've seen their attempted defense 10 times, and now I know how to beat it, so I've already beaten what they're thinking of, and that was always kind of fun. But as you said, you master one thing like that, does max out at a certain point on the table. And for me, that point
Yeah.
was probably like 1300 or so. For that
So the
particular
main
strat.
issue with elite spec is usually you're just starved for money, right? Because you're paying an extra 50% for every unit, you aren't able to pick up techs with the usual timings that you want. So say for example with these Mustangs, it's usually very important to get range on them. That usually gets them to be far more effective. But the turn that you'd usually take range, which would be turn 3, if you're deploying 2 units, you're making use of your deploys, you almost never have the money to get range as well. And so now you're set back at least 1 turn on that crucial tech. And delaying the timeline on all of your crucial techs by 1 is usually what gets elite spec in trouble. And then on top of that, you're feeding your opponents more experience because you have blue units usually. So your opponents can catch up in their unit levels much faster because a blue unit gives 3 times the experience when killed as a level 1 unit. Level 2 unit gives twice as much, or 3 times as much. So we'll see how Math's Might is gonna try and work around those weaknesses. Picking up 2 arc lights. I've heard that arc lights are better now in this meta, and that they're viable chaff clear, but yeah, it feels like the Mustangs are sort of redundant right now. That's my fear, is that there's $400 of maybe not very helpful Mustangs on his board.
Well, those Mustangs do have an improved firepower control system, so they are going to start to scale in sort of the way that we saw B-Man scale Mustangs at one point. But I do agree.
Yeah, the issue for Masao is he needs some much better chaff clear.
Right.
Gotta answer all this chaff way more efficiently.
I do agree with you about the dangers of giving away XP as the elite specialist. I find if you are facing an elite specialist, the correct thing to do is to pick a comp that scales with levels, because you're going to get fed so much XP that your units are just going to hyperscale, and it's going to be brilliant for you.
All right, first unit drop. What do we got?
Marksman, melting point, sandworm, fortress. Seeing a fort
Masao
for
picks up the
Masao.
fortress. That makes sense to me. I think it's got to be between the marksman and fortress. Your math it might. Both of them handle the balls, which is one of the main things you need an answer to right now.
Right. He doesn't have any single target on the board, so I'm thinking either the marksman or the melter. Obviously, the marksmen are better in the shorter term, and then getting a level 1 melter instead of having to pay 600 to buy a level 2 melting point later would be, you know, a long-term play that would be in my head here as the elite specialist.
Yeah, but you can sort of see exactly why elite spec is really hard to play. Is okay, so I take the melting point, which you did. Now I'm gonna pay $600 for a melting point on round 3. Nope, don't have the money for that. I have $450 left. Well, melting points are sort of bad until you take the range tech on them as well.
Right.
So maybe I spend $300 on the range tech and I have $150 left, and I have to miss out on 2 of my deploys. That's pretty crummy. So just the money never works out. It's the issue. You're always unhappy. You're always feeling, yeah. So an interesting cheese over here on the right side. The marksman's going to try and snipe the arc light immediately. But what's going to happen after that? I'm trying to figure out what the thesis was here on. Like you got the arc light, but is that it? Is that really enough?
I think the thesis was I was going to get straight to tower and not necessarily seeing the crawler pull that he was doing, and certainly didn't see the round 3 Farseer behind the tower, which was a great defensive pickup from Masao. And it's not a throwaway defensive, you know, anything. It moves at 16 meters per second. It covers air. It covers ground. So that's basically secured his flanks for the rest of the game, barring a significant investment from Math's Might. So I love these 2 Farseer positions for Masao.
Okay. I
Substitute.
feel like Masao's in a commanding position right now. Maybe this acid that Mathis might picked up can turn things around. Sold the fortress. Okay. Masao is out of fortresses now, which makes sense. He just saw the melter pick. So do you really want a fortress
Right,
into that?
we're gonna clog the board with steel balls instead. Steel balls are really
Yeah,
strong against giants. That's kind of their niche thing.
yeah, I think this is going to be really powerful for Masao.
Yep.
And I love steel balls, so
You and me both.
this is yeah,
We can just ditch this and go
Exciting
play
stuff.
some twos, right?
exactly.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
So the acid might be a little bit of a problem, but don't think it'll be too big of a deal. And it's quite an expensive spell. It will be there for 2 rounds, but
It was supposed to hit the port, right? That's what our elite
Yeah,
specialist was thinking.
I'm sure that was part of it. Now the issue for Masao still is like, where is your chaff clear, man? You gotta be chewing through these crawlers way faster. Balls cannot do anything while there's chaff on the board. So I like a lot of his ideas, but he feels like he's just ignoring the obvious problem, which is how are we clearing all the small units?
Looks like the answer is Farseer, which is kind of slow at it.
Yeah, that's not what I want on my board. So Mathis might on the back of a spell. He did win this round, but hopefully Masao gets a nice definitive answer to chaff at this point.
So we're both at 3,400. We go into round 5. You can start to see a second unit reinforcement. We don't. Instead, we get a laser sight, which is handy for Mathis Might in terms of not having to click range enhancement for a single melting point. Right? That's really valuable for him. And then Masao took the redeployment and is using it to, I think, redeploy this level 2 steel balls so that they're not coming through the acid this round. They're instead coming from the other side. Has also taken high explosive ammo on the Mustangs. So adds...
He deployed 2 Mustangs this round?
2 Mustangs,
That's his answer?
Yeah. That's his chaff
so his
clear.
answer for this round is going to be Mustangs. That makes sense to me, and I like his attack on the right here. I like all these moves. Mustang with HE, though, is not something I've really seen. I wanted to make it work, but for some reason, it just never really comes together.
I feel like
So I'm hoping Masao can make it work.
I feel like it used to work, but then Loose Formation Crawler is a new tech and allows you to set your crawlers to go into kind of like what you might think of as a Civil War skirmish formation, or actually it's really neat coding under the hood. Uses a bird flock algorithm that's been developed from a mathematical study, and the crawlers both try to path towards the enemy and try to maintain a minimum distance from each other. That's really cool. So you may see that, and it really negates HE on Mustangs in my experience.
Yeah, we're seeing if this right side push can take tower for Masao. He's getting close. He's almost there.
One of the key techs,
Finally takes the tower, but he's got not a lot of units remaining, which is the main issue.
one of the key techs that Masao has taken here is the heavy armor on the steel balls, or not the heavy armor item, but the armor tech on the steel balls. So he is negating the most of the Mustang damage. Mustangs lock onto the steel balls. For Mathis Might, they're getting absolutely nothing done. They don't even do enough damage to penetrate the armor, so they do 1 hit point. Every shot is guaranteed to do exactly 1 hit point.
For unit drop comes down snap pick of Scorpion from Mathis Might. Didn't even really look or weigh the other options, which is interesting. He must feel Scorpion's really powerful right now.
Scorpion onto the steel balls. It kind of makes sense.
Masao going, yeah, it makes total sense. It's sort of, I think, the hardest countered balls in my experience. Misao picking up the Typhoons, which is sort of like an oof moment, right? You would have loved to have the Typhoons last round before you bought these Mustangs.
Yep.
Now you're sort of split between two very similar units, which you might think is fine, but you don't get to dip on the techs, right? You would like to have one of the units with all of the techs rather than two units with multiple techs, and that's what he's got here. So we'll see how these Typhoons work, but definitely the free unit drop swinging the game a little bit in Math and Ismite's favor, in my opinion.
Yep. Personally, I've been running a lot of Steel Ball Typhoon aggro, and I love seeing my opponent go into Scorpion, because my plan is going to be to have such a good chaff board, such good crawler arrival, that the Scorpions never do anything but shoot crawlers, and it works. And you can see he's already teleported out of the Steel Ball here, so we've got this level 3 Scorpion that's now working on crawlers. It's only got a level 1 Typhoon and these level 2 Steel Balls to work on. We've positioned way over here, and Misao does not yet have that chaff board that I'm talking about, so we'll see if that develops, or if he's got a different answer to Scorpion than I do.
All's locked onto the Melter. Took tower. Melter goes down. Should be a cleanup. Maybe the level 3 Scorpion on the right. Not quite falling yet. Finally falls.
Goes down to the
so it'll be a little bit of damage from Misao, but really probably hoping to get more round damage than this.
Right. There's not much surviving, and that is the downside if you're running aggro. You very much need to win before your opponent's defenses get so strong that you're not taking towers anymore.
Yep, but a lot of good levels showing up for Misao.
Right.
Nuke shows up. That's always a scary card. Misao skips. Math is right. Wants it. Also, notably, Math is right has one more turn before Acid's back up, which is going to be a pain in the butt. So this can sort of bridge the gap until the Acid's there. Nuke coming down on the main push. We'll see if Misao redeploys around it.
Or mobile beacons right through it. I mean, that's always an option too.
Yeah, it feels like he just didn't think about the spell.
Yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting.
Yep.
It's that he sort of forgot.
Or made the calculation that, well, I have 3,000 hit points. If my opponent takes the nuke, he's going to be down so much in terms of economy that I'll be fine. I'll win the game before it comes back around.
It's just that Misao hasn't even used his redeploy for the turn.
Right.
So it feels so easy to move if you think there's any chance of this coming down.
So Mathis Might is now in 4 Scorpions. He recruits 2 new level 2s. So he's got a Scorpion on each side of the tower. He's given them range, and this one has the laser sight. He's sold out of the melting point to put the laser sight on a Scorpion. Just moved this one over to this side. And
interesting.
Misao is all in on the side that the nuke is coming down. And
bubbles fall.
The bubbles are down.
This nuke is looking nasty. Disaster.
Yep. That is why modern militaries have a don't clump up like this doctrine.
Can he get the bubble at least? It looks like he will get the bubble. Very last shot. But 5 million damage coming to Misao.
Ooish.
So Misao paying the price, and now he has to deal with Acid coming down. Hopefully he remembers that. Orbital bombardment snap picked by both players makes sense. I'm not sure how Misao's gonna do this, man. Like, Scorpions are a good unit. What are the balls gonna do against all of these Scorpions? And like you said, there's some chaff, but not quite enough chaff. It doesn't feel like it's gonna distract the Scorpions long enough.
Where is the chaff behind tower that arrives late to distract the Scorpions?
Yeah, exactly.
It just does not exist. And I think he's going to pay the price for that too. He lost 2,600 hit points last round. Basically can't afford to lose a single round from this point on. We've got the
Okay,
acid,
this is
the orbital.
interesting. So, 2 wraiths with armor is the pickup, and the idea is that the Mustangs are just going to lock on to the wraiths, and the armor is going to basically neutralize all the Mustangs. I don't think that's how this works, though. Like, the wraiths are level 2, so maybe they will ignore 120 damage. The Mustangs, though, that are level 3 in the center back for Mathis might deal 200 damage. So they're still going to get some damage through. On top of that, the orbital looks really good for Mathis might.
And did you just
a melter is dropped
buy a level 2 melter? Kind of cold reads this.
God. That was wild.
Really had a great answer to the Wraith, because I think what Masao is thinking here is, as long as I have the Wraith on the board, I'm not going to lose hit points, right?
Yeah.
This Wraith can tank this forever. And as long as I've still got units alive on the board, you know, at the end of the round, I'm going to clean up, even if I've lost everything else and I only had one Wraith survive for 300 hit points. That does not happen. Math is might 10th seed in the group upsets in order the 7 seed, the 2 seed, and the 3 seed to book his place in the big show next weekend. Congratulations. Shout out to our Hungarian friends and followers. Math is Might is your person. They are in.
Pretty wild game there. A lot of back and forths.
Mm-hmm. I do think you called it out. This game turned on the investment 600, 700 into the Mustangs. That then to have the Typhoons show up the next round. But I know how he gets to that point, because you can't just sit there waiting and hoping for a Typhoon drop. Now that there are specialists, and you're a lot safer running this planned build as the Typhoon specialist than out of the a specialist where you might be waiting for it to drop. Do you feel like Mathis might used the elite specialist well?
I think that you have to punish, as the opponent of the elite spec, you have to punish the elite spec, right? And I don't think Masao did that. He needed to play slightly different. So that was my takeaway. It's more of a reflection on Masao's play. Yeah.
Very cool. We're getting a bracket built. Challenge is not responding for the tournament organizers, so we don't have the bracket to show you at the moment. We have a new bracket with empty slots, doesn't have players in it yet. So technical difficulties there, but we will have that is the end of the 4th round of matches for us. So we've seen 2 qualifiers through. And we're going to get the bottom. Well, we're going to the losers bracket. We'll wind up in the losers bracket final with one of the players who can qualify. I don't know what match that's going to be yet. I don't think we pick up the B-Man match, which would actually be really interesting. I'd love to see the B-Man match.
Yeah, that would be exciting. I think, sadly, I'm going to have to leave you here, Amarok,
okay.
And then I will join back at 1 o'clock.
Yes, perfect. You did warn me that you had that coming.
But yeah, I will drop off for now and see you, chat. I will be back soon.
And Pence is coming back with a special guest for us, so we're looking forward to that. Looking forward to special guest that he's bringing. We'll announce that a little bit later.
a few special guests.
Oh,
We'll get
we've
some
got
of
more
the
than
pros.
one. Very
Some of the
cool.
OG pros should be joining us today.
Very cool. Well, enjoy your break. Enjoy your lunch. I'll catch you in 2 hours.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for being here with us. Joining me in the broadcast booth in a moment or two, I believe, will be Alpha Titan. In theory, Alpha Titan was going to... We thought the groups were going to be about 2 hours, and we thought Alpha Titan would be joining for all of Group B, but, you know, we're going to be flexible. We're here for as long as it takes.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hello, Zach. Welcome.
Hello.
For those of you that don't know, the voice you're hearing is Salt Monkey is Zach. Zach has done hours upon hours upon hours of work organizing this tournament. Thank you very much for everything that you've done, both publicly and behind the scenes. I know you've had a lot of egos to massage, a lot of people to satisfy. How are you doing, my friend?
Yes, a little bit stressed. To kind of give you a just to give you a big update, there was an issue with Challenge, the platform we were using, that all of the competitors needed to be checked in for it to be launched.
Oh.
And sadly, because we had stage groups, we think that's what caused the problem, and we weren't actually able to launch the tournament.
Right.
So Challenge was not meeting our needs for this one, unfortunately. To explain to the audience, every other tournament we've done has kind of been a single stage, so once people are checked in, you can start the tournament. But this one, we delayed it with 4 different groups.
So, yeah, we'd never tested that, of course, and so if we had done it as
a bit of a miss.
4 different groups, each group was its own tournament, but that would have messed up registration for it. So,
yes, that's right.
No, Addy Switcher, the tournament is not over. We are in the break between round 4 and round 5 of Group A. There will be about 6.5 hours more coverage to come, with all of Group B, all of Group C, and all of Group D. Now, Zach, I understand you guys are working on putting together a manual bracket.
That's right.
Now,
yeah, and then you'll be able to use that to display. So we're just working on Group
Perfect.
B, so we've got all the matches.
Perfect.
Just to let you know, for the main cast, we do not have match 25 ready just yet, but we do have 26,
I'd
which
love
you could
to
take.
26. Sure.
Okay, great. I shall get going.
Perfect. Match
right.
26 is the match with B-Man, so we get to find out if B-Man makes it through the
oh, nice.
through the losers bracket after watching his first 2 matches and then seeing him lose to Shiroha. So that was the match that fans would have loved to see, I know. And the voice you just heard is Alpha Titan. I would love if somebody out there can give me a volume check on Alpha. So just somebody in chat, please. Let me know how the sounds are for Alpha. I can tune him up or down, and we'll get him sorted relative to me. Oh, welcome, Alpha Titan. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. It was some fun matches to watch, and I am definitely here for seeing B-Man qualify, hopefully. Not to take anything away from their next challenger, but they have put in a huge series of just great matches, and would love to see them be around for the final event.
And I've got to say, B-Man was, if there had been one more slot as for Green River to make an invitation, we would have taken B-Man as an invited rather than forcing him to go through the qualifiers. So
right.
He was right on the cusp of, he's on the cusp of it that way. He was on the cusp of it from qualifying by winning tournaments, and of course now he's on the cusp of it here. So. Right.
Yes, I'm in game, so I can get invited into the spectate rooms, and I will be here for as long as you'll have me.
Excellent, love it.
Sorry to interrupt. Just to say, look, I'm afraid neither match is quite ready. So
we have matches still ongoing to figure out what's coming.
We do, yeah, and That match is Agoner versus Fair New Moth. If you'd like to
Oh.
jump in to have a look at that match.
Perfect.
But
They
the
are in
winner
round
of that,
3. Okay.
yeah, they will be playing B-Man for
All right.
for a place in the finals.
Oh, thank you for the update. Joining
Okay.
Argoneer and Fair New Moth in progress at the start of round 4. Titan, I'm going to let you run it. I need to grab a quick cup of coffee. You have the booth, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. Here we are. So at the moment we're looking at what to take. A EMP single target is selected by both. Highly efficient. Just very value heavy. Good for disabling techs, creating slow, and when you're defending a push like this, that slow is really valuable, especially stacking with oil. So Fair New Moth is obviously pushing here, and Argoneer is doing their defense. Guessing, yeah, Sabertooth Specialist is how they got that Sabertooth, and Farseer for the other side makes sense. Got some Wraith on the board, and I guess the Phoenix have been getting it done. Although those Wraith might be new to a point, or else it's just that the level 3 tower on the outside has been going down, and as a result it's been winning under debuff, because one Phoenix has to try and kill 2 Wraith.
Phoenix are new
on the
this
left
round.
side.
The Phoenix are the answer to the Wraith, I believe.
Okay, gotcha. Then I'll be curious to see, obviously that oil is slowing the push down. Those Wraith are hanging in there. There's just too much concentrated fire. The level 2 Typhoon's putting in work. This push is just kind of looking like it's running up against a brick wall. That's another 1,000+ damage. Fair New Moth is right on the cusp of going down. What would you need in this situation to try and change things? Well, the amp core is really, really strong for the defending Typhoon level 2, and that's immediately where we see it. You kind of think you want the amp core on the level 2 Wraith if you were Fair New Moth, but like, that doesn't change the math. If anything, you're making one unit stronger, and the opponent is presumably going to do likewise. Ooh, and we see Charge Shot on the Phoenix. Charge Shot Phoenix absolutely murder Wraith on the initial shot. And since the range isn't super important, that bonus damage is going to be huge.
Now, it does change a breakpoint. They have a 95-meter range. The Typhoon has a 100-meter range. So those Phoenix are actually going to get out in front of the Amp Core Typhoon.
If the opponent is within 100 meters, roughly speaking, of like if the Phoenix have to surpass the Typhoon, if the enemy keeps coming to you, the Phoenix may not get out ahead of them, even though they are outranged.
Right, true.
Now the range on the Wraith might help. It does mean they'll hang back. I just don't think that
they're the same 95-meter range as the Phoenix now.
Mm-hmm. But a Charge Shot Phoenix is also going to absolutely slaughter the level 3 tower now.
Oof. Yeah, well.
Although one of them splits. But yeah, you see that first Wraith already down.
And the Wasps are going to get
Chaff
the other
dying.
corner. Very nice.
Man. Yeah, this is just a surgical defense, completely shutting down all of the threats.
Yup. Well, Argoneer, for those following along at home, is the number 2 seed in this group, and was beaten in the second round by Mathis Might, who has already qualified. Wins this match to get to the finals of the losers bracket.
Oof.
Which sets up the number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed
Oh my gosh.
for this group.
That's gonna be wild. Okay. The Charge Shot Phoenix put in an absolute mountain of work in that last match.
Yes, it did. They absolutely dominated. I am so excited. I'm so pumped for this match. These are two of the top 6 seeds in the tournament. Things were set up so that if you won all your matches, you didn't have to worry about it. You didn't have to come through the hardest possible opponent, win all your matches and avoid each other, lose, and you had a 50-50 of coming into each other depending on when you lost matches. Would you like to see a match with 4600 MMR between them?
Holy smokes. Also, if you could, I don't know if Salt Monkey's listening, I haven't gotten the invite. Perfect.
All right, we're ready to go. So, Arganier is a 28-year-old from Spain, former top 200 EU Dota 2 player. Says he played this game at about 100 hours when it first released, and then came back in April, May of this year. Has played about 500 hours since then. Writes, I basically played standard until I got good, got bored, and only aggro now. So, we've got Arganier against... Now, I know those of you that have followed me for a while, we do try to translate a lot of the competitors' names. While he's affectionately known as B-Man for his politeness in the community and you know, Sacco and everybody loved playing with him, his official name there is B-Station Shark Rookie. He is not a rookie. He's a top Mechabellum streamer. He's from China. He's the overall number 3 seed in this tournament. Has to beat the number 6 to earn a spot in the $1,000 tournament coming up on Sunday the 6th. Stay tuned. We'll be right into that match in 90 seconds.
This is going to be really good. Interesting, Arganier says that he plays almost strictly aggro because he aggro defended the match we just watched quite convincingly, so clearly he has a handle on how to run aggro and how to shut it down. I wonder if we'll get treated to a headbutt here.
Oh my gosh.
They both, I think, have a tendency to aggro. So getting to see them just clash right out of the gate. I'm hoping for some like same side, but it would be interesting to see them do a rotational. Because B-Man specializes in changing up the direction of attack we've seen when he does play aggro.
Right.
But it'd be really cool to see like a true old school just headbutt style aggro.
All right, we have about 5 seconds to go. Folks out there, if you are ready to check in, do check in on Challenge, and then also check into the Discord if you are ready for your Group B matches. I really kind of wish we had named it Group B for B-Man. It is the final match of Group A, pitting the number 1 seed in the group, B-Man, against the number 2 seed in the group, Arganier. If you had plotted it out, these two would have been both have been in the finals. They were 2 of the 6 top MMR players. They've each lost once. Win this one, and you are in the finals next weekend. Lose, and you are out. B-Man near side, fortified specialist with steel or sledgehammer and crawler, adds a pair of marksmen. Looks like he's setting up very standard. Argineer, I only play aggro, he said. He's coming out aggro with a quick supply Fang start and aggro positioning from Stormcallers.
This reminds me a little bit of Cat Say Mew. Cat, of course, would deploy these center of the field, but Storm aggro is definitely unconventional.
And
really interesting to watch this.
Yeah, not a whole lot of people are used to seeing it. And of course, if you are pushing in, your opponent sits stationary. It's the perfect thing to hit with artillery, right?
Right. Oh.
Chaff clear did not happen for Argineer, and D-Man is just going
down hurts.
Yeah, D-Man is going to win solidly in round 1.
All it takes is one pack of crawlers to get in on your forward storms, and they don't do a whole lot anymore.
Right. So Argineer down to 39-16 at the start of this match. B-Man's at 4,200. We get the unit drop right away.
Some really interesting options. Fire Badger, of course, great in general. Typhoon is also tempting for the pushing player. I think that's a very good tool because you don't want to torch your own presumable crawlers as you're coming in. I suspect B-Man takes the Badger. You generally don't want to take Wasp if Typhoon is on offer because that could be a very hard tempo swing against you, picking into their drop. He also goes for the Typhoon, though. Okay. And those Typhoons are going to say hello.
Those are... You wanted a headbutt?
Honestly, I'm really surprised by that Typhoon positioning, because both storms... I mean, one storm is going to shoot at a pack of crawlers, but... otherwise, both of those storms are going to just super focus fire that Typhoon. That's really far forward. And we sold out a pair of sledges that put in a lot of work, too.
In order to get the second crawler to distract the storms, right? So that both of these storms are having volleys that miss. The Typhoons get to sit there and do work. Argineer tried a crawler flank, so he's going to get that. Pull some of the crawlers over here, win that flank, but he's going to lose out to the missile there.
And those forward storm Typhoons from B-Man did die to the storms, didn't even kill one of the other Typhoons.
Right, and now there's still Chaff left. This match...
I was really afraid of that.
This round goes as poorly for B-Man as last round went for Argineer. Perhaps even worse with at least 800, 900 showing. B-Man has dropped 1,010 points. He's at 3190. Argineer at 3910.
The amp core and efficient maintenance are strong. Absorb module can be good, but it's a little too low level for a Typhoon for me to want to put a absorb module on it.
Right. Absorb module shines on a giant, like a Vulcan or something, or on a level 2 or level 3 Typhoon, but amp core for this headbutt of Typhoons is what I would have taken for both of them. B-Man, who Pants called out as loving to greed, loving to take those items, skips the item to pick up a Scorpion. So he's going to try to punch through with the Typhoon to clear the Chaff, the Scorpion to clear the Typhoon, and we just talked about that in the previous match, where Scorpion does 10,000 damage. By taking the amp core, he's bumped the hit points up to 15,000, and now he survives the initial Scorpion blast.
Breakpoints.
Yep, has the breakpoint covered. And the breakpoint I'm talking about there is, I think they actually survive naturally at, 10,030, 10,047. So they actually die naturally. But once both players have taken the defense enhancement and attack enhancement, you can change that breakpoint also, because your defense enhancement is plus 15%, your attack enhancement is plus 12%. So a lot of these finely balanced breakpoints, like 10,030 hit points for Typhoon, 10,047 damage from a Scorpion, right? Not 86. That was showing me a Typhoon there. The things like that are really finely balanced to fall into this window where that 3% difference makes a difference. The game is just exquisitely balanced for that.
And this is just that Scorpion positioning is also really forward, and these storms are just getting unmitigated, just huge amounts of splash damage on those two single target kind of units with the Scorpion and then the Typhoons. So they're just not able to really do their jobs.
And that Imp Core Typhoon leveled, that's huge. That's devastating to B-Man, I think.
Yeah, because now it takes 3 shots for the Scorpion to kill it.
Round 4, Super Supply Enhancement. Argoneer skips. He is going for the tempo I want to win. I used to love, when I was running hard aggro the way that Argoneer is, I used to love seeing Super Supply Enhancement offered. It used to be called Top Supply, of course, but I could count on my opponents greeting and taking it for minus 300 this round, and I would then take a loan and be plus 500 this round, you know, in terms of techs, whatever, and try to finish it out in the 2 rounds before the Super Supply Enhancement had come up. I would actually bet on that happening, right? And so if I were Argoneer, I'd be greeting with Rapid Resupply and trying to finish this match right now in these 2 rounds. And B-Man, of course, saw that, was like, okay, I actually can't afford to do that, so he has not taken the Top Supply.
Love this mobile beacon.
To get his units off the line, has the absorption module for the Typhoon, so the idea is as long as it's tanking some stuff and dealing some outbound damage, it's going to be healing itself. We've got a second...
Replicate's going to be really bad for B-Man this round, though, because his towers are going to be easy pickings.
Right. This whole flood of crawlers on the far side, they're going to... This defense, your defense has just turned into more crawlers than Argoneer started with. If he doesn't clean all of this stuff out before the tower goes down, he's in a lot of trouble.
Did a decent mitigation, although the fact that Typhoon goes down before it can turn to this crawler pack is going to hurt.
Right, we wound up with Scorpion on crawler and Typhoon not on crawler, rather than the other way around.
Yep.
Another 1,000 damage drops B-Man to 117. I guess it was 900 damage. 1,117 hit points between B-Man and elimination.
Now B-Man has to decide how he answers these crawlers that could now potentially both level and are replicating. Do you take drill? Do you try and sell out of them? Do you try and drill, replicate, and flip the script?
And if you're Argoneer, do you bet on drill? Like, do you bet that you're going to see drill from B-Man and just take drill right now?
If I'm Argoneer, I take drill. Because I want to force him into a 2-text to be at parity. Because you're already winning at the main engagement. So forcing him to have to take both texts on the crawlers to get parity is huge.
So B-Man took replicate, but here's an interesting one. He hasn't taken either of the tower pieces, and Argoneer has, right? They're both level 2 tower, so if you come down and do crawler math, 88 attack, 335 hit points, versus 79 attack and 341 hit points. There's a breakpoint in there that allows Argoneer's crawlers to kill B-Man's crawlers in 1 fewer bite, if you will.
Right. Now the Typhoon there is going to help on the flank, but with the Phoenix ad at the main fight, I really think that the main fight still goes hard for Argoneer, and this might not be a knockout on B-Man, but I still think B-Man loses this by like at least 500.
Right. Now he has supported all of his crawlers with, for example, the Arclight, the Typhoon, and as you said, Typhoon's up here. So he's gets the replicate on the left. The left side is going as hard for B-Man as it went for Argoneer in the other side.
Right. Those Amp Core Typhoons are making very short work of the Absorption Module Typhoon. It did level though. That was hugely important for next round.
Now those Imp Core Typhoons are the gold damage dealer for Argoneer. They're the 180,000 damage dealt. Did 50,000 this round. The new Phoenix also had a really good round. I think it was over 30,000 last I had checked on it. But B-Man wins the round, may have stabilized, has dropped Argoneer to 35-16. Of course, B-Man at 11-17 is still in danger of getting knocked out if he puts 1 foot wrong. B-Man takes the level 2 Melter. Argoneer takes the level 3 Wraith. It's going to be a Wraith with degen. The Melter is perfectly positioned for wherever the Wraith might have been, so as long as he doesn't lose the Chaff War, eventually he's going to get Melter locked onto, whatever key big unit is leading, and the Wraith with only 55 meters range will be that unit. We just need to...
Now, Wraith degen is one of the most powerful things you can have in a Replicate war as well.
That's true. It's true. Get in under the degen beam and you win the Replicate again.
Mm-hmm.
So Argoneer has done all his spend. B-Man still has 2 deploys, $850 available.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, if this melting point connects with the Wraith, it's going to be good, but I think that combined with degen and more crawlers, the Typhoons are going to go down, and then this melting point is going to be mostly a crawler clear. And then the Phoenix and Storms will probably be able to push through.
It is at least a multi-beam crawler clear if it gets into that role.
That's true.
We've also got double tap on the Scorpions, a sentry missile covering, and a new deployed crawler out wide, while Argoneer has leveled up this offside tower to level 3. Try and make it take a little bit longer before it goes down. As Titan said, this thing was a big crawler clear, hasn't done anything but finally gets its lock on the Wraith, but because it is a multi-melt, it doesn't do enough concentrated damage to take the Wraith down inside of the degen beam. They got the Wraith under about 40% hit points. The leveled tower over here has lasted long enough for Argoneer. 3, 6, 8, 11, 12.
Yeah, that's all she wrote.
1,1500 damage available. And B-Man will be casting the finals rather than participating. Argoneer, the number 6 seed in the tournament, knocks off the number 3 seed B-Man in the final elimination match of Group A. Argoneer, you are in the finals for Spain. B-Man, I know it was 2 in the morning and probably not, 2:30 in the morning for you. I do apologize for the times. We were trying to pick a time to suit a global audience, and a Pacific Standard Time or Pacific Daylight Time caster, and did wind up with something that was a little bit unfriendly to the China players. So next tournament will be at a better time for you guys, I hope, and probably a much worse time for me. But congratulations, Argoneer. Argoneer through to the finals. B-Man knocked out. Biggest upset
really
of
well
Group
played.
A.
And those aggro storms, absolutely the MVPs of that match. I think the Amp-Core Typhoon was strong, but the reason it leveled and the other didn't was because of those storms. And the reason the Scorpions died instead of the Typhoons dying for Argoneer were because of those storms. So using the storms as the linchpin of the aggro push to destroy the chaff clear of the opponent.
Yeah, very nicely done. So it sounds like the organizers have a groups ready to go in spreadsheets, and the rest of this tournament should be working a little bit more smoothly. That was an amazing match. Really well done from Argoneer. And
yeah, high intensity, 0 to 60 there.
Mm-hmm. A really neat way to see it played. I do think you called it almost correctly when you said that you felt like that positioning for the Typhoon was a little bit off. And when they both took the Typhoons, B-Man put his right up on the line, and then you saw he had to use the mobile beacons to back out. Now, he had done something similar with that in the very first round match against Jer Player with a haste moduled Vulcan that was sort of out of position, and he just corrected his positioning by buying a haste module. But now you're down 100 economy on that haste, on the mobile beacon. You can't afford to mobile beacon all the time indefinitely, and you can't mobile beacon something else when you needed it.
Right. Right. The mole beacon is a valuable resource unto itself, and using it correctionally means that the opportunity cost of being able to use it intentionally in other ways is part of the trade-off.
Right.
And of course, the loss of tempo for the level, and then the snowball effect that has on an itemized unit is really dangerous.
Right. Looks like we will be going to Group B at this stage. Now, if you are a competitor in this, the official Mechabellum Discord, there is a private voice chat channel called Tourney Competitors, which is where this is all being discussed. They've got a spreadsheet. There's people checking in there as challenge is broken, and the Squish says, if all you're seeing in the main tournament community channel is people asking, I don't know where to check in, here I am, scroll all the way to the bottom to click Activate Now, and then you should see it. All right, it looks like we are close on this one.
Something I'm actually curious about that I want to test is whether an amp core or an absorb module Typhoon wins head-to-head. My suspicion is that absorb module actually beats amp core, because the healing is almost 100% of the damage, and they have a greater health bonus.
Right. Fantastic. That would be really interesting to find out.
Yeah.
Right. I wish I could show you guys the bracket for this one. This is a absolutely insane group where we have the knockout list here is absolutely ridiculous. This is what we were calling the group of death. It includes Cast, Soja, Onlyflangs, Saracha, Dionys, Alpha, Codafly, Baller, Sparty, Clint Leetwood. It's just so many good players, and only 4 of them are going to get through. It is ridiculous. So good luck, have fun, guys. To set the stage for you guys, Cast is the 2249 MMR at the end of the qualifying bracket. Naiden is a 2090 at the end of the qualifying positions. The Naiden's from France, was the 31st overall seed in the tournament coming in. Cast is from Finland, the 7th overall seed, and Cast is Mechabellum's all-time money earning leader, all-time money leader, due to winning the DreamHack Summer Tournament.
Right.
So do apologize. We had really hoped to have live tournament brackets going for you guys, not just for this cast, but so that you folks at home could be following along live. And, we had done a whole lot of work to get those brackets right and all of that, set it all up in Challenge. It turns out Challenge just did not handle what we were asking it to do with separate check-in and group start times for each group. So a slight technical hiccup. Roll with it. We'll do what we can. I know the team behind the scenes are trying to get the full piece up on Google Drive so that everybody will be able to look at it. Right now they've got it in a offline XLS sheet from in Microsoft. So we can't quite hand those to you guys.
All right.
And of course, operations comes before the broadcast, apparently. All right. Welcome to Group B, which is going to kick off with Cast, the number 2 seed in this group, facing Naiden. Naiden, originally the number 8 seed in this group. And I believe what has happened there, if I'm not mistaken, have we actually played through one match in this group? Let's see if I can figure this out. No, Cast versus Naiden. Well, the Group B, I think the draw is incorrect here.
Draw?
Yes.
Well, while Emerald double checks on that, we do have Typhoon versus Marksman Specialist here, both deploying, getting Fangs as their starting chaff, and we have a deployment that everyone should be relatively familiar with these days, which is a Tarantula loaded on one side for a aggro push. And we have a fairly standard Marksman's sledge defending. I don't think the damage exists to kill these tarantulas round one. You really need Phoenix or Storm Callers or Steel Balls protected by chaff to kill a tarantula in the early stages of the game, so this is likely to be the beginning of a strong tempo for cast. As long as the chaff can kill that marksman before the tarantula goes down, that would be really key for denying levels on that marksman. It does just barely get to kill the tarantula. Very fortunate for Naiden, or else both tarantulas would have ended up surviving that fight, doing both a lot of hit point damage and denying any experience. We'll see, there might be a unit drop. Many of the unit drops can be very good at answering Typhoons. There isn't one, and there is a heavy armor potentially for cast. On the level, the Tarantula could be really strong. Interesting that Naiden uses the Wasps defensively. Obviously you don't want to lose your own tower for sure. It feels like offensively might have been a more strong kind of play. But definitely having some air units there is going to help, as long as these Fangs are able to get cleared efficiently. Marksman is also going to make short work of tanks, and apparently as arc lights are being added, we'll also have other target-rich environments. Cast does eventually decide to go with the heavy armor. Now the question is if there's the money on hand to level this Tarantula and armor it. Can't imagine. It would cost a deploy. Unless Cast already took both of the deploys. He might have. So Naiden going very heavy on defense with 2 missiles and the Wasps in the center, so playing very defensively. Cast decides to go with a mass recruited chaff instead of the level. It actually puts the heavy armor on the Tarantula that died, which obviously will help it survive this go around. That flanking chaff distracted the initial marksman substantially, but the okay, so there are still fangs with that Tarantula in the middle. Looks like that one will still go down, however, before the marksman gets eaten by the crawlers. Right.
Alright, so Cast...
And importantly...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, importantly, the safety missiles both survive, which is very valuable. Those getting popped already would have been unfortunate.
Yeah, Cast winning rounds 1 and 2 has Naiden down to 34-22. You get the unit drop. Naiden will take 3 Fire Badgers to solve this crawler problem that he's got going.
Really interesting. The fortress is absolutely the giant you want in this push, but 3 Fire Badgers is a huge amount of value to take. If you're anticipating the Fire Badger pickup, the fortress could also be really powerful for helping to push. So it's a bit of a tough call for Cast. You have to really think hard if you skip a Fire Badger deploy.
You can see Cast does take a lot of time thinking. He's got the APM to afford this. I mean, it is not a real-time strategy game in the way of, like, click... You know, you're always clicking during the round. If you're new to this game, of course. It's an auto-battler. You're dropping units on the board. Once the round starts, you have absolutely no control. You're just watching. So you don't have APM in terms of, like, I need to micromanage my Stormcaller's targeting. But it does matter when you get into these, I need to make a strategic decision and then do all of the tactical implications. You've got a countdown timer. So Cast really has a whole lot of APM and used a lot of it in that thinking concentration aspect. Did choose the Fire Badgers. You can see that Naiden has unlocked the storms and then didn't place one.
I see 2 storms.
Where do you... Oh, Naiden's the far side. Yep,
one behind.
I see them. There, and there they are.
Now, interestingly, this is also Typhoon coming down for Naiden, so his specialist is online.
Right.
Added Phoenix, interestingly enough, for Cast, in spite of also having the Orange Marksman. We also have Naiden Fire Badgers closing in on the towers. Both of them, in fact, for Cast. So, if the Marksman can go down, then the air obviously can win. That tower timing hurts.
This Fire Badger's getting stuck on the tower forever during the tower debuff.
Right, well they do almost no damage underneath debuff. Like, each one's doing less than 3 damage every tick.
Ouch. Naiden does win round 3 and drops Cast to 37-27. And Cast was the winner of that DreamHack tournament in Sweden last summer. So the presumptive favorite here.
Efficient giant manufacturing that could have gone well had he taken the fortress last round. Still could be potentially useful. Interesting, Naiden sells his flanking Fire Badger. He already got it established, I think that's a mistake.
Force
your opponent to answer it first, because it was putting in a lot of work. Biden does take a Rhino with a haste module to answer the Fire Badger flank of casts.
I actually
which is
really like that.
Considered by many to be the strongest. Yeah, because it'll help get it back into the fight
Yeah.
extra quick.
Yep. And
Interesting. So the Fire Badger's gone, but that mobile beacon is going to distract the birds for a little while.
Yep.
Because he's beaconing them to specifically answer that. I'd really like to see the level on the heavy armor tarantula. He decides to go into the fort. And that makes sense. He did take the efficient manufacturing, and I guess even if you end up selling out of the Fire Badger slowly, it's almost the same value as taking the free fort unlock. Just because there's so much money in the Fire Badger drop.
he's changed that mobile beacon at the last moment. Decided that the Fire Badger was, even if it was there, he can mobile beacon, and what this would have done is the crawlers are faster. Yeah, pull it. It would have pulled those Fire Badgers up into the fight up here, rather than letting them go to the tower. They'd have followed those fire. Eventually, they'd have turned to the tower, but it also ensured that the crawlers didn't go die. So, I think a better use of his mobile beacon. But one of the things I really love that revealed about the way that Cast thinks about the game is he did the needful first, the original mobile beacon to cover that flank, and then once he had figured out the rest of his move, came back and, cleaned up.
Fine-tuned it.
It fine-tuned his deployment, his choices, his mobile beacon in the last 20 to 30 seconds. Knighton wins round 4, drops Cast down to 2300. You get a second set of unit drops between rounds 5, 6, and 7. We get our unit drop right now. Scorpions for Knighton.
There's marksman on the field with levels, so Wraith is a little bit tricky if you're Cast. So they both end up going with Scorpion. The Scorpion's a great answer to the Badger and the Rhino that's potentially charging forward. He sells the flanking Fire Badger, of course.
And there was another Rhino over here that we can answer with a Scorpion as well. And sold out of this one.
Ranged Melting Point as the Fortress answer, and will also do well into the Scorpions.
We have another fort coming down far right. So making sure that it tanks... Make sure it tanks that Rhino for long enough for the Scorpion to deal the 38,000 damage that it takes to kill a Rhino. That's 4 shots for a Scorpion. So a Scorpion by itself does not alone answer a Rhino, because the Rhino can get in and start punching it.
I really expect that these Scorpions are going to be converted into fortresses over time, over the next 2 turns.
For Cast, yeah.
Yeah. We're getting into that territory where we're going to soon need temp speed, and it'll just be about rushing down the towers. And would really like to see a fortress position to take care of the Rhino that's answering this Fire Badger corner flank.
Right. This
Cast
was really clever. Cast did placed a mobile beacon and then canceled it, which subtly rotated the Phoenix. And since targeting is based on how long it takes to rotate the unit and to get it to lock onto something, that actually changed what the Phoenix locked onto, even if the Phoenix didn't move and follow the mobile beacon at all. So,
these crawlers are in on the storms, which means the melting point is not going to be shooting the targets you want it to.
Right. Yes, when Big's pointing out that initial beacon was... The last round, that initial beacon was actually to rotate the Phoenix as well, not necessarily to move it down into that corner. Cast wins round 5, drops Knighton to 1810. We've got 2300 for Cast.
Orbital is strong here. Is it strong enough that you want to take Barrier? Oh, the fort techs are interesting for Cast, running double shot and not launcher overload. And not running range either, having Fang and anti-air. Very interesting. Cast has not made his cell yet. I imagine he has to add some sort of chaff to protect this outside fortress. Naiden absolutely has to bubble, or he's going to get smashed by the orbital. His chaff will be gone, and his forts will have free reign to take tower, and then under tower debuff, it's going to be really, really strong. Those missiles are, of course, just going to hit fort bubbles. Mobile beaconing the fire badgers out of the corner. Hasn't used his cell yet for cast. Keeps the scorpions. Interesting. That orbital is just brutal. This is looking like game. Yeah, just a very solid, clean.
Comprehensive from cast. Well done. Very, very nice. So cast beats Naiden, and it would be through to round 2 of Group B, this group of death. Well played.
Very solid defense attempt there. Just couldn't quite clear the chaff. The fire badgers in the right side front were too far forward and died. And because he couldn't clear the chaff, the melters had to be on Fang and Crawler cleanup duty instead of fort cleanup duty.
Yep. Very, very nice. Well, I think we see how Cast won the DreamHack tournament.
Right.
And why he's the favorite for this group. Very, very
Is he the
nice.
number 1 seed in this group?
No, he was the number 2 seed in this group. But
Gotcha.
again, if the group bracket were... if the group bracket were correct, we would not have any way for the 1 and 2 to face each other, unless what happened in Group A happened, where they managed to lose at separate levels of the tournament in such a way that they wind up swapped in the opposite piece.
Right. Group A, they found a way.
Right.
I'm gonna go grab a quick drink. I'll be
Perfect.
right back.
All right. Well, we have seen a match complete here. I'll look around and see if we have anybody else from this group. Only Fangs against Soj is also from this group. We might step into that and see where they're at. So what we have had, there was continue to be issues with Challenge, in part because of the way that we had set things up. But this was another little UI piece where the Challenge resorts a group anytime you add a player or remove a player from it, and it does not sort it by what we're using as the seeds. So even if you have manually seeded the entirety of your your group, your participants. Changing a group does not actually get it into the correct seed order. So we have started all of the set of matches in Group B in a way that basically puts some people facing each other around earlier than they should have, and we're going to just continue with that. So one of the matches you're seeing right now, this is Soja versus OnlyFangs, would be the 6 versus the 3 in this group. They should have met each other in round 2. They appear to be meeting each other in round 1, and we'll just roll with it.
Gotcha.
And
Sabers versus Storms, and not having clicked the anti-missile yet, with 5 Sabers on the board, I feel like that button is just too much value not to take.
right.
No bubble to protect that orbital, and it immediately connects with the Storms. Soja does tend to be very greedy when it comes to spells, not taking or shielding them
Right.
early in the game.
Right.
So, look, in his eyes, that was a 400 cash win for the round, even if he loses. And so, Soja really comes online round 6 as a style. Very greedy, likes to spend health as a resource. You'll almost never see Soja win or lose with more than half their health left.
Makes sense.
It's there for a reason, and
Health is a resource. You just have to judge when you can use it.
of course goes for the Econ Stonks play, 100%. Now, self-admittedly, Soja has said that can get them into trouble in the round 6 to 7 range in particular, where they're about to come online, but get tempoed out. So, Fang Shield is really strong here. There's not a lot of Fang clear.
And that's the Sabertooth shoot every 3 seconds until they have double shot. They're not going to get through Fang's shield, and of course, the first thing you want on them is range in a range war. So.
Right. I really want to see him click the anti-missile button. Almost this turn, potentially, with 5 packs of Storms. Interesting mobile... Okay, that's the crawlers. But the way the mobile beacon is drawn, I thought he was mobile beaconing his Storms for a moment across his front line, horizontally.
Oh, you read it as going the opposite direction? I see.
Right,
Yeah.
I just looked casually and I was like, wait a minute, we're doing a
What?
strafing Stormcaller run, being cheeky here?
Right.
Really strong fire on the ground, obviously. A decent amount for him, Soja, that is behind the line. Now that the saber teeth are ranged, I really want to see the range for the marksman as well, so that they can start to get levels. Round 5 with level 1 marksman is not where you want to be. Storms are absolutely putting in work, though, mitigating the damage. Kind of perfect positioning on that fire drop. Deep enough that almost none of his own chaff walks in. Soja, 4,000 HP 2 rounds ago, but orbital plus fire has dropped him to 12.
Ooh.
So,
Yeah, that is brutal. He takes a level 2 fort, so we get the unit reinforcement drop. What giant would you like if you're OnlyFangs? None of them. I take the Rhino.
right, well, there's no giant showing. There's a lot of medium units. You could go fort, although that does leave you a little vulnerable to melters, since that would already be an efficient answer to the saber.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine you want to range these forts. to
for
help
Soja.
connect with the Sabertooth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't want to be outranged by a Sabertooth. The Sabertooth actually does really, really good DPS once it's got double shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because it's a 200 cost unit that does 6,000 damage. Every instance of damage it does, I believe, somewhere like twice as much or 3 times as much damage as a marksman.
Right.
Which is almost counterintuitive how much damage it does.
Yeah, it is an amazing DPS unit.
And they're all level 2. These will absolutely delete fortresses. They do have the range, which is good.
Well, that only gives them a 5-meter edge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeesh, and we don't even have double shot online yet. And of course, Only Fangs has added fire to take care of the shielded fangs. If you don't know, fire lights the ground on fire, and fire damage goes to the unit, not to the shield. So you don't care about the shield on the fangs anymore if you're lighting the ground on fire. That is part of the reason that fire became such a prevalent part of the meta. And
that Rhino is going to have a clean path straight to the turret tower.
oh, that is really beautifully done. That's just
And the temp
exquisite
range.
work. And
Temp range means that the Sabers outrange the forts and get to shoot them under debuff.
mm-hmm.
Now this is just gonna be game. Soja let himself get tempoed out by spells.
And that is really, really nice play from Only Fangs. Only Fangs describes himself as a big sledge enjoyer. Of course, Sabertooth is a
Big sledge.
very big sledge. Very nicely done. That was also a round 1 game in this bracket. It does feel like this is
Funny.
a comp that is coming online for Soja in round 7, 8, 9.
Mm-hmm.
It's just doesn't get there.
Well, I mean, if he didn't get himself set on fire 2 turns in a row and get orbital the turn before that, then he has the hit points to finish it out. But then if he spends to prevent those, they don't have the money to greed for it. But Soja and I have actually played a few different scrimmage games.
Yeah,
and,
you were practicing with him, right? What would you describe for him?
I mean, this is textbook Soja. Storms to be efficient, board clear early, damage mitigation through units, pretty much trying to eat spells on the chin to convert hit point damage into econ advantage, and then have a greedy outscaling comp.
Right.
That is Soja to a T. Aggro's, according to himself, he aggro's like 1 in 20 games when he feels absolutely forced into it.
All of these starting packs were pure.
Right.
Yeah.
And even then, only when the opponent has good range war setup. Otherwise, he'll sell out of steel balls and just play them from standard, etc.
Right.
So very strong player, very good late game player, very strong econ player. You want to beat Soja in the early to mid game, or you need to have a better start and never lose the advantage.
Right. I believe Dionys versus Corner is one of the ongoing round 1 matches in this group, and we will get invited to a round 2 match when there is one ready.
War Factory defense with efficient maintenance versus boats with chin gun level 2 and level 3 pushing in.
Brilliant. Oof. And there's the War Factory
Very
defense
strong
with
Typhoon.
efficient maintenance for Dionys. Dionys came so close to winning the Americas region advanced
my
group
goodness,
1 last
yes.
night, and it could not happen to a more popular player to win a tournament like after so long, but does not join the ranks of the Russian tournament winners.
Corner establishing a level 2 boat flank as well this round. Not a lot of upshoot, relying pretty much exclusively on Mustangs with anti-air. They will get through high-level boats, but it'll take time.
And 2 of them by themselves will not. The rest of the pack has gone off on the mobile beacon.
Right.
Oh,
Like getting the
do
tower
have our
is going to make
match
a big
ready,
difference.
I do believe.
Okay, perfect.
There we go. So I believe this is a round 2 match with Slyn and... Slyn might be facing the winner of that Soja OnlyFangs match, in fact. Slyn versus Cast. Okay, Slyn versus Cast. So, we got to see Cast in his round 1 match. Now we get Cast in the round 2. You are in that match, right?
Yes, I think it's a visual bug because I accepted while I was still spectating.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not actually seeing me listed either, but it's...
Right, I see you listed.
I'm here.
So.
Okay, perfect.
If you are following us on Twitch, we're going to run an ad now. This match won't start for at least 90 seconds. So you guys have a have that one going.
Oh, interesting. Cast and Yes Win Big must have scrimmaged because
Yes
I
Win.
see four.
I was going to say Yes
Four
Win.
matches between Yes Win Big and Cast in Cast's recent play.
Yes Win Big has been scrimmaging all over to try and train for this tournament. He did a lot of work to make himself ready for it. We'll be seeing... which group is Yes Win Big in? Oh, Yes Win Big was in Group A. So. That actually leads me to ask, is Yes Win Big, did you make it through? He says, rip. No. It was a tough group.
Hard
It was a
fought
tough group.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly where I was going to go with that.
Who was the other that progressed out of Group A? Do we know? I only saw 3 of those 4.
Because it was Math, Arganier, and who was the other undefeated?
The other undefeated was Shiroha, who came through the top
Yes,
bracket.
that's right, of course. They knocked out B-Man just before.
Right. Chemtrails wants to... Where can I see results and where can I check when my game actually starts? Because he's heard of a 45-minute delay. I think we are running... I mean, yes, this match started about 40 minutes past when we had predicted it would, because we've had some significant technical difficulties with the tool we were hoping to use to automate all of this. Didn't support what we were... Yeah, it didn't support what we were trying to ask it to do, and has caused more problems than it has solved for us. So I don't know where you check in. I don't know when your game actually starts, and we have not yet gotten to having the having everything up on a publicly viewable. We're currently using some manual and passed around documents, I think, which is unfortunate. I would love to be showing you guys the I'd love to be showing you guys the brackets. I'd love to be, telling some of the story that's happening off camera. That was what we'd had in mind. That's certainly what we will have going for the finals. We'll really try to have that be a much more inclusive, wider grouping there. Welcome to round 2 of Group B. We have Cast nearside, a Typhoon specialist. My favorite. I want to see how Cast uses it. But he's set up so deep. He's set up with Stormcaller's vertical outside of the towers and crawlers. And of course does have to take, this is one of the downsides of Typhoon Specialist, without a good chaff clear option. You know you're going to get a good chaff clear option, but you really do need to buy an arc light on round 1 in order to have that chaff clear if you didn't get them as a starting unit. And of course you really wanted to have some chaff. So you're probably not taking Typhoon Specialist if it's also arc lights.
Slin being speed and being standard is interesting. Speed can be generally useful, but you're not really getting the most value out of it from a deep deployment. So very much an example of probably didn't like the other starting unit packs and went with something they're comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I actually love speed sledges even from standard. I would have left room between the sledge and the crawler for my Stormcallers. But what I find there is that speed turns into closing range, right? And
sure,
you know, you're always kind of creating a engagement somewhere. And if even in standard v standard range war, right, there is this time where your units are closing gaps, and if you can win one side, having speed to help you close with that side's tower and win that tower earlier before you've lost to the other side really helps. You can see here, we got that the other way around, where we lost this, where Slin lost the left side to the Stormcaller, and didn't have quite the closing range. Did close this gap, and probably would have lost that round if you hadn't been able to close from right side tower to left side tower that quickly. So Slin wins round 1 on the back of the Speed Specialist. 4,400 hit points for Slin. We've got Mobile Beacon, Extended Range Vulcan, Heavy Armor. Ooh, 3 really good really good items. Cast takes the heavy armor, so he's going to be buffing up one of his giants, and he took that quickly. We saw it in previous matches. He takes a long time to decide, and then relies on his speed at processing later. Slin picks up that extra mobile beacon, so he can still unlock a second mobile beacon off of the tower. That can be really, really powerful. It's something I would hate to see a rat, for example, take. Knowing the shenanigans he can do with one mobile beacon and seeing some of the things he's done with 2. Of course, Cast beat Rat in the finals of that DreamHack Summer Tournament, which had a $2,000 prize for the winner. This tournament is for a $1,000 total prize purse, $500 to the winner. So nobody is going to be taking away Cast's title as the top earner in Mechabellum history yet, but Cast would love to win it all and kind of extend his lead there in this one.
So it's interesting that Cast skipped the ER Vulcan, because I think this is the kind of game where that would excel. He is a Typhoon Specialist, so there's a bit of anti-synergy, but truthfully you always need a Wasp clear, and having a supplemental chaff clear unit with the Vulcan can be very strong, so I don't even necessarily see that as too much of an opportunity cost.
Right, and ER Vulcan versus shorter range Typhoons could still have been a synergy, right? They're going to clear different chaffs. They're going to be locked onto different things. Of course, the Typhoons clear the air. Instead, he's
right now the sledges are just really good tempo, especially with speed. Once there is a more solid defensive line, I do think the speed is going to surrender the defender's advantage a little bit. When spells are happening, Cast will get to shield his side of the board, etc., whereas Lynn is going to be kind of pushing through his own defensive lines.
Right.
Unit drops. Phoenix is very strong.
This is
potentially even in destroying the sledgehammers.
Yeah, I was going to say it's strong for both sides, but as Slin, as the speed specialist, this is one of those comps that I was running over and over and over. Sledge, wind up with range and mech rage, Phoenix behind them with range. Of course, one of the little things you have to do is range the Phoenix first. If you range the Sledgehammer first, all of a sudden your tanks have 135 meter range and they are hanging out behind the Phoenix. Don't make that mistake, kids.
Yes.
Don't try this at home. It will result in L's. I have tried this for you.
Right. I almost would have liked to have seen Mustangs for Slyn, simply because we already know that Cast passed up ER Vulcan, which tips his hand a little bit that it's not what he's leaning.
Right.
And if he's not taken that, and he's going to be getting Typhoon, Mustangs will outrange the Typhoon and complement speed exceptionally well as a very quick mobile unit. So Phoenix are good, but there wasn't a whole lot of Phoenix targets on the board.
Right.
So I kind of would have thought that the leveled Mustangs would have been a nice jumpstart for Slyn here.
Yeah, I think
in my mind.
I think in his mind he was thinking, I know the Typhoons are coming, and I want the Phoenix to answer them. I'll outrange them,
Fair.
I'll out DPS them, and you can see for Cast, they're going to be the hosts of that heavy armor for now. So they are up from a base of 10,000 hit points, they're up to 18,000 hit points. And again, that will survive the Scorpion. And much like we saw B-Man run, he's going to run Typhoon and Scorpion side by side. I've talked about believing that the answer to Scorpion is actually Chaff arrival. Make sure you have Chaff arriving all round long. And Cast, well aware of that, is I'm going to have a Typhoon that clears the Chaff. I'm going to have a Scorpion that has about the same range. 100 meters for the Typhoon, 100 meters for the Scorpion. And the Typhoon will clear out the Chaff, the Scorpion will clear out anything big. They kind of work together to make sure they don't get stuck on something. Unfortunately, unfortunately for Slyn, his Phoenix have gone down. Cast's Phoenix are the last survivors, and Slyn is down to 4194.
Ooh.
Both players take the additional deploy, so this is going to be
It's really, really good.
many small units game with around 4 additional deployment slot for both players.
Yeah, the Efficient Giant is certainly tempting, but it takes 4 Giants before you break even, and without having them unlocked yet, it's unlikely you'll be dropping them this round. So the extra deploys just help so much with establishing Chaff. If you're playing Phoenix, those 200 base units really, really like to have a third, and obviously then with Mass Recruit, even a 4th potential deployment
Right.
as the game goes on. Damage as the first sledge tech, not range, not rage. Very interesting. Not a lot of chaff clear for Slyn. That's a little scary, because those sledges were doing the majority of his clear.
And he's gone with armor piercing first instead of mech rage. That is phenomenal for trying to burn through the armored Typhoon, which is what he thinks he's going to be doing. But you can see that Cast is sold out of that armored Typhoon, has the armor available.
Which is actually really interesting, because Cast also doesn't have much in the way of chaff clear now. Like, that Typhoon put in a huge amount of work.
It was.
So both players are running the chaff as chaff clear.
Right. Do want to point out, this rivalry is Finland for Cast, Sweden for Slyn. So two next door neighbors, and Slyn is he's one of 3 players representing Paradox's home nation of Sweden in the qualifiers. Paradox Arc, of course, are the publishers of this game. They are the sponsors of this tournament, and Paradox employees are prohibited from entering the tournament, as are the Green River employees, the devs. We wanted to make sure this was 0 accusations of favoritism or anything. There was no incentive behind it.
Yeah, basically for me, this is who can clear chaff first.
And
It's going to really start to take over this game.
And sledges do get the chaff clear done for Slyn in round 4. And he's dropped Cast to, what is this, 3,100 hit points. 4,190 for Slyn.
Well, here's your Vulcan option, or Fire Badgers. Vulcan for Slyn, interesting. As the pushing player. Definitely like it for cast. I think it's solid for Slyn too, ultimately. Really want to see range on the sledges now that they have the damage, though. But that's going to be expensive to add. Interesting Vulcan position. Okay, that makes more sense.
With range?
Right, well, the one that when it was tucked over to the far left of the sledges.
Yeah.
That just seemed a little bit out of where the aggro funnel was shaping up. So basically both players making the exact same choices, 2 Vulcans with range. When going for a lone for sledge level and presumably Phoenix level? Or was it for an extra chaff? I missed where the second half of that 100 went.
Yeah, it was very quick. Slyn wants to know where the loose formation sledge tech is. Oh dear.
Oh, you have chat on. I was looking over.
Yes.
I see.
I mean, there are plenty of things.
Briefly turn that off so it doesn't spoiler us.
Yes, I should do. So, Masao was the 4th qualifier from Group A. Shiroha, Mathis, Might, Arganier, and Masao, the qualifiers. So, Mathis Might surprise there. 3 of the favorites through from Group A.
The left is going to the leveled Vulcan for cast. I will say, once these sledges get mech rage and potentially range, armor-piercing sledges will absolutely help burst down an enemy Vulcan. This Vulcan v Vulcan fight is going to be...
supported by Phoenix. Phoenix will decide it for me, says Cast. And Slyn down to 3318, Cast at 3100. We are going to hide chat for the rest of this one. Lightning
Immediate
Storm.
pick for the Lightning Storm.
This is an expensive tempo pick. It's not likely to come back this game. I don't see this one going to around 11. And the cooldown of 4 rounds indicates 4 rounds that you don't get to see it. So you don't do 6 plus 10 to get it back, or 6 plus 4 to get it back on round 10. You do 6 or 7 plus 4, you'll get it back on round 11. If you're just taking it on round 6. This is unlikely to see it come back, and Cast does skip it. Wanted the monies, wanted the economy. Doesn't think that it's worth spending this much on a big spell this early in a match when you're not going to see it by the end of the match. I think it can be a...
This is where not being speed is helpful, because you can fight under your own bubble, potentially, and be a little bit better protected from the lightning. If you're cast, 2 bubbles will produce most of your defenses. And of course, Slyn is going to be pushing out of that bubble. There won't be lightning in this particular instant, so it'll be a lot harder for him to protect himself from lightning. Range Scorps, obviously, to answer the sledges. And I very much expect that Slyn will win this round, but I think that the econ advantage, and keeping in mind Slyn loaned last round, is really going to start to compound, and you're just going to start seeing just more value on his side of the board. Or Cast. No bubble, though, is shocking to me. That's kind of wild.
Breaking news from elsewhere in the group. Group B's number 5 seed Baller, the 16-year-old from Finland, 21-18. MMR coming in, went 0-2. Knocked out quickly. That is a big surprise, and this was well known as the Group of Death. Just so many big names are in this group, and Baller is the first of them to fall.
Oh, Baller is quite a wild card. I could totally see him coming back on the losers bracket side and just going undefeated because he is no pushover when it comes to play.
I don't mean went 0-1. I meant 0-2 and out. No losers bracket for him.
Oh, well, excuse me then. Wow. Okay. Nobody is safe.
Nobody was safe in this group at all.
I really want to see this level on the heavy armored Vulcan. That's so much value. It's expensive, but Cass has been playing the econ game. I think he can afford it.
So
Also, for
Switcher wanted to ask why Slyn has field maintenance preferred on sledges versus EMP, and counters like Phoenix and Farseer all have EMP. If you were going to commit to the full carry, I'm going to run 4 teched sledges, the carry would be, the 4th carry tech would be EMP. You are correct. The rest of the techs, you're unlikely to get 4 teched sledges and actually have that game where they have hyperscaled. So field maintenance is useful for being able to do things like those distraction flank sledges, etc. And yes, a lot of people would take EMP over armor-piercing shot instead of field maintenance. So.
Right. Also, frankly, sledges have 5 bodies, so if you're taking a single target application of EMP to answer sledges, that's kind of a win for the sledge player.
Right.
In terms of true late game efficiency standpoints.
Right.
And
the steel balls,
balls,
they really got hooked on chaff on the right side. They are doing a great job on the left side, but don't get through the Vulcan, the heavy armor Vulcan. This thing is level 3. It's got 218,000 hit points. Amazing.
That game?
It is.
Yes, it is.
Cast a clean win in 7 rounds. Cast definitely one of the favorites to make it through the group of death, and is one of those responsible for the name, but gets the win here.
Yeah. Ultimately, this was an example where the econ stacked up in Cast's favor, and they were very much playing a mirror board.
Right.
Both had Phoenix, both had Vulcans, but Cast had more Phoenix.
Right.
Cast had tech on his Phoenix. And then where Slyn had sledges, Cast had Scorps with range. And so just had specific counters and more econ, the elements that were mirrored.
Right. I do want to call out for the viewer at home. This is just a fantastic chaff board from Cast. So he has some crawlers, only 4 sets of crawlers. He's not buying like 18 crawlers that run out there and die when somebody lights the board on fire, right? So crawlers get out there, and if the board is on fire from either side, the crawlers run out to their deaths, right? So what he's got instead is these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 packs of fangs behind the tower that all arrive super late into the battle, but tank individual shots like the Phoenix, like the steel ball.
Almost
if you're up
100 of
against
them.
a marksman line off the back line, they're going to tank those. If they're up against, whatever your single target damage dealing is, if they, you had melting points, these fangs walk out and take those late shots. And if he needs them to arrive even later, he can give them range. And it just, the core of this board is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 units. Right? The whole rest of this board is chaff clear, 1 late Phoenix here. It's a really nice board. So
It's also important noting that if you have a bunch of late fangs, you are actually soft countering a wasp play.
right.
Because at the moment, wasps could tie up your Phoenix and potentially give you a problem. But a pack of fangs, if you distract the wasps with something that they have to shoot, like a heavy armor Scorpion or Vulcan, fangs will clear wasps relatively effectively.
Right.
So you don't want to obviously overcommit to answering a unit that doesn't exist, but you also don't want to leave yourself vulnerable to it. Late fangs are good against being flanked. It's good against surprise air chaff. It's good at tanking individual shots once primary chaff clear is gone.
Right.
Late fangs are amazing into just about every board,
And
unless they have like a ton of fire on the ground
Right.
with storms or mustangs.
And if we compare it to Slin's board, right, it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 packs of crawler and 2
Right.
packs of late fang, and they're not as anywhere near as late as those hyper late fangs that Cast has. It's just a really interesting, subtle distinction, and I think that's actually more important on this board than it's going to have appeared to the audience at home. So, really neat, really nicely done from Cast. It's the reason he's one of the favorites, and we are ready for our next match. I don't know if the tournament is ready for our next match. I see some of the folks we would be fighting with. I think Alex Movang and Soja are in this group. I think Down Bad Potato and KM Pack are in this group. I know Only Fangs and Sparty are in this group. So we will be ready for something in a moment. I do want to apologize in advance if you guys hear, jet airplane noises, etc. I am in under an air show at the moment, so I do get a little bit interrupted this weekend. I will not at all have that problem next weekend, but right, just so you know. And of course, casters are going to take on other casters are going to take on the lead when I have to mute. So if it sounds a little bit disjoint, that'll be, I may have to cut myself up, like here comes one of those jets, so I have to cut myself off. But do you want to pick, which one of these do you want to go into? Only Fangs Sparty, Alex Movang Soja, or Down Bad Potato and KM Pack?
I'd personally like to see Soja and see how they're doing on the recovery rebound.
Done, let's go.
I enjoy playing with Soja. A bit of a soft spot rooting for them. There's a ton of great games. Soja can be absolutely a monster when their board gets rolling, and I'd love to kind of see that happen.
All right, I am in that match. Alex Movang, for those new to the player, was the 62nd seed in this tournament, 1967 MMR from Ukraine. Soja is a 2,110 MMR at the end of the qualifying, the Vanguard season. The 23rd seed here, 6th seed in Group B, 2110 MMR from France.
Nice. So this is exactly the kind of board Soja likes to build. He's got his double-teched multi-leveled Vulcans. He added more Vulcans. He's got a line of leveled marksmen. I would not be surprised how he just is out of range of being able to buy elite marksmen. That's absolutely something that he wants to take. Okay, so he goes for the EMP first to shut down the melting points. As long as he can clear the mines, Soja is in a fantastic position here. And having 4 Vulcans with Scorch on the board, I think that he's in a very good position to do that. Hackers with range, relatively high level, are potentially scary, but there's a lot of chaff and late chaff.
Wait,
or Soja.
Aren't hackers the answer to the Tarantula mine board? Not the thing that goes with it?
Maybe it's to hack the hacked mines as kind of the one step ahead.
Ah, it's 5D chess. I see. My bad.
Yes. But I would not be surprised if Soja simply wins the match this round. Once the marksmen with EMP connect, especially now that the spider production is on the tarantulas, and then will be turned off subsequently, there's still things arriving for Soja. And once the melting points lose their range, these Scorch Vulcans will absolutely eat them. Yep. There you go.
And that is Soja in the loser's bracket gets the W against Alex Movang. We'll think that may set us up for our next set of matches, or that round should be coming to a conclusion. I'm not sure where else we should be for this one.
We might have time to quickly jump into like the last round of the Only Things v Sparty until we get an
invite
game announcement.
Yep. Actually want to go make myself a quick sandwich. So since I know I'm going to have mute problems with the air anyways, I'm going to jump over and do that real quick.
Okay. All right. Well, Only Things has Sparty on the ropes. Oil, of course, slowing down the War Factory, and the War Factory being outranged by double tap sabers goes down to just raw saber-tooth damage. And Only Things won his first match on the back of level 2 sabers. And it looks like he's going to do it again, just absolutely doing huge amounts of damage with a very efficient level 2 unit. This time around, though, it was not a saber specialist. So got that off one of the drops and just committed to it. Not over yet, though. There are Phoenix. And under the debuff, the Marksman goes down. So it's going to be up to a small pack of things to clear everything out. And I'm not sure that they're going to be able to do that with the range and the oil. So buys himself another round. That missile is placed such that I don't think the things will proc it. Yeah, it's out of range of them pushing in. So, looks like with just a little bit more anti-air, Only Things is going to be in an absolutely great position. Also, Sparty is eating the $200 maintenance for that War Factory, so that's going to be hurting. Both players have Replicate. Now the Underground is going to have some things to replicate off of in the corner here, where Sparty is undergrounding on Only Things back corner, but there is a ranged arc light there to try and help clear it out. On the flip side, I really think Only Things will get a replicate off in Sparty's corner, but that safety missile may or may not clear it all out. War Factory is dodging the oil. Takes range now, which means it is almost as much range as the saber teeth, but not quite. So these saber teeth still outrange it. This level 5 saber tooth is gonna go ham. It's just a matter of who wins the chaff war. Right now, that's a lot of crawlers streaming in onto Only Things side of the board, but he does have his chaff arriving. But the tower is going to get eaten. Level 2, so it'll take some time, but Barty hanging in there. Only Things down to about 1,600. Steel balls with replicate Mectiv could be really strong. Potentially fire badgers with fire on the ground, but they're both so heavy into crawlers that could be a double-edged sword, and frankly speaking, the War Factories and the Sabers would blow up each person's Fire Badger, so I don't actually think Fire Badger is the play here. Wraith getting picked up for Only Fangs, selling one of them. Obviously there is the high-level Phoenix, but other than that, very little by way of anti-air. Interestingly, those Wraith are being put on the side with the Phoenix. I kind of feel like they would be stronger elsewhere so as to protect them. Now there's no techs on the sledges, but the war factories are taking the sledge production just to kind of have bodies coming out. Interestingly enough, against Sabretooth, that might actually be the ideal form of chaff. I can't help but wonder if the steel ball pickup would have been more valuable with Mechdiv, since there's no source of fire on the ground. But those sledges are going to put in good work as kind of a meat shield for the push.
Sparty is still alive in this match? My goodness.
He is. He hang in there by one Phoenix on the round, he would have died.
Oh my god.
And then, like, literally he killed 700 or 800 supply worth of units with the Phoenix.
Woof.
As only things walked through his own oil. And now it's just a matter of whether or not he can shut down these war factories. This round is looking much better, though. But level 2 war factories are no joke, and there's still a huge push underway on this right side tower. Yeah, apparently double tap sabers can kill war factory, in theory. A sad day when a marksman takes 3 shots to kill a Phoenix. Yeah, sledge production is no joke. That war factory has way too much health to be going down. Every round that takes longer, though, is $400 extra for only things. There's the nukes. Boy, oh boy. With an orbital to go with it to try and hopefully chip away at those shields. I kind of want the nuke to be a little bit closer into Only Things territory. And those war factories, I think, are going to just break those bubbles. It's going to be a tough one. I'd also really like to see a tech on the sledges for Sparty, since both his war factories are producing level 2 sledgehammers. Whether that's Mech Rage or whether that's EMP to turn things off. I'm not entirely certain. And level 3 war factory, I don't think there's anything on Only Things side of the board. This Sabretooth has to be the one to kill it. And so far it's died before it could lock. We do have range on the marksman now, and levels, so they should be able to take out those Phoenix much more efficiently. Interestingly, the Phoenix actually have quantum assembly. So there's a level 1 Phoenix that's new here in the back for Sparty, where if the high level Phoenix die, they will get a second life. The orbital is going to be huge for helping to clear chaff. There's a decent number of units that are in the nuke bubble. Nice. That nuke was big for Only Things. But it looks like that super high level saber is going to go down before it can kill the war factory. And those Phoenix did get resurrected by their friends in the back. And yep, that level 3 war factory is just being a bully.
Nothing can
and the
kill
Wraith
it.
is going to sit there.
And that Wraith is going to win the game.
It doesn't actually look like it's the last round, though.
Oh, it's the last round.
I don't know how many of those sledges are summoned.
Just enough.
Sparty
Sparty goes
Sparty
down to
wins,
negative
as he can't kill the
24
Wraith.
because he can't kill the Wraith.
Right.
Brilliant.
Wow.
OnlyFangs beats Sparty, and we are ready for our next match. Well played, OnlyFangs. That was an epic. I'm really glad we got to see that one. And
Yeah.
that was
Both
amazing.
players. I mean, that's one of those where both of them could have gone into the negative, depending on
Right.
how much was left. Whenever you have less than 300 hit points, or your opponent has less than 300, or some interval of 300, being able to mass out wraiths and just not lose
Right.
can be enough to win, even if you can't actually beat your opponent. It is a
Right.
classic cheese round.
All right, we have the match between Cast and French Pilot. This is the first of the Get Ourselves In rounds. Win and you're in. Lose and you need one more round, one more win in the losers brackets to get in. We have seen Cast win twice, of course, at 2249 MMR. He was one of the favorites to make it out of this group of death. French Pilot is a... where are we? One moment. French Pilot is a 2001 MMR player at the end of the Vanguard season from Germany. And it says he was the lowest of the 2000 MMR players to qualify for it. It says, I am German, not French, no matter what the name claims. So we're just waiting for Cast to be ready.
Very nice.
And 12 slots available. This will fill one of them. The loser's still not eliminated. We'll have one more match to go. And thank you very much for taking over for a minute so I could grab some lunch. Managed to
Absolutely.
finish that before you were done there. But, very nice to know I could leave the cast in professional hands.
Because these hands are oh so professional.
Competent at least? I'm not sure.
I love... Sure, no, and I absolutely love breaking down games, especially late game when you don't have the whole picture and you kind
Right.
of
How did we get
parse it
here?
out. Because it's almost like the puzzle, like if anybody's done the various community challenges,
Right.
kind of who's winning, who's going to win. It's a really interesting kind of thing to dissect. So that's one of my favorite things to do.
Right. Now, if you are new to this stream or this cast, you are... one of the things we do is the weekend tournaments will be on for, the Asia, the European, and the Americas weekend tournaments on the Amarok 81 channel on Twitch. And it's one of my favorite things is to jump into a match in round 8 and ask Titan, okay, tell us how, analyze this match. What are we doing here?
Yes.
And the guy has actually gotten really good at it. It's amazing. I know the first time it was kind of a joke, but you actually pulled it off, and I was like, wait, what?
Right, it
Makes
became a
complete
bit
sense.
that kind of...
Yes.
Well, and it's a really good skill to have because, if it's one-sided, you can kind of look at the scoreboard and be like, oh, so-and-so is winning. But when it's close or when both sides are taking damage, who's stabilized and who's about to win? Like that Soja game we jumped into where
Right.
both players had 15 to 2,000 health and then Soja won the last round. It was like, this feels like, if you can figure out where the pivot is, then that helps you identify what board can beat what in a vacuum, which will then help your decision-making to see how the board will evolve preemptively. So it's actually improved me quite a bit as a player being able to do that kind of Johnny on the spot kind of analysis. And I'm far from perfect at it, of course, and there are times where I don't quite see it, but usually if you look closely, you can kind of see how it's going to play out, almost like a video in your mind. So
having that skill to be able to analyze a board is really critical, both for your own play and then, you know, in the casting role, of course.
Well, it's super easy to armchair call out what you think should be different. One of the best things for me that I'm working on right now is being able to look at my own games as if I'm not playing, so that I can look at the big picture rather than being tunnel visioned on a plan that I have in mind. And that helps me be able to see the board for what it is, not for maybe what I wish it was or what I'm tunnel focused on.
Right. I've been focused on this specific build. All right. Welcome to the third round of Group B, the Group of Death. One of these two will escape it and cast the DreamHack champion that we've been following as the 2249 MMR facing up against French Pilot. The 14th seed in this group has won both of his first two matches. 2001 MMR, and trying to squeak through, has to beat one of the best to do it, but of course that's why it was called the Group of Death.
Right. Nobody had French Pilot on their bingo card undefeated yet.
I don't think so, no. Cast near side took Fire Badger Specialist with sledges and fangs, it looks like. Just hide all of the betting and chatting. French Pilot on the far side, Aerial Specialist with Stormcaller's Arc Lights, adds a pair of fangs of his own. And we talked at the end of the cast's last game about the late arriving fangs and how valuable and important they are. And you can see he's already starting to build that here. I note that they're in slightly different positions. Like, I tend to be very symmetric here with my initial placements. His are slightly offset. Nope, he's fixed that. But
whenever the opponent has storms on round one and I have fangs, I park them behind the tower, because they will always be valuable at some point in the game there.
Right.
And up front, they are purely sacrificial fodder.
In round one.
Especially in the early rounds. So I can add my front fangs to support a better line when I have anti-missile or I have crawlers that are distracting. But this keeps your chaff relevant and valuable even into the early rounds of the game, and can also be useful for clearing up straggler crawlers potentially, depending on what your opponent adds.
We have referred to those a lot as flank screening crawlers, or flank screening fangs even, because they do protect you from late flank Phoenix. That Phoenix, quote, cheese, end quote, is because you didn't protect your flank with a anti-air unit of some sort. These fangs will beat one pack of Phoenix. They'll also do a really manful job at slowing down one pack of wasps, level 1 wasps. They won't actually win that a lot of the time. They'll lose that, but they will buy enough time that you haven't lost the tower during the main fight.
Now, this round one was always going to go to French Pilot just because of the unit breakdown, but French Pilot has fangs, arc lights, and storms, all of which are slow and grouped. So I would not be shocked at all to see cast add 2 storms, or because there's a missile strike, 1 pack of storms and a pack of chaff, because the missile strike is so valuable. But storms would be incredibly strong against what French Pilot is showing.
French Pilot takes the missile strike. Cast gives it a lot of thought. We talked about this previously, where he has so much APM that he'll just spend a lot of time making a strategic decision. He will probably have his whole round planned out before he has clicked. He's probably hidden panel, he's studying the board. He'll come back, he'll check and say, well, what were the other spells? Let me make sure I'm protecting against the other spells. For example, if there was like that wasp call-in, as well as this missile strike, you might say, okay, I'm going to take the missile strike, I'm going to do this with it, but I'm also going to try to protect against the wasp call-in. with blank. You know, and here, obviously, the Wasp Collin's a terrible example because he has that covered with the fangs.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, adding marksmen and not storms yet.
And correctly calls where the missile strike is likely to be. Note also that these two are far enough apart that they wouldn't get hit by the same missile strike, and that you might even be able to completely miss between the two of them.
Right, if you want to try and include the chaff, you're definitely having to pick some of, or not all of, the chaff if you want to include a marksman.
Well, and he doesn't know the marksman exists, so...
Right.
He's gonna, if he is aiming for the chaff the way that he did over here, he just hits right between them. This is really nice positioning from these two.
One thing that he did was he put the marksman on the opposite side of where he put his airstrike. That way, worst case scenario, even if he does lose the marksman, he does know that the other side is going to be free of storms. Really good tower timings for cast. Every one of those storm volleys was very minimal. None of the sledges on the left even died.
Right.
To the center storms.
So cast on 3,700 hit points, French pilot down to 4,250. As we go to round 3, we get the unit reinforcement drop, with Melting Point, Sabertooth, Phoenix, and Rhino available. French pilot will take the Sabers.
Makes a lot of sense into these units. Is meltable and birdable. Would be very strong if you pick the Rhino, which is the money drop.
Right, and I was going to say Bird was strong into the other three, so, but a little unfortunate for cast because he's just committed to the marksman.
Oh, do we see storms? Because storms I still think would be absolutely amazing for cast. That's the unit I want to see added. Finishing out his Sledge Fire Badger hybrid line. I actually like that he scooted the Fire Badgers back. I wish the others were also a little further back because they are a little faster than the rest of his line.
Yeah.
And got a little ahead of where you want them to be.
Right, that would be fixed if you mech raged the Sledgehammers, and they would keep pace with the Fire Badgers. But if you're not planning to mech rage the fire or the sledges,
exactly,
it doesn't quite work that way.
I wouldn't be surprised if these sledges turn into Fire Badgers over the course of the game, although that would be a little hard on your deploy slot. He does end up finishing out the marksman. I'd like to see them spaced out more because he does know his opponent has the airstrike. And of course that oil is going to torch him hard. But it looks like the high-level Saber gets to lock on at the same time, almost the same time. Okay, it gets to make 2 volleys. And that means this marksman gets to level off killing that. Very nice. So for getting oiled, this is really not too bad of an outcome. And these storms are actually dying in the fire during the debuff.
Ouch.
Because they're slow and they aren't doing damage.
Right. Hit the tower, the time the fire has gone away. These two survive.
We're just gonna dodge storm volleys. With one little thing.
Poor Peg.
This is the most frustrating feeling.
He made a reflex save.
No kidding.
Cat, it does say, that is not what you wanted from an oil turn. It's true.
One storm survives.
One storm survives.
One
Does 50 hit
for
points.
like 6 volleys.
Yes. French pilot takes the portable shield, so does cast. It's such a good choice. Essentially...
Saber is such a good home for it, too.
Yeah. It is the way to give your unit plus 100% hit points. It also will completely survive one instance of damage. So, you know, a marksman, for example, wearing a portable shield His portable shield will die to a nuke, but he will not.
Right.
And
A little
this-
less synergy with any proper healing because it's
Yes.
not real health, but it does have a lot of other utility for being like a second hit point bar.
Right. It does not help field maintenance, for example, but it is a second hit point bar and very valuable in that right. Obviously, French Pilot has put it on the level 3 saber for the maximum number of hit points, and Cast is debating whether he's going to keep that for a giant later or deploy it onto one of the units now. Could even do a unit now and sell that unit to put it on a giant later.
Curious. Okay, so Cass does put it on the saber. I was wondering what he was
Yeah.
contemplating there, because that's just so much now. I mean,
It
literally
is.
that's 50,000 extra hit points.
Yeah, it was confusing me as well, but you just left it for late.
I'd really like to see Cass pick up Storms, but other than that, his board, I think, is a much stronger position overall. This is a range war, and he has ranged markmen that are starting to get levels, which is one of the most valuable assets you can have going into an even HP battle
Right.
in the mid-game of a range war. He's also got the better chaff board. So once he gets his own storms or storm answer, he's going to be in an incredibly strong spot. The sabers are working away at each other. Side with Stormcallers does get the win for now. Does this level 2... Okay, so they do get the experience for killing that, and that level 2 marksman almost leveled off of it.
Right here. Got so much value from it.
Mm-hmm.
So French Pilot winning again, wins round 4, drops Cast to 3250, but he's really not doing the kind of damage that he wants to do. And as Titan pointed out, this is a hyper-scaling backline that you cannot let get off the ground like this. And the longer you give them, the better they are going to get. French
Additional deploy, amp, and orbital.
Yeah,
Really good choices to have to pick.
it's 4 really good choices. I love the mobile beacon, but I don't think it quite competes with these 3 at this stage of a game.
Right, it's
if you were
an
in
A
a
minus
if
a
you were,
vacuum.
if you were in an aggro versus defense, it would be a lot more valuable, I think.
Mm-hmm. There's the missile strike, and it can't collect either of the marksmen due to the positioning that we previously pointed out.
Right. Note that he didn't do that positioning over here, so you actually could hit both of these marksmen.
Mm-hmm. I want to see Cast use his missile strike on the middle pack of storms, because I think it's the least likely place to get bubbled.
Right here.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, French Pilot is sitting there with 100 and 2 packs of storms he wants to bubble.
And you never cold read that and skip your other tower, surely.
And Cast covers his. Still has 100 available. Oh,
Does go for the left.
French Pilot
And
did
it
go
doesn't
for the
get
cold
bubbled.
read.
Well, I mean, he just ignored both. I expected him to bubble his tower.
Right. I mean, he bubbled one tower to try and cold read which side the missile was coming down on, is what I was trying to say.
Right. Gotcha.
So, the Sabres for Cast now have a big advantage in terms of having double shot. They should chew through
Yes.
opposing Saber really quickly. And of
Double
course,
shot is so it's just so cheap to take.
I was going to say, because it targets the portable shield, and then you can have one shot tanked by the portable shield, and the second one hits the unit underneath it. But
Also true.
the French Pilot still wins that side up until you get to the ranged marksmen, who are just cleaning up farming levels, and again on the danger of hyperscaling. They do need to punch through a shield, which they do. You get to the Stormcallers within.
When you're playing catch-up with marksmen, you can't not range them if your opponent has range, because then they're just valuable single-target experience bubbles.
Double Vulcan
Ooh.
for French Pilot. You've got your choice of giant, Vulcan, Melter, or Fort. And both players took the Vulcan even.
Mm-hmm. Building out that late marksman line. Takes EMP, but no range. And really picky about where he... Oh, what he's doing is he's pivoting all of his marksmen to face a very specific way with all these mobile beacons. So that way his saber teeth, his high-level saber tooth is facing the opponent's high-level saber tooth.
Right. It's a really clever... Yes, when Big called that out in one of Cast's earlier matches. Really neatly done. Just all the subtle things that go into playing this at the highest level.
And for those that don't know, a unit won't always follow the direction that it faces at times, but it is much more likely to proceed in the direction that it is facing.
The pathfinding...
if there are units.
Yeah, specifically, the pathfinding takes into account how long does it take me to rotate.
Mm-hmm.
And
So pre-rotating can change pathfinding priority, but it won't change an aggro if turn time included is still closer.
And the arrow that you are seeing does not include the information about which direction that unit is currently facing.
Correct. That's just based off of a blind position.
Mm-hmm.
Range on the Vulcan is going to be risky because I'm afraid that it may just straight up lock. Oh wow, perfectly clearing out the chaff and then turning to clear the rest. I was afraid the Vulcan would insta-lock on that high-level saber.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. I wouldn't have been confident enough in my positioning to have read what that was going to do, for sure.
Yeah, Cast is now in an incredibly strong scaling position. And these marksmen without range are just going to be easy pickings.
Yep. If you want a blueprint on how to run Vulcan Marksman, Cast is putting it on right now. Here is the clinic. This is the classic comp.
Yep. And his bubbles didn't even get scratched, so they are protecting him from any future spells from initial deployment. Steel Ball Prod is incredibly strong here. They already have additional deployment, I think. Yes. So in theory, you could have 5 deploys per turn if you really wanted to go that route, but I think Steel Ball Prod is just too good.
Yeah, it should be the pick for each of them. If anything, I think Cast is going to check whether there's an underground threat available, check whether he wants a barrier, and then take the Steel Ball. That would be my guess. Oh, he decided
does
for
go
the
with barrier.
Is that...
It goes on the left then, for sure, because you don't want to put it on the side with the high-level Sabertooth. Unless he plans on adding another Vulcan mid and puts it there so he has a new bubble. But you definitely don't want to put the bubble in front of the high-level Sabertooth on your
all these
side.
little rotations he's applying to get all those units to have slightly different facings.
Oh my goodness, he does put it on the Vulcan there. Now, it might actually block the oil, but
So
I think that's actually not the best place for that bubble.
My guess is that if it tanks 28,000 and then it's got 12, it's going to take 28,000 twice and have 4,000 left. So it's actually a fine.
If there's no incidental
choice.
damage, that's true.
Yeah.
And even then, that's interesting. This oil, though, is going to absolutely wreck French Pilot.
Yeah,
As long
there's
as it
no
gets set on fire
shields. There's. Ugh. At round 7, he's not taking a loan. He's just trusting that this is going to be a good long-term game. Not in danger of getting knocked out yet.
Yeah. Now, it's worth noting the Saber Teeth for French Pilot have range now, and that's going to protect them pretty significantly.
But also, we get temp range from Cast. So he's not into taking loans yet, but he is into, I'm gonna start taking temp range to win the range war harder. And if you're French pilot, you need to notice that that happened and be matching that probably every round from here on out.
Yep, round 6 to 7, you should pretty much be clicking that button every round, almost every game.
If you are in a range war. I wouldn't say that you need
Yes.
to do that when you're in defense or aggro, but it can be very important in those situations, but it's not in every game if you're in aggro defense.
These marksmen are level 4. Oh, Cast does not run elite. So the top end of these marksmen is much less than what it otherwise could have been.
Instead of elite, he's running double shot.
Mm-hmm.
So
Which he has taken.
Lightning Storm for French pilot and Cast as well.
Yep. Still no Stormcallers for Cast. And with the range on the Sabers and the range on the Marksman and the Vulcan, I think Storms is still a really, really good add for him. That's probably the one thing that I think Cast hasn't done that would be by far the biggest value. Also, Cast did not take Lightning Storm.
Wow, yeah, skips that. It's a big expense for sure.
Yeah, but he's the one that's doing the pushing now. I feel like he's got Shield Break. Lightning Storm is so strong. That's going to be tough. That said, the fire is placed perfectly where most of its line is actually not going to be blocked by the bubble. A little bit of it is on French pilot side. Fire clears a lot of the chaff, which means the marksmen get immediate locks on most of the high priority targets. The EMP on the marksman is disabling double shot for the Sabertooth on Cast side of the board. There are fangs that are arriving late that are still protecting the Vulcan from having its range disabled. Gonna be a close one. That anti-missile device gets popped. Two of them go down.
So French pilot is down to 640 hit points. Cast still on the 3,000 and change. Any of these able to save French pilot? You can see Cast goes straight for the Overlord, and we've talked about Cast taking a long time to think about things. Not this time. He just knew exactly what he wanted. And takes the Overlord. Did he sell it already? Yeah. I sold it for cash.
Yes.
Takes his time
Thanks,
to do all of those little things, added Fang Shield. I think he just closes it out from here.
I think so. If it hadn't been a unit drop round, I actually think that you sell your Sabertooth here and put that shield over on the Vulcan on the left and level it. Because without range on that Sabertooth, it's getting turned off and it's mostly just dying, I think, in the engage. It did 60,000 damage last round, which for a level 4 unit with double shot, doing about 50,000 damage a volley,
Right.
says what it was focused on. Wasps added. And here's where we get to see whether or not these late fangs are going to make a difference. They don't have range, but
Right.
they still, I think, will do a really good job. and it'll also delay those fangs. They'll stop to shoot the wasps. You'll get a little bit of bonus delay on their arrival.
Right, and obviously, if you know that wasps are coming, you've seen them in a drop or something, you can preemptively take range on the fangs. But that was not going to happen this round for Cast. You can afford to lose a round too, or have the late fangs just kind of mitigate the wasps for now. But you'll see with this many fangs on the board going, there's almost never going to be a spot where a wasp could possibly be and be safe. Wasp has like a 65-meter range. The fangs with tower range have an 80-meter range, 90-meter range even. So those wasps are just gone. They've never, they distracted some shots from the marksman for sure. But the fangs were more than able to handle them.
There are a bunch of marksmen starting to build up. Been using a bunch of his deploys on them.
Right, he got that extra deployment. He's been using a ton of them.
I still think from round 2 the thing Cast is missing his storms. I don't know if he's just choosing not to use them on purpose, but I think that they would absolutely carry him to victory here.
Yeswin Big said
losing this many anti-missiles is hurting.
Yeah, Yeswin Big said that he doesn't doesn't consider them an economical play early game.
Okay.
It's late game. Surely they're economical now.
Yes, it is. That's really strange, because storms can be incredibly high value early.
Right, in terms of tempo.
Even if I would actually love to pick Cat's brain and have him explain to me how he sees that.
French pilot skips. Cast is thinking about absorption module, photon emission, Rhino assault. Let's take a look at the board. See what he picks later.
Some of those marksmen are actually coming from the Vulcan with best partner now.
Right, we've got.
If those marksmen get elite, the fact that Cast doesn't run it means that they would be the range kingpins.
They would,
they
would win the range war, yeah.
And there's still no so no Stormcallers, as was mentioned. So having the storms to no storms, and having more marksmen and elite for the range advantage, this could slip away from Cast.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting away. He has taken best partner as well, and throws down, is this 3 new Vulcans, which will each spawn a marksman. So he's going to have five giants instead of 2. He has sold out of the big, that's almost exactly what you called, right? He sold out of the big saber to move the portable shield over to the Vulcan on the left. So the biggest Vulcan, level 2 Vulcan, and level 2 Vulcan have portable shield and barrier, respectively. All their littler friends have... Okay. Those call-ins got torched in a hurry. My goodness.
Yes, but they're going to take at least 1 pack of chaff each with them,
right.
So
they did their job. Jinx, you owe me a Coke. We're ever in the same state.
Right, I was going to say, if you come and visit me, that's the least of what I'll offer.
I have heard legends about your barbecue.
It's good. But I'm scared for Cast here. I mean, props to French pilot for hanging in there, but I think this is a lack of storm stubbornness that allowed scaling, and then ultimately, elite marksman is the better range tech, which he actually hasn't even taken yet.
Right, it hasn't been taken. He's going to win this round, despite adding 3 giants and 5 marksmen. Cast goes down to 975 hit points. French pilot's at 640. And the Wasps are, tanking enough of those marksman shots right now.
Right.
That they are...
Oh my gosh, another additional deployment.
The game really wanted just to see like a 5 additional deployment match. Both players have oil.
You could be putting 6 units a turn. That would be insane.
Both sides have
that oil,
huge
the whole
oils.
board is going to torch.
Yeah, we're looking at...
That's going to be a giant wall of fire.
Aha! Cast with counter wasps, basically for the same idea. They are going to tank the marksman shots. He's going to shield them so that you have to punch through them with 2 shots.
Right.
And of course, if French Pilot shields, French Pilot doesn't even have shield on. I was going to say if French Pilot shielded, the double shot would still punch through. Oof.
So we have a super mirror here.
This is as mirrored as you can get. Four packs of wasps each. I mean, the differences are subtle. They're in the text. They're the fire badgers from being fire badger specialists. The late arriving fangs for cast versus not for French Pilot. There are subtle differences here. It's not a perfect mirror.
Yep. And no storms.
And no storms, right. No storms, probably the big one. Will cast die on that hill? The whole board is on fire. He's punched. French Pilot has punched through one giant on the far left. Gets through the barrier giant here. Cast still has
lead on the mark.
Cast still has 3 giants up. It's down to the marksman for French Pilot. He needs to take down 2 of these giants and a marksman to stay alive. He's got 1 down, he's got 2 down. There's still...
That's a lot of marksmen left.
There's 500 hit points in marksman. And Cast ekes out an 11-round marksman Vulcan victory over French Pilot. French Pilot is not yet eliminated. This does put Cast, your Mechabellum all-time money leader, into the most stacked money tournament Mechabellum has ever seen. Congrats, Cast. You are through to the finals. French Pilot, of course, down to the loser's bracket. Just needs to win his final match. His last match will be win and you're in, lose and you're out. Ooh, that was a match. That was a match and a half.
That was a really, really good match, Cast.
Yeah, and he says thanks. Any comments on it, Cast? You have you're in chat, I see. And so
honestly, I'd love to pick your brain about your opinion on storms. That was the one thing from round 2 that I thought would be really strong.
I mean, I have lost so many games by stubbornly not taking storms. It was incredible to watch you do it and then pull it off. I don't have the skill to pull it off. And rejoining us in the booth is Pants of Fury. Hello, hello, Pants. Welcome back.
Yo!
Hello, sir.
Excited to be back?
Yeah. Welcome back to the group of death. Cast narrowly escapes French Pilot. And just to be clear, French Pilot, in that group, the French Pilot was the 14th seed. That is how strong Group B is right now. We are going to say a thank you to Alpha Titan. Appreciate you being around and jumping in for a 2.5-hour stint in the broadcast booth. Much appreciated. Alpha Titan is a frequent commenter in both the game Discord and the Mechabellum Guild Discord. You'll see him there often. Loves to talk about the game, loves to answer questions. I've seen him do for a bunch of people, download their replays and give them feedback, etc. And of course, loves to join me for the Americas broadcasts on weekend tournaments. He's also a accomplished 2v2 player. He and I were, I think I finished out 10th in the 501 in the Vanguard season. Do you remember where you finished?
I don't remember precisely.
Yeah, it was like in the top
bounced
15.
around a little bit, but we were, yes, for sure.
Yeah. So, very nice. Well, thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate you.
Absolutely. It was my pleasure. It was a lot of fun to cast these games and get to see the best that Mechabellum has to offer. Really excited to pop in for and chat about the various games coming forward. So,
right. I believe
I'll leave it to you guys. Y'all have fun.
Thank you very much. I believe there will be a post, little post tournament. All the casters together. Make sure you rejoin us for that, Titan.
Absolutely.
All right.
So I need the catch-up.
You do need the catch-up.
What did I miss?
Biggest one. B-Man out.
Oh, yeah, that's shocking.
B-Man.
Sorry, real quick. We just had our first guest join us.
Brilliant. So
Time for Miracle. Famous Mechabellum streamer.
Famous. I don't know about that one. But hello.
Famous. Actually, the guy that taught me how to play Mechabellum.
I mean,
I followed his ball stang guide like a year ago. That was my first guide I listened to.
So I watched Biggs and Jam implement your ball staying guide as he was learning the game. That's how I got over to it.
Oh, that's funny. I love Big Rush. He's great.
Yeah, he's amazing. So, super glad to have you. Time, you and I played a heck of a match recently.
We did, certainly. That was quite funny.
That was one of the most fun matches I had. And you want to describe it a little bit? I just
sure.
knew.
Imrock and I played a match where I had quadruple intensive training and quick cooldown, so we had 1 turn cooldown, or like 0 turn cooldown basically, intensives, and I did a lot of very questionable things to make the game go longer. It was really cool.
So he's running elite spec, right? So he drops. There was a spot in the middle of the match where he drops level 5 fort, brand new. And then it levels to level 6 and gets up to level 9 in the second round it's on the board. I spent the entire game trying to figure out how to handle that fort.
I just thought it'd be really funny to drop like an infinite HP brick in front of you and see if you could kill it or not.
Fine, I have extended range steel balls. I will sit back here and watch them die. It was amazing. It was one of those...
It was really funny.
And this is, let me just this is one of the things I absolutely love about Mechabellum, is because I knew no matter who had won or lost that match, both of us were going to end with a huge smile on our face. Right? The actual
absolutely.
End of the match, W or L, totally irrelevant to how much fun that board was. So,
I felt it was my moral obligation to make the match go as long as possible for more fun, honestly.
Brilliant.
Well, hopefully some of these games you cast will be as fun as that one. We'll see.
I do hope so.
Can you try and ping Zach to give me an invite? I got on after he created this.
I see.
So I was uninvitable.
You were uninvitable. And Time, do you need an invite to this as well?
If you mean the lobby, yes, I do.
Man, yeah.
Oh, actually, I might have chat hidden. I don't know if I need to turn this on to see your invites.
You will hear it.
Yeah, you should get an exclamation point to the left of chat.
Yeah, I think I should be able to receive it now.
You do, but you'll hear the ping, but it won't actually show up. You have to like click return to get your to get chats to be up.
I see. Yeah, Sokko mentioned that him having chat off made him unable to receive invites, so I mentioned that.
Yeah, it does. It should show, right? Like if you have chat hidden, I think you should be able to get invites, at least if you're not in a match.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I should be able to see it out of the way now, I think.
Uncle Lazy says, "Can you believe it? Technical difficulties yet again." That is the other thing that you have missed, Pants, is we have been plagued by technical difficulties. So yeah, the headline from Group A was B-Man loses in won his first two, then lost two in a row. Somehow, the number 1 and number 2 seeds in that group, in Group A, not only managed to lose a match, they were set up so that you couldn't possibly have the 1 and 2 seeds face each other unless one of them lost one of their first 2 matches and the other one lost their third match. And of course that is exactly what happened. So we wound up with the qualifying groups, number 3 seed overall and number 6 seed overall facing each other. B-Man versus Argoneer, and Argoneer won it. So B-Man knocked out at 2-something in the morning his time.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's hard to imagine B-Man getting knocked out.
It really is. I was like, this guy should be in, and he was not. So he'll be in the casting crew for the finals, I believe.
Oh, I see. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. For our match, we've got Soja against Cortex. Soja, the number 6 seed in Group B. Cortex, the number 16 seed here in the Group of Death. And I believe both of them have won their first 2 matches. Soja, they're both from France. Soja's a 2110 MMR from the Vanguard season, and Cortex a 1964 MMR from that Vanguard season. Vance, you want to take it away?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty excited. Soja had a stint where he had some of the highest MMR accounts. And I think he took a break for a little bit, and now he's back. And he's always been somewhat self-deprecating, so it's hard to say, because he said he's not as good as he used to be, but I don't know if I trust that. But yeah, Soja can put together a good game. He's kicked my butt quite a few times when I was at my best. And then I don't really have the context on Cortex, but excited to see how this goes. Looks like Cortex will be rushing, though, so a man after my own heart.
Yeah, Cortex gave me no detail information.
It's
So,
delightful. He's
nothing
Mystery
to work
Man.
on. Yes, Mystery Man. He's a robot.
So I think Time and I didn't get an invite, so I'm trying to find it in prediction. But in the meantime, Time, I think you can just follow Amrock's stream if that works
Sure.
for
that
you.
works.
So we have, they should be able to join as this match gets underway, but I'll narrate for now. You've got Cortex on the line, vertical, like just perfect horizontal placement here with Steel Ball, Arclight, Crawler along the line. Of course, you need the Arclights to clear the chaff, but he pretty much got insta-locked by Soja's right in front of my tower Stormcallers, so there will be no chaff clear for you, Cortex, at least not in round 1. And
Not
without
really sure I like the Steel Balls and the Arclights being on different sides for Cortex versus Storms. That feels pretty dubious to me. Feels like usually you want to have both of them on the same side. Unless you expect your formation to beat your opponent's formation by default. Because there is the point of you have to walk into those storms after you clear their first tower, but if you don't win like this on the one side, then it's kind of just really bad, right? Whereas usually you would win by about 3 or 4 balls and maybe an Arclight left. This formation is less vulnerable to oil though, so I do like it for that reason.
Yeah, this is a little wild to see the balls placed as they are. I can't imagine, honestly, how this is going to work out. to be part of his end game comp. Have the balls like this. If I were in Soja's position, I'd be like, he's selling out of these. So I'm not really gonna play around him too much.
And Soja
It's
has
like maybe
taken
he's
the
just choosing to play a ball wasp, perhaps.
right. Soja has taken the Rhino Assault to drop in the back corner, and Soja also, as the Fire Badger specialist, has the Fire Badgers straight in off of the crawlers.
Kind of weird that he chose to let his arc lights get installed by the storms again as well. Feels like he'd really want to fix that this turn.
Yeah, for sure. Rhino finally gets there. It feels like the aggro player's at a pretty significant disadvantage so far in this game.
Yeah, Cortex is struggling right now. This is not how you wanted this one to work.
Is the challenge bracket up to date?
No, challenge is the
Okay.
cause of our problems tonight. We've had
Okay, got it.
they were
I can send you the spreadsheet, Pants. It's up to date.
yeah, there is a somebody is sending us around various spreadsheets. So
Got it.
hack all of the world's top Mechabellum players by getting your script into this spreadsheet.
So, Time, what comes to mind for what you would do if you're the aggro player here?
I think step 1 would be cry, because I have no crawlers. And step 2 would be escape Alta 4.
Honestly, very fair.
No, but seriously, like, we don't have any crawlers in front of our balls. Looks like maybe we're trying to, like, do some air push stuff, but we've also clicked jump drive on the wasps, so I'm not really sure where we're supposed to go from here. Because we don't have any chaff in front of our units. Like, he's obviously going to click bubble on Typhoon, probably, since he put it right next to the ball. But we've clicked jump on the wasp to try and cheese around, which won't succeed since there's a Vulcan standing in front of it, so I think he's about to lose, like, 1000 HP, and then get oiled on one side and then explode. That's my guess.
I think so. It really feels like he's down so much money relative to his opponent. Like,
I
it just
agree.
feels like materially he has way less.
Yeah. Yeah, personally, I've played aggro versus Soja a lot. Soja definitely knows how to play defense, and I don't really see how we can win from this line, but I would be interested to know if there was a way to win from this spot for Cortex.
Yeah, is there a desperation angle here? Like, usually when I'm in a position like this, I go for some swing for the fence play of, like, well, War Factor usually.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, certainly War Factor can work depending on what techs Soja has in their Vulcan. I don't know if they have Ignite. I'm told some people like range Ignites Scorch Vulcan into War Factory summons. Which
That is what
something
is
that
on the
people have
board
done.
there. Range, Ignite, and Scorch.
Oh yeah, he has range Ignite Scorch Best Partner, even better. If he has EMP in his Marksman, then I think maybe the spot is not losable into War Factory for Soja. But I don't know that much about War Factory versus Vulcan. I do think it's maybe a line though, if Soja's Vulcan techs are bad. Those do not look bad to me though.
East module picked up for both. It's got to be more advantageous for the Vulcan player, I'd imagine, though. The one mistake I see on Soja's board, or exploitable position from Soja's board, is that the Vulcans are so far inside the towers. I don't know if Cortex can capitalize on that, but they're pretty far on the inside. Always just building more.
Or there'll just be 4 of them.
That also works.
This is
If
looking
that's
pretty
the case, then range on balls is an option. Selling out of the balls and just getting a War Factory is an option. But I'm pretty... Yeah, I don't know if Cortex is going to see these lines, but what he's cooking up, I don't think is going to do the trick. Like, those bubbles from the Typhoons are just going to get melted so quickly from the Scorching Flame Vulcans. Scorching Flame does a little too much damage And the level 1 balls are gonna get roasted pretty quick too. The push is working on the right, but it feels like Soja's gonna shut that down pretty quickly.
Feels like it's also really hard for Cortex to get himself out of the spot because Soja has way more chaff cleared than he needs versus Cortex's board, which Cortex has to fix eventually. And then once he does fix it, it's like really hard to dig himself out of his chaff hole.
Yeah.
Or impossible, I would say, versus the Vulcans.
But he took a round, so that's good.
He is winning via the Wasp Tower it takes, that is for sure.
Yeah. Soja at 40-47, Cortex at 31-64. And it is going to be bubble on those Typhoons. Level 2 Overlord has the drop behind the Typhoons.
The boat might be what Cortex needs to start turning this around. Boat with chin gun is pretty sweet. Don't know if I like the suck balls, to be honest. I would have rather seen maybe armor or the greatest of all techs, Link. But suck feels like it's just not going to connect. I think more than anything I would have preferred just more boats and chin gun. Anything get out of these balls. Get your refund.
I think boat definitely seems like a really good angle. Unfortunately for Cortex though, Soja does play best partner. I'm assuming he has anti-air marksman on the bar as well.
Probably.
He also picked up Farseer, which is actually solid against a boat for a bit. As a stopgap, it was also going to be solid against the Wasps as they have jumped in from either side. Wasn't ready for them up the middle, but...
Yeah, the ball's never really locking on.
Yeah, I was surprised we went suck first. I mean, I run this Balfoon a lot, and I found that range as one of the first specs is almost critical for keeping the steel balls alive long enough to get locked on the key units. You need to keep them in the Typhoon bubble, that's why this is a partnership. And if they're running out in front, they're getting destroyed by whatever single target is available.
Boat doing okay.
Yeah, the boat survived the Farseer because the Farseer got distracted by the Wasps up the middle. I think if Soja fixes the Wasps, he fixes the boat also. We'll see.
I would expect to see some best partner Vulcan and some range on Fangs if he feels like he needs it quite soon from Soja.
I mean, the interesting thing though is that these Vulcans already double tech, so buying best partner is going to be super expensive.
That is true. It does get him a lot of deploys though, which is really efficient for him.
Yep.
600 is 4 marksmen, plus the 2 deploys available, plus the tower, so you could conceivably drop 7 units onto the board if needed. Cortex is going to jump drive the Wasps over to Soja's right flank and run the mobile beacon straight in on tower. Uses a little chaff clearing sentry missile.
Oh, Cortex took Elite Phoenix, by the way. That will also look quite far into this best partner click, unfortunately.
Ooh.
Which
Yes, it
Soja
will.
does choose to do, it looks like. It certainly looks really good if Soja did not have best partner in the bar, though. Look incredible. Or if he just like doesn't click it for some reason.
The Elite Phoenix will at least shut down the drops, but
Yeah, that part it definitely should do.
drops come in.
And die.
Deleted
Yup.
instantaneously. Nice.
Lost one of the 3, or one of the 4 Phoenix even.
Yeah. But how are you gonna punch through all these Vulcans?
We did get a lock with 1 level 2 steel ball on the right side, but other than that, What ate that sentry missile? Is there one crawler that made it past the air units and ate that sentry missile? That is painful.
It looks like it.
Oh.
Boat on the left cleaned up a good amount. All right, well, what can Cortex do from here? I'm not too sure. I mean, I felt like he was gonna die for a while, and he's managed to draw the game out, but it still feels like Soja's gonna scale really healthily, and I can't see the same happening for Cortex. I guess advanced missile was picked up. So sentry missiles will deal way more damage, but I don't see Did Soja pick it up? Is he just gonna missile down the bubbles?
Soja picked up advanced missile and Cortex did not. And yeah, we can just missile out those bubbles and 15,000 damage per missile. It deletes the 10,000 bubbles. There's only
Looks pretty good to me.
Yeah.
Not sure what boat techs were running, but that could have also been a really good choice against that. Definitely looks super good versus Typhoon Bubbles as well, but really good if you're afraid of your opponent just like jump drive, chain gunning you to death with a beacon. Super, super strong.
Anti-air tech picked up on the marksman.
Well, I suppose he did succeed in making it so that his boat would not die to the marksman. And then
Yep.
Soja waste attack.
Can't kill my boat if it doesn't exist.
Yep. I don't think his board exists either.
We'll see soon. I think these missiles are going to be absolutely disgusting. Like, for $50, they're doing so much effective damage.
Yeah, it is such a good tech. And it really depends on the opponent's positionings, right? You can be completely protected by that from that particular card. You just can't have your Typhoons right on the line like this and still have that protection.
Yeah.
Repositioning.
Yeah, I think usually the primary reasoning for having the Typhoons in line like this is to stop them from dying to fire, but in this case it caused them to die to a new thing.
Yep.
And the Typhoon itself is dying, which is pretty sad.
And that is Soja through with a win over Cortex. Your number 16 seed knocked out, I believe, or is down to the loser's bracket, one or the other. Since we don't have the live brackets showing, I can't tell you where we are on the bracket. I think Soja has just qualified for the finals, and Cortex is down to the loser's bracket. But there we are. Actually, Soja is in chat. Is that correct, Soja? through to the bracket, through to the finals. Yeah, we will see. So, if you were going to run this aggro board time, where would you have done it differently? Like, where would you have pivoted from this?
Turn one.
Turn one, not being horizontal all at a line, yes.
No, yeah, seriously. I think it's just, you can't win from that spot with that positioning on turn one. Like, I guess you can win, but it would be involving, like, baiting your opponent into committing a lot of resources to a symmetrical board and just all in on one side. Which, like, sort of kind of happened with the jump drive, but, yeah, I don't know. I think the turn one, the tempo is just, like, really, really low. And if your opponent's taking the line that Soja takes there, I don't really think that you can, like, build yourself back out of that unless you, like, pivot full air push, but that's pretty hard versus best partner Vulcan, depending on what he had in the bar for the marksman.
Right.
I didn't actually see, but probably whatever he has is good enough to make that really hard.
So, update here, this was from the loser's bracket, and saw Soja advanced to the final of the loser's bracket, and Cortex knocked out of the tournament full stop. And right, we are here. All right, OnlyFangs versus Soja for a place in the grand final.
All right, let's go. How has OnlyFangs been doing? recently?
OnlyFangs has been very solid, consistently top 4 or top 8 in weekend tournaments. Had a 22-18 MMR at the close of the Vanguard season, which puts him as the 10th overall seed. Writes that he's a former Dota player, standard Andy fort enjoyer.
Gross.
Pretty
Standard
based,
Andy.
honestly. Standard fort enjoyer? That's cool. That's
Yeah.
not gross.
That
Nobody plays forts in standard.
I mean, as long as he actually builds the forts. He can be a fort enjoyer that doesn't build forts.
That is true.
That's
true.
my fear. If he builds forts and standards, I'll give him kudos.
yeah.
Do we have a room for the next match, by the way?
Yes, Pants and I are in it.
Cool.
Perfect. Just waiting on Soja for this.
Soja's in. He just has to move up.
Right. It's slow going. We wanted to make sure casters had finished intros and all of that. So, you're knocking me out for the second round. Oh dear.
What this? So what was the seeding in this?
So
It was
OnlyFangs was the number 3 seed in Group B. Soja is the number 6 seed in Group B. And overall, they are 10th and 23rd in the tournament, in the qualifying groups. So,
got it.
How was the seeding done, by the way? Is it based off MMR or?
seeding was done. We had Bear Lake run a query that was peak MMR for the previous 60 days.
I
And
see.
Was
Okay.
run right at the end of the Vanguard season, so it basically encompassed anything anybody had done up until the end of their Wednesday, right before the 1.0 release. So
Makes sense.
I do have that DB. I know you guys run a pro Mechabellum competitive, and I know Wonderboat was trying to maintain all-time highest MMRs there, and I can get that over to you guys as well.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you'd appreciate that.
Yep.
If we do more mecha tournaments.
Exactly. So you'll have your seedings. I have 2 different versions of it. One was everybody who had peaked over 1800 before September, and then the second was this one. That was just the specific. If you signed up, I got 160 people. Some of them didn't pay full attention to the sign up requirements. I had somebody at 444 and 448 sign up. I'm sorry.
They were ready.
I'm sorry.
Put them in.
Okay, if you guys are on the wait list, you're going to be very close to the bottom of it. We had one.
Amarok gatekeeping in 2024.
Exactly.
Wow, it's messed up.
We had
That's pretty messed up.
100.
Let the players play, Amarok.
We had 160 applicants for this tournament, for 64 spots in the qualifier, for 16 spots in the final. So, you know, we wound up gatekeeping on needed a 1950 or higher MMR. I am going to be in underneath a air show for a bit, so I'm going to have to let you guys sort of take the lead for this match and possibly the next one. So you may.
All right,
I'll be
we got
muting
it, boss.
often. I got it.
Don't you worry. We got you with the riveting commentary.
Much appreciated.
All right, so how was your weekend time?
You guys.
All right. OnlyFans
goes
picking
to
up-
sledgehammers. There we
Picking
go.
up Fort Spec. It's a good unit pack, but Suri, also known as Rat, put out a video with a tier list on starting specs. And he said that he thinks that Fortified Spec is in bottom tier, F tier.
Oh, really? I
which
think I
is
saw
interesting
some data
to me.
recently that it's good, actually.
Oh, there's recent data. Ooh,
I think so, yeah. I'm pretty sure 45 is actually pretty high in recent times. I don't know how recent it was. It's been a while since I've seen this, but I'm pretty sure 45 is actually really good nowadays.
Yeah, I'd be curious on the time frame because definitely in different metas it has been better than I expected. And I'm mostly just saying this comment because I like to stir the pot.
No, that's fair.
We have, Suri. I love that Suri has takes. It makes for excellent drama, and I like to say something like, "Cool, pick the D tier spec, and he's gonna win with it."
Right.
But this is he has very good units according to Suri. Suri really likes sledge crawler. Pretty much anything with crawler that's not Mustang.
Absolutely. Anything with crawler tends to have the highest win rate historically. Can't say anything about that should have changed in recent times.
And then Sabretooth spec for Soja is very strong. Just economically strong. Sabretooths early are good. So while Fangs aren't always the best, and usually worse in the early game, paired with the Storms, I think they'll be fine. Be a good pack.
Yeah, I would assume the Saber spec plus the Storm Fang opener looks really good for Soja, because I strongly suspect he'll go for a similar game plan to what we saw last game, which should look really good into the Crawler Sledge opener from Only Fangs.
Yeah. So Only Fangs will win the first round, but just by a little bit. Soja actually still ahead on HP anyways. What's going to be the card for the round? Snap
Soja
pick of
insta-picks
laser sight.
sight.
Yeah. Oh, both do.
take it.
Interesting. How are you feeling about laser sights right now after the nerf a few months ago?
I don't know how standard Andes feel about them because I only play aggro, but I don't think it's that good in aggro anymore. I'm not sure if aggro is that good. I guess it used to be really good in like putting it on like a Mustang or something, or even a steel ball.
Yeah.
I can't say I'm that excited to pick it now. I think it's probably still good in standard though, because like the unit with the highest range tends to be the thing that cleans up the whole board, right? So I can't say I dislike it.
It just feels like for only 20 range, paying $100 for it is quite a bit, and 20 meters just usually feels like it isn't changing an interaction. I really like the way that I think Forgotten Arbiter taught me this rule of thumb, but like a lot of times you only want to take range if it's changing an active interaction that you want to be better. For example, if you have a unit that you want to tank that is behind a unit that you want to be your DPS, then taking range on the DPS unit so that the tanking unit properly tanks, that's the main time when you want a lot of range. I find that like adding 20 meters on a unit that's already super far back usually doesn't actually make much of a material difference. Even though it can feel good, none of the interactions are changing in any meaningful way, and that $100 could be used better elsewhere.
And just to clarify for the viewers at home, laser sight used to be 35 meters as for the same price. Used to give a 35 meter range bonus. Now it's been reduced down to 20 meters. I think that was in the 0.8 patch somewhere. It was one of the late changes in early access. So, if you're new to the game, it's always going to have been 20 meters, and they're just discussing whether or not it's actually worth the price. Of course, anybody who was used to it as a carry piece of their attack back in when it was 35 meters is lamentingly missing 15 meters.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of items feel that way now. They're all like comparatively much worse, but probably still good. Which speaks to the strength of items. We get the triple Rhino drop. Wowee. Insta take from Only Fangs, love that. I think his spot definitely wants to try and tempo out the game. But also, like, he doesn't have the tempo from the start because his opponent has Saber specs, so it's pretty rough. Maybe even taking it the Saber specs wrong. I'm not sure.
Saber sold by Soja. I like that. I don't see that Saber having a long-term role on his board, and he picks up a Vulcan. What an innovative strategy.
I think maybe there's some merit to keeping the Saber here this turn if you think that Only Things overtakes the Rhinos. I feel like he probably didn't consider it that heavily, like the possibility of the Rhinos being taken. Because I don't think it tends to look that good after this turn, but Soja, or Only Things knows that and sells one of the Rhinos immediately.
Yeah.
Which is pretty expected.
Rhino cash, really. Apuchi's been doing something interesting with this particular Rhino pickup. I'm going to sell them anyways. Drops them in the 2 flanks, because then he can sell one, but the opponent doesn't necessarily feel that he can sell one. Because it's like, well, I don't know which side you're going to sell, so I can't sell until I know which side you sold.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah, I
clever.
think that's pretty fair. It gets dropped on defender's flanks, and attacker dropping it on defender's flanks simultaneously really often.
Yeah, it can tend to be a pain, for sure.
It would have also been very strong versus Only Fang's board for Sojo just to have late rhinos, but he doesn't feel like he needs the tempo, so he doesn't take it. Either that or he wants something that can be sold easier.
Scorpion going on a little adventure. Might end up being good, though. He's going to get a good shot on the sledges in a sec. Potentially.
Might also just lock onto the rhino or splash it.
Nope.
Almost.
No luck. But this Scorpion will be somewhat of a menace. Especially if he can get those crawlers off of him.
If he ever shoots
Scorpion is
something
an
other than
anti-swarm
chat.
unit, so you would expect it to be big crawlers.
Well, by swarm it actually meant the swarm of stuff that a war factory makes.
Yeah, I think that's the swarm it's deleting.
Yep, it's supposed to delete a mid-sized swarm, not be efficient at a small-sized swarm. I kind of think that's one spot where the translation just misses a little bit, because of course anybody who's played a bunch of D&D or whatever, swarm had a very specific, very small units, meaning that we just instantly associate with crawlers and fangs, right? Crawlers in particular.
That is definitely what I associate with it.
Yep.
But I mean, hey, it cleared that crawler pack in like 3 shots, so is it really not an anti-storm unit? I don't know. Seemed okay.
Intensive picked up. Okay, I always love intensive. Intensive on giants pretty worth it. Sometimes it can not get enough value over time, but it feels good. You have a giant with an item, giving it a level, very powerful. Soja feels like he has the more powerful board, but he's not, like, his units are not really attacking in the way that he wants. Like, Vulcans are getting locked on the rhinos, you have Scorpions shooting chaff, so he's really got to figure out how to get everything working in harmony here. So interested to see how he does that. Only thanks to his title card, or to his introduction that he gave Amarok, he is playing Fortresses in Standard. Pretty excited about that.
Let's go! What text does he have on those forts, and what do you make of them?
He looks like he has very poor standard fort text to me. But maybe he thinks that Fang Prod is better in Standard than Elite Marksman or something. I don't really know. I can't say I understand this Fang setup.
I don't. It does not make sense. So intuitively, how a lot of the pro players feel is that Launcher Overload is a pretty unskippable tech right now. It sort of is one of the things that makes forts work. So it's shocking to see that gone. And then Fang production, like, can feel good if you're going really, really wide on level 1 forts. But the issue is, it's like in Standard it doesn't really work like that. You know, your fangs just sort of blend in with the rest of the fangs, so producing a few more doesn't really make much of a difference. So
well, also, we don't have infinite Fang production anymore.
Yeah, that got a nerf.
That you only get 3 packs of Fang production from forts nowadays, which, if you consider that one happens instantly at the start of the combat, you basically have 2 waves of Fang production, right? And we're banking on the fact that that first and or second wave of Fang production is doing something like game-changing to warrant being on the bar.
Yeah.
Relative to, like, Launcher Overload or Elite Marksman or something that can actually get you damage or range advantage.
Exactly.
I would almost say that that set of fort techs looks to me like a carry Fang set of fort techs rather than a fort from Standard set of fort techs.
Yeah, that would make sense to me.
I'm not sure it makes much sense for any application personally. As of someone who's played a lot of Fangs in recent weeks, I don't think it makes that much sense. But
You don't even run
it's
Fang
got a lot
Prod
of
in
difference.
your carry Fang anymore?
No, I think Fang Prod just sucks if it only happens 3 times. I never thought it was that great in the first place, but like Fortress is a really good unit, right? So having the Fortress techs that make the Fortress a better unit is very powerful.
Right.
Like basically when you play Fangs, you're playing Fangs like for the forts. Like the fort is the main character, not the Fangs, even though you're playing Fangs, quote unquote, ostensibly.
Yep. I agree with you completely.
Yeah, part of that.
But maybe we'll learn something. I mean, we're not standard fort enjoyers, so
True enough.
That's true.
we don't know the sauce.
I have played Elite Standard Fort before with Elite Marksman, and it's pretty good.
It's fun.
But not having that does not sound very good to me.
Big, stompy robots with range, elite marksman. I mean, that's one of those comps I'm talking about where you lose a match to that, and you're just like, well, that was just so cool that I can't even be mad.
Yep. I will always lament the day that elite marksman got nerfed.
Yeah, from 8
yeah, that
meters
is true.
to 5 meters per level.
Yep. Apucci put me onto Elite Marksman Fort like 6 months ago or something. He's like, Time, you should try this, it's fun. It's really fun, it's awesome. And I was like, that sounds unhinged, I'm gonna try it. And I did, and I've never taken it off to this day. It's fun as all.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think fun matters more than winning for enjoying.
Well, it also wins, so...
Lies, propaganda. Don't listen to Amarok.
Mods,
Spam
quick,
Vulcan
mute this
marksman
guy.
until you're in the high MMRs.
So Soja does have Ignite on these Vulcans, by the way, so I expect either that or maybe more Phoenixes is going to be his answer to these fortresses, or maybe we just don't care because Vulcan
Phoenixes into AA forts. Time for
Yeah.
miracle is cooking.
Well, I mean, he has shield and revive, so honestly, if you just click blue Phoenixes and click shield, you don't care if they have AA. Like, it
That
sounds
seems
bad.
like a slightly
Yeah.
strong statement. I don't know if you don't care they have AA.
I mean, you
maybe
care a
you
little
can-
bit.
You
It takes
can
like
deal.
4 barrages on average to kill a shielded blue Phoenix with AA, so I think your fight's probably over at that point.
So, OnlyFangs is down to 2,300 hit points. Soja's still at 4,200. We get ourselves into round 6. More laser sights if you'd like it. OnlyFangs takes the Ion Blast. You guys have a...
Looks like they both skipped so fast that I didn't even see what the options were.
Well, one was a laser sight and one was a ion beam there. So
Oh yeah, he does go for the laser sight in the scorp. I see.
So thoughts on who's better positioned here?
OnlyFangs seems Soja by a mile is what I'm thinking. OnlyFangs' board is a little too quirky for me right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Soja's board does not look very good this turn because it's a pretty good looking ion beam to me, but in general, as long as the forts don't level a billion times and snowball on the Vulcans, which is hard considering Soja has intensive and ignite that doesn't care about levels, then I would say that Soja will probably take it like every time that looks fit.
And then Soja has withstood enough early hit point pressure. There's no tempo here. The ion beam isn't going to win the game for OnlyFangs. He's not going to do
Exactly.
4,200 hit points here.
Yeah, which is really unfortunate for OnlyFangs because being the Sledge Crawler opener versus the, I think, Fang Storm. Pretty sure he's Fang Storm, maybe it's Crawler Storm, but definitely as a Sledge player in the spot, you for sure want to have the early tempo. Otherwise, you're going to be having a real bad time when, round 6 rolls around and there's an Ion Beam that barely wins you the round or doesn't win you the round at all.
Are these Phoenixes gonna get hit by the ion beam? Ooh, one dies, both die. Okay.
OnlyFangs definitely an Ion Drawer. Good looks. Excellent beam.
Yeah, that was a great beam. So I think that will win him the round, unless the left side does crazy work for Soja. One Phoenix going down, both Phoenixes going down. So it'll be a cleanup from here for OnlyFangs.
Oh, also about the anti-air fort thing, I think you're actually probably pretty happy if you're Soja and you get him to commit to anti-air fort, because then you can just kill his forts. And he has to spend like $1 billion on bubble or range or whatever, or Fang Prod after that.
That
And that would
makes
help
sense.
him out here if OnlyFangs clicks like fort bubble or more standard bubbles out of the way. He might also choose to go storms, but most people
Soja
don't tend
with
to do that
this-
anymore.
With the snap pick heavy armor.
He loves his items,
Okay.
man.
Yeah, he does. All right, both taking it. I would say either player is within lethal range here. Like, I think it's time to loan, time to take temp range. You cannot afford to have a big loss this
And so we're
round.
playing standard. This is a 11 rounder if I've ever seen one.
Okay, all
loan.
right. My bad.
We temp range. We don't when that's legal.
Got it. Should have known better.
Have you never seen the standard games where it's like round 12 and they're still not loading?
I have seen those, but as an aggro player, it's, you know,
Yeah,
not used to it.
If I'm only things here, I'm definitely loading. It is. That was riveting. Yep.
Yep.
I watched Sako cast that. It was a good time. It was.
All right,
Honestly, it was
so
worth watching him cast it.
firestorms coming down, clearing the initial packs of chaff very quickly to where there's already one Vulcan that's locked on the left. He's gonna go down pretty fast. I think these Phoenixes might be trolling because they don't have range, versus the Vulcans do have range. So yeah, they're gonna get targeted pretty fast, and that's like our one source, or sorry, that is Soja's one source of single target damage. Oh my god, but just snipes the marksman right before it's about to die. So we're gonna win by a single Phoenix? Soja's
Wow.
gonna win by a single Phoenix?
That is really, really, really sad if you're only Fangs.
That is crazy. No, there's
What a-
5 Fangs!
Oh, he actually can't win. He doesn't have enough time. So it's gonna do like 1200 damage. Oh, and there is 5 Fangs, yeah. It wouldn't have even mattered if the Fangs were there.
That's crazy. Well,
I think we see Acid this round from Soja, and the round looks drastically different. Either that or he clicks double shot to counter Fort Bubble, one of the two.
yeah, Soja has to make a real difference here. He's got to find a way to take down these forts. I really don't like that he's got the Phoenixes and the Scorpions. I feel like it feels like it should be one or the other, right? Because the Phoenixes are just sort of inting without range, going in, dying really quick.
For sure.
Double shot taken on the Scorps. I think that's good. I would love like a and acid. That's sort of crazy.
Yeah, I think that'll definitely do it right there.
So for me, I'd love to sell one of these Phoenixes and then take my enhancements. It's so much effective HP in a battle that's just going pound for pound. You know, like all of that HP will be worn by the Scorpions and the Vulcans. And I don't think Soja has any of his enhancements yet. Oh yeah.
Yeah, speaking of that, I would have liked to have seen the oils from Soja be a little bit closer to the line, because you definitely assume your opponent's going to shield both, right? Yeah, exactly. For sure. One of the two. And it doesn't play around either doing it this way, right? Because Vulcans don't ignite. Oh, actually, never mind. Fangs has Firestorms, right? Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
It don't matter what happens.
A lot of chaff getting instantly deleted.
The Scorps.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think that's kind of doomed for the Scorps.
Like, they're good when they get to shoot, but they just didn't... Oh my god. The
Oh,
fortress
temp
just
range.
deleting. That's crazy.
Soja didn't get temp range that round.
Yeah, that was wild. Yeah. Yeah, that was a sweet game. It was cool to see the range forts pop off. They were sort of just outranging the Scorpions, it felt like. But like Time pointed out, it was a almost incomprehensible mistake to not take temp range on that last round by Soja.
I mean, that is quite literally while they're outranging them. Like that, they're the same range if he clicks temp range. So if he like sold his orange bird and dropped 2 more shields in temp ranged, I think the round is a lot closer, or he wins maybe. I'm not sure if he wins though. Yeah, he has exactly enough. If he sells the orange bird, which as Pants pointed out, dies to not having range on itself, right? So it's not doing a whole lot, especially if all the things are dead immediately to fire.
Yes, so I was talking. Thank you, Decaf. I was trying to explain for those watching at home that we've got, huge, huge, beautiful chaff boards from Soja and OnlyFangs both. And if you're a beginning player, you're down at 500 MMR and you're like just buying the more expensive units, you're not spending anything on fangs and crawlers. You can probably learn a lot from these kind of boards. You can see, we saw it with the casts game. We saw it here with both Soja and OnlyFangs. Just tremendous, beautiful chaff boards.
That's definitely the biggest thing that newer players to the game seem to miss. And what people ask me in chat often a lot when I stream is like, why do you buy so much chaff? Or like, why don't we buy this unit instead of buying chaff or something? But usually just having better positioned or like more chaff to make your units that you already have do something better is better than having a different unit or like more of the same unit or something. Makes a really big difference.
Yeah, it's super valuable.
Especially in these standard games like this, but even in like whatever playstyle you're doing.
I mean,
standard though, it's like really, really chaff spammy a lot of the times.
Right, we've seen some Typhoon, Ballfoon games fall apart here, and I'm thinking that that's a lot of times because they don't have the following, the following chaff board to keep the steel balls from getting locked onto by the scorpions, etc. So, all right, we have moved to Group C. This is the first match from Group C. Number 1 overall seed in the tournament, Jota, 2575 MMR in the Vanguard tournament. And facing Goff the Great, 1950 MMR, 64th and last seed by the original set of seeds here. The underdog, the biggest of underdogs, but there's a reason we're showing this. There's a reason we're showing this one. Goff is a very aggressive playstyle, and he's been known for high-profile upsets in tournament play. He has beaten 2 of our automatic qualifiers, Blue Hair and Dachshund, recently. He hasn't had the consistency to pull off going all the way through a tournament and winning it, but he's been able to claim some really high-level scalps, and I'm guessing if there's a shout at somebody beating Jota in this Group C, it's actually this guy, the 16th seed in the group, who might have the best shot at it.
Yeah, so is Yoda, does anybody have a higher MMR than Yoda? He had
Nope.
2500, right?
2575.
Yeah, Yoda was one of the greats for the last year for sure. I mean, he's been on and off, but he's extremely strong player. So we'll see how he does, but he's definitely a clear favorite within this group. So I'm excited to see how he performs. But like you said, Goff, I think, has a good chance of making this an interesting game.
He's either going to win it or lose hard, one or the other. That's all we're going to say. And a big shout out, thank you so much to Toast for gifting out a whole bunch of subs. Rook, Virtue to Vice, All for Fun, Pal the Human, Bradbury, Nagba, McInid, and Reprimand, the lucky recipients. Welcome to round 1, match 1 of Group C. Number 64 seed, Goff the Great, Nearside Blue. Jota, the number 1 overall seed in this qualifying tournament. Far side, Red, Giant Specialist with Fangs and Storms.
Alright, Yoda picking up Giant Spec. He was standard Andy in the past, but he had some periods as a very respectable aggro gamer. Looks like he's returning to his roots. He did say, I saw a DM from, or not a DM, but a message from him the other day that said, feels like hackers are very powerful. So we might see a hacker defense here, which would be pretty hype. Don't get to see enough hackers.
He is against sludges, so maybe
Yeah.
you'll see that from him.
Someone that's played a lot of hackers, I do think that Sledges is your preferred prey playing hackers.
Definitely, it's also very good in the Tarantula as well. I don't know how much you've played of the game since Tarantula got released, Pants, but it's really, really good in the Tarantula.
Yeah, I played like 40-ish games since Tarantula was.
I see, yeah. It's actually a fairly common response if people attack their Tarantulas, especially field maintenance, much like the field maintenance sledge hacker response.
Yeah, I haven't experienced any of the hackers, so excited to see. Very standard deploy from Yoda. Chaff in all pretty normal positions. Storms on the outside of the tower makes sense.
I'm glad to see someone else that likes outside of tower storms. A lot of people seem to like inside of tower storms, but I prefer them outside like Yoda does.
I learned this outside positioning. I use from you time, so they use the same one that Sota does here.
I think it's
Yeah,
pretty
so
good because this lets you put a storm in the middle, and then no singular crawler can affect more than one of your storms the beacon. It does cause it to shoot the flank if they choose to go for a flank crawler or something to distract it, but I think that forcing your opponent to use deployments in that is beneficial for you if you're playing standard.
Interesting. For me, it also feels bad because my outside, the storm that's not on the aggro side, playing against aggro, is now just running forward and not participating in the fight. So if I deploy both my storms in the center, both of them will at least be involved.
That is true. That's a fair point. I guess if you assume your opponent's aggro, which I don't know if Yoda assumes that because I haven't played Goth that many times. I played him a few times, but I don't know if he assumes that. But if you do assume they're aggro, then maybe this outside of storm positioning is also good because it means that your storm on the offside, the weak side of your opponent, will shoot their tower rather than going to, like, you know, blanket crawlers across the map for 10 years. It does depend on how they're positioned, of course, but sometimes that might be something you're expecting to get as a payoff.
All right, true standard Andy Yoda slapping down a Vulcan right in front of the aggro deployment.
He's Giant Specialist, so that's a free unlock. He sold the Stormcaller so that he's not even giving away deploy. And, well, I mean, he's giving away the Stormcaller deploy, obviously. But, so that he could still deploy another chaff unit. And off he goes. Goff adding a Phoenix. Note that he's got both the Phoenix and the Crawler covering the flank. So the only flank that he's vulnerable to anymore would be flank Wasp, essentially. And even that should kind of lock onto and follow the Crawler while the Phoenix take care of them, albeit slowly.
All of Yoda's deploys are like extremely nostalgic for me. This is the exact like placement for placement way I used to defend pushes. So it maybe is not the most entertaining from the perspective that we've seen these Vulcans for a long time, but I think it's an extremely solid defense. I think Yoda's gonna hold this push really easily.
I agree for sure. Since Yoda's giant spec and gets the Vulcan immediately, has liberty to buy any item or spell or oil.
And he gets
whatever
a
he wants.
Scorpion. Oh god, devastating.
Yeah.
I would personally pick up the Scorpion here, but you could take a lot of these units in his position. Scorpions are just
the Farseer here to be an upshoot answer and also a good anti-sledge answer.
yeah. He
that's what he
decides
goes
the
for.
same thing. I'm
Yeah.
pretty low on Farseers. They just feel pound for pound not as powerful as a lot of the other units.
I think that's true for sure. Like statistically speaking, they just simply don't have that many stats. But I think Yoda likes it because it means that it's like near impossible for him to lose the round by a large margin, no matter what its
Yeah.
opponent does.
Right. I like
Yeah.
it for the same reason. You don't hemorrhage much off the hit point bar unless you've lost
Yeah.
horribly somewhere. They're also beautiful at cutting off all of the various flank and call-ins that you can get. You know, if you've got 3 Farseers, boom, 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 there's just really no way somebody's going to hit you behind towers anymore. And
Exactly.
it's just extreme flexibility. So as an early game pickup, I think it's great. As a late game pickup, not so much.
It also has the nice bonus of making it extremely hard for his opponent to pivot into air, which is probably something he would think about given what is on Yoda's board right now, but it is very, very hard if your Wraith is instantly useless to $100 Farseer EMP, or if your boat, which might be what's getting picked up, depending on if that gets dropped or not, behind your sledges, is also easily EMPable once the sledges die to like a Vulcan or a Scorpion or something.
So Goff going for the left side tower. New push with the Fire Badgers and his Farseer is going to get that tower. Imparts the debuff. He's also got a right side pair of Stormcallers. So dropping some ranged artillery. And of course Soja's whole army is stationary, so that's going to work out halfway decent for him. And having gotten that tower debuff twice, Goff wins round 3.
doesn't look to be quite as much damage as I'd want to see here from Goff. Like he's still down HP wise, and Yoda will just chuck down the same formation on the left side. So Goff's gonna have to come up with something here. I don't know what. The defense from Yoda just looks too strong.
So
I
haste
guess it's
module for
boat
Joda.
time?
Haste module for Joda. Lots of thought on that one for Goff. He decides to go for the incendiary over there.
I like the fire play a lot. I feel like that's the only way that you can kill the tower fast enough and potentially get enough HP damage to win the game.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that Goff's spot is particularly great for, like, you know, scaling into something that wins the game, whereas Yoda's boards is very good at scaling into winning the game.
I agree.
Yeah, Goff definitely
Yeah,
plays for the first 7-round knockout. And if it goes long, it's not going to go well for him.
For sure.
Yeah, so you cheese the tower here, get a big win, hopefully get a spell next round, and win the round through that, and maybe knock Yoda out that way. I think that's a solid plan for Goff. I don't know how else he's gonna turn this around.
Definitely agree. Goff does not seem to be a boat enjoyer since he has purchased Phoenixes. He's not good at Psycho School of Sledge Boats, nor does he have an advantageous specialist for doing that.
The fire is super effective. Absolutely demolished 3 packs of chaff on the left.
Yeah, I think sadly the
There's
Farseer
not
is
enough-
a bit too bad at killing the Vulcan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it just barely wins. Yeah, it barely wins.
But this had to be a big, painful round for Goff. Like, doing 600 damage here is not enough.
Yeah, the Farseer on the right's also very low HP, so it may... Oh, it doesn't die. Okay, well that's like about as good as you can hope, I guess, versus what Yoda has on the board. Seems very hard. That's all I can say. Because Yoda still has an oil that he just hasn't used, so at any point in time he can just detonate that and delete most of Goff's board from existence.
Nah, Yoda's a man of honor. He would never resort to such underhanded tricks.
I mean, he's not wearing his oil out picture, you know, so who knows what he'll do.
Right, he's given up on the no oil. He used to have the big no oil sign. Not when there is money at stake, I guess.
Yeah.
Pretty unsurprising to see insta-pick additional deploy from Yoda. Like, basically, as long as... Oh, also he sells his Vulcan, which is cool. He sells his Vulcan to dodge the jab because he thinks Goff is going to keep pushing on the right side, but... Yeah, I don't know. It feels really, really, really hard to lose for Yoda in the spot additional deploy. You can just have infinite Fangs spam to stop all the push cheese stuff, and they just explode. Seems really hard. And left Vulcan is immune to being jabbed, I think. It's got 75,000 health.
Yeah, level 2 Vulcan, so nasty. With the haste module, it's just gonna rush through everything on the right side.
Yep. I'm sad we don't see much of the haste module Vulcan on the line as a storm beacon anymore. Remember people used to do that a little bit as some like style points storm bait play, but we never see these. It was so cool. This opponent even has storms.
Blank Phoenix get the tower pretty quickly, but it's a level 2 tower, so not quite in time for Joda. Goff has been hit from behind more than once, leveled up the weak side tower. Now he's fighting under tower debuff, and it all goes very, very poorly from there. So Joda not only scaling, doing the tempo pressure himself now. Goff down to 1540. Yota in command.
Feels like it has to be a nuke. It's gotta be a nuke, right? For both players. Like, if you're Goff, you're taking the nuke because you need to change something. And if you're Yoda, you're taking the nuke because you just want to make sure that the game closes out. Neither players take the nuke. Both of them embarrassing me. How dare you?
Yeah, I don't think Yoda actually wants the nuke because Yoda doesn't care if he doesn't win the game this round, I don't think, and that means he doesn't want to waste money on a spell that might not get high value versus support anyways. It doesn't look like a particularly great nuke, part of the War Factory coming down.
So, Goff, this is one of the things you see him do every now and then, where everybody else seems to have a pretty, I don't know, standard positionings for things like the corner factory. He'll do something subtly different from what the rest of the board is doing. Doesn't really watch the top streamers or anything, comes up with a lot of this on his own based on what has worked against him, and here he is. His version of the corner factory. We got the corner
war factory. Is it good enough? Beacon him in there, boys.
So one really, really important thing that is happening here that is not obvious at all, unless you've like tested it / heard someone tell you, is that this War Factory should be moving the entire time this round is happening. But because of the way he drew his beacon, it has not moved the entire time.
Yep.
So you want to put the beacon at the back of your factory and draw it forward and make sure there's nothing on the entirety of the beacon's path, because if you don't do it that way, your factory doesn't move the whole time and it doesn't ever take the tower.
And the specific reason there is the units with a beacon will advance unless there is something, a different opposing unit in the beacon. So if you want to do the drive-by kind of stuff, you have to be moving through unoccupied space.
Disaster for Goff. He lost his Phoenixes. He loses the round.
Feels bad, man.
Oh.
Honestly, his play is a lot better if his beacon is drawn differently.
Yep.
Like, the factory moving the whole time versus not is a really big deal.
Yeah, it's a really subtle difference. But that's part of why you see that mobile beacon drawn so horizontally in front of the tower rather than going straight into the teeth of the defense.
Even just like where you drop it on the factory itself is really important though.
Mm-hmm.
Since like the factory doesn't really care as long as nothing is on the beacon path, right? So you get like more beacon path, which moves the factory farther if you put it at the back of the factory rather than the front. It actually does like the dead opposite. It's like the beacon's at the very front of the factory.
Right.
Which is the least effective thing you could do. Assuming that you want to go at the tower, but I don't see a reason to not go at the tower. So that's the point of having the factory like on the line like this.
Well,
Alright.
Dota runs
I
Ignite.
have an idea, guys.
Here's Ignite on the Vulcans.
I have an idea.
What's the idea?
So, what if the issue was with the last push that we only had one war factory? What if we doubled the amount of war factories? Would that solve our problems?
You know, I think Yoda has a similar line of thinking. What if the issue with last time was we didn't yet have enough Vulcans and Vulcan techs, so we
Yeah.
simply click more Vulcans and more Vulcan techs?
Mm.
I think it might work out for him.
So it's a
He did take launcher overload on War Factory, which will make it attack way faster, but I don't know that. Oh no, immediately locked on by this Vulcan. And the War Factory's just writhing in pain. Oh,
God.
disaster.
You can hear it squealing in
Interestingly,
pain.
by the way, I think you actually can't ignite a unit that's teleporting in. That Vulcan on the left did not ignite that fort until it was all the way in. I didn't know that interaction.
That is pretty cool. Need to know a problem, perhaps. Would you expected it too, right? Time?
Yeah, I expected it would.
Yeah, so that might actually be a bug.
Well, I don't know if it's a bug because
Right.
let's see. I think like Photon isn't on units, so you can hack and EMP stuff
Right.
similarly. I don't know. Maybe it's not a bug. Maybe it's a feature. It's certainly bad if you're Yoda, but it doesn't matter because Vulcan OP.
Yeah, Vulcan gets the win here. Goff puts up a good fight. He's came third in the weekend tournament Americas this week, which was his best ever tournament finish. And Iota, obviously #1 seed here, probably not sweating yet. Just wants to win his 3 games and go to sleep. Anything positionally? I mean, we talked a little bit about the war factories. Anything else you saw that you guys would run differently for Goff?
I think definitely the chat positioning against seeing Ignite on the Vulcan bar
Mm-hmm.
definitely is something to be desired.
There's
Since, you know, you can just click Ignite and then your War Factory gets locked onto you, right?
Right. So we wanted a chaff in front of it. We probably wanted a chaff here. That's why a lot of people run it. I'm also noticing there's a lack of what I call the late mid or early mid chaff, which is something in this area. You want a crawler right about there so that when these two are dead, you get something back out in front of them before the next round happens.
Yeah, agreed on both points, especially shallow flank and behind factory chaff.
Yeah, figuring out that I needed to have 4 rows of chaff instead of 3 was actually pretty fundamental, pretty big change for me. And that's relatively recent, and it bumped me up about 300 MMR. I'm like, oh, okay. I get it now.
It's a lot easier if you just play standard. You could just use the same formation for a year, never goes out of date.
Kind of true. I mean, I do every now and then just throw down the classic Vulcan Phoenix Storm formation. Okay, I have my answers to everything.
I think in like 90% of games you can like copy paste what Yoda just did formation wise and it will look good. It's very hard for that to look bad.
Goff
Yeah,
says he's very annoyed that he lost to Vulcan Phoenix. Goff, you lost to one of the all-time greats. That is a 2575 MMR player from from the Vanguard season.
Yeah. I'm pretty sad my friend Sastifer lost. I was really rooting for him.
Oh, Sastifer was...
It's alright. He's gonna make a run in the losers bracket. I believe in you, Sastifer.
So Sastifer was the 9 seed in this group. He would have been up against the 8 seed Chemtrails, and that actually means Sastifer versus Goff the Great. 2 Americans in the first game of the loser bracket. He says, oh, you added Steel Sane to your list. I'm sorry, I introduced you incorrectly then, Goff. So, Blue Hair, Dachshund, and Steel Sane. That makes 3 of the folk who auto-qualified by winning 2 weekend tournaments that Goff has beaten in tournament play. So, close to putting this all together to win a tournament, I'm sure.
Wow. chemtrails with the smack talk. I guess not smack talk, but finally a worthy opponent. Yoda
Looks like this is
not
unrivaled.
acknowledging,
Looks
not
like
biting.
Unrivaled Super Hottie may have beaten Sastifer. I think Unrivaled Super Hottie was originally scheduled for Group D, so we had somebody, presumably chemtrails,
Oh, they swapped out.
Not check in time. So Unrivaled Super Hottie from Scotland, 2060 MMR, and the 36th overall seed in this tournament. Described as basically an unpredictable aggro player. So we'll see if
Yeah.
we'll
I can't keep track of everyone's Smurfs, so
Yes.
I
yeah.
didn't know if that was just a chemtrail Smurf.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
Yeah, Unrivaled is not a chemtrail smurf. He's a different person.
Yep.
All right, so will Yoda play standard again? For my sake, I hope he plays some aggro, or at least gives me some hackers. But I think it's fair to say that standard might just be the preferred path to get far in the tournament.
Yeah, I think Yoda likes aggro, but standard is just like really easy to beat players that you're a lot better than with, so I think he probably views it as the more consistent thing to do.
Yep. And you've been playing only aggro, right, Time?
Yeah.
And
that's
what
correct.
strategies are you finding best in aggro?
Oh, you click Fortress or you lose.
Okay.
Very unlikely you win unless you are a boat enjoyer like Woots. But
And
that's
you're
also
not a
very,
boat enjoyer?
Well, I think like you win with boats via like jump drive stuff, right? I don't think that playstyle is very fun because it relies on your opponent not guessing correctly.
Hmm.
I don't really
Got
like
it.
jump drive as a playstyle. I think it's cool, but I don't know. I just think it's kind of uninteresting.
Yep.
Kind of both to play and to play against, but especially to play for me. I don't think it's very interesting. But
Yeah.
Fortress is really strong. Like Fort it wins. Fort wins and nothing wins against Fort, so you click Fort. Fort good. Fort does not lose to fire, especially. That's why you click Fort.
All right, round two.
Pretty good reason to kick for it.
Round 2 of Group C. We have Unrivaled Super Hottie from Scotland, a 20. What was this? 2061 MMR in the Vanguard season. Opposite side, the number 1 seed overall is Jota, the 2575 MMR from Germany. Number 1 overall seed. Yoda takes the Rhino Specialist, so late econ or possibility. Goes for the outside sledgehammers, triple marksman, and buys himself 2 chaff, of course, behind the tower. Unrivaled Super Hottie comes out with aggro storms, crawlers right behind them, triple arclight as a marksman specialist.
So we are not seeing Yoda aggro. I cry.
I feel we will see a lot of this, and you'll also see Unrivaled do this every time, probably. He uses a very similar storm formation to what I use, but it's very clumped. Very clumped.
Yeah, that feels very clumped. We'll see if it ends up being solid, but one thing I don't like about it is when you have storms this close together, they usually just shoot at the same unit. Some pretty significant diminishing returns on the splash.
Yeah, I agree. It is also, of course, very easy to missile this formation, but some would call that missile bait, as opposed to easy to missile, so we shall see. I don't think Yoda is a missile Andy in this spot, but perhaps. I've seen him missile things like 5 turns in a row, if he feels like he needs to.
Yeah, Yoda was famous back in the day for being a spell Andy. I played Yoda in a tournament once, and the intel I had going into it was he will click every spell button possible. So play around every spell.
Used to be better, to be fair.
In my opinion, the spell buttons used to be worse because the econ buttons were way better.
That is also true. Very true. I feel like tempo used to matter more because unit levels mattered more, whereas now like unit levels are kind of irrelevant because drops exist, right? So I feel like the tempo you gain from spells and the unit levels you gain from spells are a lot less relevant than the econ and just having stuff on board. Oh, Yoda goes for the Fangs. Oh, right, he's playing standard. I was excited for a second. I thought he was like playing Fang. He just wants to chop the plays, which makes sense.
Dream on, buddy.
I mean, hey, sometimes the round 3 quadruple level 2 blue Fang is really good. You can pivot Fang very easily with that.
Yeah.
This is really sweet. The mobile beacon crawler here. A lot of people think of that in terms of I'm going to distract stormcallers with it. That is not at all what Yoda is doing here. Unless there is a mobile beacon, this whole push is going to turn and follow those crawlers and not go towards the towers at all. So really, really good use of mobile beacon defense. It's just going to demolish this attack right up until the edge of that crawler pack gets deleted. These last couple of crawlers on the far side.
If the back that happens to live, it also clears the tower, which would be pretty sick. I don't think it does, but if it did.
No way, but yes, if 1 or 2 crawlers survive for that.
It's actually pretty relevant too if 1 or 2 live, because the left side of the board actually is not going to go to the tower, but this beacon will always go to the tower. Oh, there's an Arclight, never mind. I don't think that was there before.
Yep.
So it will die to the Arclight regardless.
Arclight meets a marksman.
Oh, it works.
Look at that.
Wow.
You've got 7 or 8 crawlers going to tower.
Yep. God tier beacon.
Wait, you're saying there's a reason the guy has the 2575 MMR?
He's like, well, there's one potential upside of drawing the beacon in this way, so maybe it works out, and it does work out. It's fine for the highest of the beacon.
I mean,
Nice.
You know, you joke about it a little bit, but it's legit. I used to win board games, and my friends would say, "Oh my God, you get lucky. How do you get so lucky all the time?" And it was I give myself the chance to get lucky and wins with the right die roll, and I don't give myself the chance to get super unlucky and lose with the wrong die roll.
That is a very good explanation of why Yoda is playing standard right now.
Yeah, I love Forgotten Arbiter's comment. This is the type of spice we need. I'm here for the drama. Forgotten Arbiter said Yoda has been saying on stream that he's been practicing standard for the tourney because he thinks it's stronger. Yeah, as an aggro player myself, I love to whine and be like, aggro's so much weaker, standard's so much stronger, and it's easier on top of that. Of course, we will never know, but if Yoda wins, it's actually 1 point for the aggro players because he hung up his aggro belt
For this
play
tournament.
standard.
Yeah.
So it'll be cool. Now I'm like unofficially rooting for Yoda because he needs to prove that standard is easier than aggro for once and for all. People that call us brain dead aggro players.
Oh, aggro
You don't know the struggle.
Aggro is complicated. And of course, the aggro players think the standard is the brain dead. So, you know.
They have been playing the same strategy
but
for
we're
years,
right.
So
but we are right. Our feelings are the correct feelings.
You know, in a way, I feel like I may have indirectly created a lot of brain dead aggro players. Feels bad, man. Ball stain guide.
Yeah. You're part of the problem.
I am part of the problem. Feels really bad, man. Alright, so see for how he goes to the shallow flank Arclight. Big fan of this. You don't often see, or at least I don't often see a lot of people do this, but I am a gigantic fan of shallow flank chaff and shallow flank chaff clear to set up for the one strong thing aggro can do, which is a giant or a war factory in the corner of the board at the very front.
Yep.
So that is likely what he is setting up to play around.
Yoda just seems to be owning.
Super Hottie says in chat, I probably should have played standard.
Ruh-roh.
Feels bad, man.
What every aggro player thinks after they lost. I also have that feeling, unrivaled super hottie.
I'm just sitting here quaking in my boots at the idea of Yoda practicing to get better. God damn.
Yeah.
How are we supposed to catch up to this?
Alright, forts are the answer. He has heard Time for Miracles declaration that forts are a good unit.
Now,
Yep.
there is a cool little element here. If he's pulling with this shallow flank and winds up with a pull here, he does create a little opening for this narrow set of units to kind of punch into the wedge between his Frank Arclight flank fortress and units that are pulled into the middle of the board. We'll see if that's enough. It's hard to imagine, but you will get the possibility of a little gap there. It would be better exploitable with a mobile beacon right up into it, but it is possible.
Yeah,
Yoda's
unfortunately,
cute
it's a really
little-
sad round for Unrivaled because Yoda's Rhino spec, and as we all know, Rhino spec does 1,000 plus damage to you on the turn that it is Rhino spec, and that would leave Unrivaled at approximately 1 life remaining. So that does not bode well for him.
Rhino running in. He's got the haste module.
Like he moving,
Chop
moving
chop.
real fast.
Goodbye, tower.
21 meters per second, outrunning your crawlers. It literally ran that
the
pack
worst
of
part of all
crawlers
this?
down from behind.
The worst part for Super Hottie is that he is a marksman specialist, by the way, and he has not won. Well, I guess he's won like 1 round, maybe won like round 1 or something. I think it was round 1. But he's not won a single round since Orange Man came onto the field. So he's just feeding XP and just gets nothing. Feels really bad, man.
When in doubts, boats out. Just get the boats in there. They'll find a way to win for you. Ah,
Oh
this
my God.
Scorpion, the classic. At high ladder, this is all you see. Just Rhino, Scorpion pushes. It's a little
propaganda.
overdone. I honestly hoped that Yoda would, you know.
It's propaganda. Don't listen, chat.
There-
It's propaganda.
That is-
Vance is lying to you.
I have never
This is
seen
all
that
you
before
see.
in my life.
It's 2 Scorpions, 1 Rhino, beaconed right at tower. It's just high ladder.
Oh
Did-
no, he
did
sold
he-
out of its.
He's
Did
got
he-
a soul. I'm
Did
glad.
he use the... Okay, I was wondering if he used the mobile beacon to change the angle of the Scorpion and then moved the Scorpion. Yikes.
He was feeling unethical about his meta strategies.
I bet he was thinking like, you know, this probably wins the game, but also, what if it doesn't win the game? And then he just did the standard play instead. I'm very disappointed.
I have the greatest push of all time for the rest of the game.
I love that Super Hottie completely didn't counter that Rhino at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just,
I think you definitely have to assume Yoda sells it.
if Yoda keeps taking this Rhino, I lose, so I'm going to assume he sells it. Yes, level 3
There's 2
tower.
realities. One where he puts 2 Scorpions behind this Rhino, and I lose. One where he wimps out, and I still lose, but lose by less.
Of course, we can always
Yeah,
save this
because-
game and play out that round 5 and see if it would have done enough.
Oh baby, come on, dude. You already know the double Scorpion Rhino push.
Going to be the new
Unrivaled.
meta-defining unit push.
Not the new. Always
No.
been here. All you see every single game.
And seriousness though, that play to ignore the Rhino is really, really important because that's like putting yourself in a position to win.
Yeah.
If you're playing around that, you're playing to lose. He knows he can't win if he does that, so that's why he ignores it.
And now Unrivaled Super Hottie he's got some good stuff cooking. He's got Launcher and Range on his Fortress, which is like the 2 de facto techs. Hopefully he sells something and can get a few more of these forts, but he's in a much better position now. he can win one round, I feel like it could swing all the momentum. I just don't think he can win one round.
Yeah, I don't think he can win either. Maybe if he like, I think Kyoto stole the Scorpion in front of his left tower, right? Maybe if he like Storm Cheese left tower, if that wasn't in fact there, then he could maybe win a round if there's no acid, but it seems pretty doomed, if you ask me. Looks like he goes to the AM and the fortress in the corner to stop his Mustang from dying to a missile, I guess, since he's not clicking double. I guess that's why that's there. That used to not work, so I'm always a bit sus of that interaction. Like, if you put an AM like right there, does it actually stop a missile?
Yes.
It used to, it most definitely did not. But I guess
it does like, now, yeah. They buffed it.
Yeah, they improved the interception efficacy or something, and that's why it works now, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you want to explain
okay,
real
so
quick
the
for
acid's looking scary, but hopefully it won't matter. I mean, Unrivaled Super Hottie has a lot of chaff running in. Got a good amount of waves. This fortress is gonna have to cook. Does not.
Arguably, it cooked in that laser beam.
Okay.
It's cooking in the acid right now.
It's
all
the
right.
tower.
We might have another round.
That's the gap I was talking about like 4 rounds ago.
Wow. We got another round, ladies and gentlemen. I really do think that Unrivaled Super Hottie could turn the corner now.
If he can win round through that acid, that's actually pretty worrisome for Yoda.
Like, if I'm Unrivaled, I just want 3 giants so bad. Or 3 fortresses so bad. Like, they're double teched. So efficient to just get more of these bad boys. And he's got really nice chaff. I really like Unrivaled Super Hottie's sheer amount of chaff. The Goomba
really
stomping Rhino on top of this Mustang. Oh god,
no.
the carnage. Mustangs run.
That's actually so doomed that he has to play around that.
It's super doomed. I guess that's why you don't put Mustangs there.
I think you still put the Mustangs there. It just you don't like to see that.
For those of you wondering at home, Goomba Stomp is referring to the Rhino Assault coming in right over the top of these units. When a unit is dropped in, it lands on top of the units on the ground. The total hit points of the 2 units are compared. Whichever one is lower is dead. Whichever one is higher takes the hit points damage from the lower. And here it would be the sum of those 12 Mustangs compared to a single Rhino. They will be very, 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 very flat.
You know what's interesting though is I don't actually know how it works if it's hitting a fort and the Mustangs. Like, does it hit the fort first? Is compared to the center of the thing? Like, I have no clue how that interaction works.
I believe it's actually applied across all of them, and they all survive with percentage. But it is 100% something to test in testing grounds.
Yeah, for sure. I really like the play from Unrivaled to go left here in the face of the acid. I don't think it works because he does not run Elite Marksman on his fort, but I think that's definitely the play he needs to have work to win.
Look at this beautiful orange fort moonwalking to the left.
Yeah, it might also even ultra walk this way.
Walk and shoot. Let's go.
And then we're gonna take the tower. Oh baby!
Wow,
kill that melter.
No, we're not.
Kill the melter. You can
One more shot. There you go.
Go.
Let's go.
This would be the sickest comeback of all time.
Against one of the best players of all time. This is amazing.
Everyone pray.
And mark my words, by the way, if Unrivaled loses this game, it's because he has anti-air instead of Elite on his forts. That's the only reason. You cannot lose this spot if you have Elite.
Forgotten Arbiter points out it hits all at once and does hit point equal to the Rhino hit points to all units it landed on. So it's not split, it's full on damage to everything. So if the Rhino had been there, it would have been, it would have taken, or if the fort was there, it would have taken damage and the Mustangs would have been dead. Unit reinforcement, is anything here can save things for Yoda? He takes the Farseers.
It goes to the EMP Phoenix versus the Melters. I don't know how I feel about that, because the Phoenix is faster than the Fort, so it's going to get locked onto by the Melter. But I guess as long as the Melter has no chaff in front of it, then it can EMP it, maybe?
Well, and if it gets out in front, EMPs the Melter, changes the range, then the Melter loses the lock on the Phoenix, and either way, it's keeping the Fort alive to hit the Melter from 120 meters out.
That is true.
Loose crawlers.
Ooh.
Okay.
He is wide.
Should be good. I
you
mean,
would
if
think
there's one
it-
thing Yoda's missing, it's chaff clear, right?
I mean, you say that. He's got a Vulcan on the board.
Hey, Vulcan.
This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 packs of loose crawlers.
Vulcans are good, so maybe that's all you need.
Unfortunately, I think for Unrivaled being forced to do this like push left play where he does not have chaff developed is really, really bad for him at this point in the game. Because now he has to just like let all of his chaff die to the fire and the Vulcans and whatever, and those poor unprotected forts have to walk across the board and fight the Melters. Which does not look very good.
Not promising, no. Is that the end for Super Hottie?
No, we have a chance. We believe. Everyone pray.
If 2 giants survive for Yoda, this game is over.
No.
Oh, it was an epic run. He says I
Oh
thought
my
oil would be
God.
big brain instead, but that was probably a mistake. Oh, so close, unrivaled Super Hottie. Well played. You gave one of the all-time greats a run for his money. There are no easy games in this qualifying tournament. Very nice.
Was that a self-oil, by the way, by Super
Yes.
Hottie? Is that what
Yes.
happened?
Yes, it was.
Okay, yeah. That's what I thought.
And again, we'll talk about the quality of the chaff boards for both players. Saying really, really solid chaff for Yoda. One thing I do note, he's missing a little bit of the late arriving Fang, and but so is Super Hottie. But again, just really detailed chaff boards for both of them, and the positions and timings may feel random, but some of them are really well worked out. So. Very cool. Yoda, now on the verge of qualifying for the tournament, has 1 match to go, and we will be following him into that match. So stick with us. And Unrivaled Super Hottie, of course, is not out and drops down to the loser's bracket. If he wins, I think it's 2 more he gets through. Might be 3 more. I'm not sure. Don't know how the loser's bracket works, so we're following the winner's bracket.
Ooh, looks like Sastifer got a win. Let's go, Sastifer. Rooting for you.
This is a double Elam tournament, right?
That is
If
correct,
you
yeah.
lose twice, you're out?
Yep.
Okay. Can you get into the, like, whatever the post of this tournament is called if you, like, finish losers bracket? Or, like,
Right.
is it, like, only winning your group gets you in? Or, like, how's it work?
So okay. The qualifying format, and again, I wish we had the full, with challenge working here, but the starts out as a group of 16. You win twice, you're in what would have been a semifinal, right? So there's 4 players left, and winner of that match is in. Full stop. You're in, no questions asked. So there is no final for the top of the group. And then losers bracket, if you lost either of the first 2 matches, you're down into losers round 1, losers round 2, and those turn into 2 champions from the losers bracket. The 2 winners from the losers bracket face the 2 losers from the semifinal of the top bracket in a 5th round match. So if you lost one of your first 2 matches, you have to win 4 to get in. If you lose your 3rd match in the winners bracket, you are on win once and you're in from the losers bracket, and 2 players go in from the winner's bracket, 2 players go in from the very end of the loser's bracket. And lose twice and you're out.
All right, so to get here, Zillalag beat Lord Klein and Shade, who are
Ooh.
2 very good players.
Oh, does Shade still play? I've not seen Shade in ages.
Apparently,
in like a year.
Shade won the first or the first matchup and then lost to Zillalag.
Beat Elio in the first round, faces Zillalag here. His first match, folks, was at scheduled for 4 a.m. in Hong Kong for Shade. And it is currently something like 6 a.m. in Hong Kong. So he's been up all night. I hope he didn't stay up all night. I hope he was able to get a little bit of sleep. A little bit rough for him if he's down in the loser's bracket. Zillalag is the 3rd overall seed in this group, which is had a 2,227 MMR, and the 9th overall seed in the tournament. CrossFit, the 8th overall seed, and he wrote some poetry for us, so I am supposed to introduce him. And it is listed as, read this in your best ringside boxing announcer voice. He attends the Church of Iron. He prays to the Swoley Ghost. He turns water into whey. He died for your gains. Ladies and gentlemen, it's CrossFit. There you go. That's the best I can do for you, sir.
Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm here for it.
So 2 Americans
Well done.
win this match, and you are in.
All right. See what we got. Zillalag picking up the Typhoon spec. I like that a lot. CrossFit going for Sabertooth Specialist. Both openers or specialists make a lot of sense. It's good econ tax. Looks like Zillag's going to play aggro ball crawl, which I love. And then CrossFit's on probably weenie standard defense. But if he does go aggro storms here, he'll be my favorite person of all time.
I agree. Last time I played CrossFit, I think he was playing aggro, so maybe we'll see some headbutt action. That'd be cool.
Do it.
CrossFit.
He was offered a lot of packs, CrossFit was, that were not very good, by the way, so he might not have actually wanted to pick this, but this was definitely the best one he was offered.
CrossFit has been playing both in tournament play, so you'll regularly, you can't predict what he's going to do from just seeing him line up or seeing his starting pack, even. So I find him really interesting to watch, really fascinating. He's won 1 out of the 30 that would have gotten him in for 2 and came really, really close 2 other times. So
I really like the Sledgehammer cosplay on these storms from CrossFit. It's pretty cool. Probably very effective versus the balls. Not sure why his lag goes for this not stacked on one side ball play that also insta-dies to storm colors, just like we saw earlier from Cortex.
oh goodness,
Feels really bad, man. Exact same thing. Exact same outcome. Feels terrible. He takes almost maximum possible damage from that.
Okay, tough start from Zillag.
That is about the worst possible thing that could have happened this turn for him. Oh, he gets offered Assault Fortress, though.
Good card.
You are still eligible to receive Fortress from a drop if you take this, by the way. So he could be gifted a Fortress from Bear like next rounds, which would be another good thing for him.
He knows the good unit.
Yep. He has spotted the correct thing to click.
If you are standard, you will play Vulcan. If you are aggro, you will play Fortress.
And you will like it.
The rules have been written.
So that turn 1 thing is really bad for his lag here, because now he has to buy these crawlers, which actually I don't really like the positioning of, by the way, because the Arclight can still die, and half your crawlers die sometimes because it's really close.
Yeah.
He is forced into doing this, or he loses the game on the spot, so he
Yeah,
can
Zillag
against the Rhino.
really needs these front crawlers to be horizontal. Having them vertical is just dooming. Like the crawlers are gonna half the crawlers are gonna die anyways because the storms are just gonna hit the back half of the crawler pack. So there's no upside to having it vertical here, but having it horizontal, you get to keep almost all of your crawlers alive.
I agree. I think maybe he's planning on having a fortress in the hole that leaves to the right and left, maybe? I don't really know. That's all I can think of as to why he might have wanted to put it vertical.
Rhino with the tower cheese. He comes in, chop chop.
2 punches.
And Zillag's gonna take another healthy dose of damage.
He lost the 50-50 on which crawler he deployed behind the tower.
Yeah.
This is bad, man.
Feels aggro, man.
Yep. Well, I mean, the first round could have been prevented. That's a feels aggro round moment right there, but...
The Zillilag down to 2,300 hit points. We're on 4,300 for CrossFit. That is not
running his way to 0.
That is, yes, a speed run to 0. That is not what you wanted to give away to a player of CrossFit's quality.
It was
sometimes you lose the game
hype
on turn
speech.
1. This is
The
one of
hype
those
speech
times.
you gave.
I know. I think it's going to come across as favoritism there. Zillilag didn't give me a hype speech. I'd have read it. Goodness.
Oh, you should
All
make
right.
him up one, honestly. He deserves it.
We have the typhoon that will solve all of our problems.
Have
Let's
you
just
looked
sell
into
these.
this eye? You can't. That's the eye of the tiger. He doesn't lose.
Okay, we have another typhoon. Are we gonna sell out of the arc lights of shame?
No, we're going to commit to
We're
the
just
arc
gonna
lights
give
of
him a
shame.
buddy. We want our typhoons to get splashed as well. No, we decided no, we don't. We don't like getting splashed. And tower HP.
He fortifies the
fortification.
Lost Swarm. I thought he was gonna ignore it. He was just gonna say, like, I can't win if I spend 200 supply on this.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have hated that play at all if he said that. Did CrossFit use his damage item, by the way? Oh, it's on a Mustang. Never mind. It's on the Mustang on the right. Makes sense.
All right, we are making progress.
Yep. Typhoons have done something. Excellent work, Typhoons.
Balfoon, let's go! See, guys were right. All he needed was the hype talk about the eye.
Yep.
Wait, no, I might be speaking too soon. He still needs to win this round.
His
Tower
tower's
timings?
fortified, so. That's really different. Got 2 Typhoons, 1 damage item.
All right, we're back in it, boys.
Acceptable.
Speed
Yeah,
running.
we forgot a couple of crawlers.
We'll get
We'll
them.
get there. We'll get there. Man, they had a dream. Zillilag, you're heartless. That is
Yeah, Typhoon
gorgeous.
has a dream too.
Yeah,
of winning the
it
game.
is a gorgeous, gorgeous art piece. All right, we get our reinforcements: Sledgehammer, Marksman, Rhino, or Farseer. I love Farseer for completing this push. The Balfoon push, and Zillilag does not.
Decided, give me the sledges. Which
Not
is
sure
fair.
how I feel
What are
about
you gonna do with
sledges.
these sledges?
I guess he picks the sledge because he thinks that CrossFit mirrors the Mustang on the other side, and it gets the Mustang stuck, I suppose.
Okay, going in the shallow flank with one of the sledge packs. Other one's joining the normal push. Oil's coming down.
Feels bad.
If only these bubbles were bigger.
One thing you can do as the Balfoon player is click speed, high mobility. If you pretty much assume this is the round that's coming down, or you saw it offered, a lot of times people will put it this greedily, and speed will get you across the midline. If you don't know, a item that's dropped like this has a midline. The midline is where the actual oil drops, and it spreads out from there. So if you have a shield blocking the midline, you can block the oil along that that particular drop. You can obviously that did not happen at all anywhere, so there is oil everywhere. It doesn't go into the shield bubbles, obviously, but like if we'd gotten just a little bit further, we'd blocked the other half of that oil.
Yeah, how far forward the Fang is there is actually what stops that. He almost got across the midline. But the chat positioning seals the deal.
So,
It's okay, we're trudging through.
so you're saying that was not an accidental positioning from CrossFit?
Nah, I think these really far forward Fangs like this with the conga line are like really strong against aggro. Always like to see these.
And
Yeah, I love the
they've really
conga line.
fallen out of favor. Do you have an idea why that is?
I don't. I think just simply that it wasn't seen as doing enough.
Well, the conga line's actually extremely powerful versus wide crawler in particular, because if you get crawlers to like get close to something, they unwide themselves. So conga line's actually extremely powerful versus like this anti-oil bubble tech shenanigans going on here in this turn, and it's also ultra powerful versus wide crawler too. So I think conga line looking real good right about now with wide being added to the game.
And Forgotten Arbiter points out that the way to have solved that, if you were Zillalag, was actually a mobile beacon to ensure that the Typhoons didn't stop to shoot them, that they kept walking forward. A really clever
that's a really
little
good play.
piece. Yeah, that you just added. You probably just gave me about 50 MMR with that tip alone, sir.
Yeah, same actually. That's definitely a plus 50 MMR tip right there.
At least for those of us that like Balfoon. And if Arbiter says Balfoon did fall out of favor for like not 4 months or so. It's a bad thing.
You can also use the same thing for Fortress, of course. Force it to walk forward with a beacon to block oil.
Right.
You do have to, of course, like predict exactly when they will oil. So if it's not a tower oil or if it's not a spell oil, might be a bit hard. But
Right. That would have been hard in
obviously,
this
Slag
round.
knows. Slag is a degenerate boat tech enjoyer, by the way. He is a jump drive Andy. So it looks
Ooh.
like maybe he is pivoting to boat Foon, perhaps.
We have the Woot Tex.
Yes, indeed. Oh my
The-
god, he clicked ass, man.
Yeah, the assault marksman is the quirkiest thing to me.
That is
These are some
super
really
quirky.
far back assault marksman.
Ooh, that might be really bad for him versus the boat. I actually don't know how that plays out usually.
Oh, we actually saw that in finals of weekend tournament where Rice beat Woot, and the key element is that Rice actually changed his text on the bar for marksman for that match for the final against Woot to
that's
switch
awesome.
into assault mode, range, anti-air to blow up the boat stuff. And he just
Wow, that's
had
sick.
zillion assault mode marksmen covering every angle. Okay, I know what you're gonna do. I know exactly what you're gonna do. And I don't think we saw it coming, and it worked.
I guess that's kind of cool because the assault marksman covers both the wasps and the boat, right? And
Right.
also sort of deals with like typhoon bubbles. I don't know if it splashes both, but
Yeah.
that's kind of good.
Yeah, no, it worked really well. And the best part of that is that was the other route to qualify for this finals. We knew that one or the other of the winner of that match was going to take the 8th and final berth for winning 2 tournaments. So it was really cool to see. Preview of coming attractions.
Oh, Arbiter said he beat both Wu and Conclusion with Assault Marksman as well, so that's more W's for Assault Marksman versus Degenerate Boat Tax. Noted.
You heard it here
Assault
first.
marksman
Assault
made it.
marksman broken.
Yep.
Too powerful.
It does become something I would want to run if I ever reach the point that I can draw Woot on ladder.
Well, if that works that well, that's really important because historically, one of the only really strong options you have versus boat jump drive people is you just like click your entire board full of Mustangs and missile everything in sight. And that usually always works, but it is much harder with Typhoons and stuff like that being an easy taxless unit, and it's always good to have more than one line you can take so it's not predictable.
So Zillalag on 1514, CrossFit choosing the same numbers but putting them in a different order, 4150. I think CrossFit is in better shape here. Zillalag had that one big round win, but it didn't even contribute to that much hit point on the damage on the bar. We get the Rhino drop coming again. Just pull some of the late chaff, and Zillaleg has sold out of the steel walls at this point. It's basically Farseers and Typhoons and boats. You can see they're struggling with the assault mode marksman. The Farseer with EMP.
About the board now that we've gotten to this point of the game. I'll go ahead, Emrock.
I was going to say that the Farseer EMP worked for Zillaleg on the right side as far as EMPing out those assault mode marksmen, and that bought him exactly 25 hit points left. Whoosh! 25 hit points in a dream.
Easy.
Those are some very important hit points right about now.
Well, and that is taking out one extra assault mode marksman, right?
Yep.
CrossFit, take the photon, right? Keep those guys from getting detect and protect against the acid. It's like the no-brainer, right? Oh, it takes the acid and puts it in flush. Okay.
So a thing that's happened to Zilag's board at this point in the game is that his entire board, besides the boats, dies to Scorpion. And this is why I didn't really like the Sledgehammer pick from him earlier on the first unit drop. Is because I thought to myself, the entire board dies to Scorpion. Are we happy with that? And now the Scorpions are killing the entire board. I don't think that's very good for him.
Not working out. And there is kind of missing some of these mid and super late chaffs and the early mid fangs that would help to keep those Scorpions from getting the locks that they need. Right, like that's I run this Balfoon all the time. That is my solution to Scorpion, is just to have chaff arriving from different angles and different timings all day long. You just don't see that happening with Zillag's board right now.
It's also really weird for Zilag because he is clicked Wide Crawler, but his opponent is Mustang, against which Wide Crawler does absolutely nothing.
Zero.
Yeah, like literally nothing, for those who may not know. It does not do anything.
Someone told me it was good though, so.
It does prevent your opponent from clicking high explosive ammo and killing your crawlers even faster.
That it certainly does do. Although I'm told that after they changed Wide Crawler most recently, that 7-meter slash units are no longer bad versus Wide Crawler, which is what high explosive ammo Mustang has.
Ooh,
so that may not actually be the case anymore.
Oh, 7, okay.
Or yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, more than 7.
Yeah,
Whatever,
so
but, yeah.
It's 8 for Farseer and what's Arclight?
Everything except Tarantula and Sledgehammer are more than 7.
Okay, got it. Well,
So that is the
Zillaleg,
takeaway.
25 hit points and a dream, and a level 2 or possibly even level 3 Overlord, staying alive against CrossFit.
Really poor drops this game for Zilag, I think. I think both the first drop and this drop are not very good for him.
Yeah, nothing here helps.
Can't really play Wasps. Yeah, it just seems like a doomer. Boom Rhinos is the only answer.
Honestly, Boom might not be that bad. I don't think Boom's that good either, but it might be. If he has Boom. Oh, we can actually hover them and see in the spectate view. He does have Boom. I did not know we could do that.
Yes,
Interesting.
I got that fixed recently.
Oh, you did? Nice.
Because I do so much tourney casting that I'll just note little things about spectator stuff. And I've got, because of the curator program, we have a direct line into to Bear Lake and the team, and Bear Lake will take occasional little changes like that from me, and it's like, oh yeah, that's a bug, fixed. And of course he drops half the stuff that I give him. He's like, nope, that's as designed or way low priority comparatively. But it's been a lot of fun to have, you know, that kind of direct communication to the dev team.
Amrock, have you told them about the bug of the oil button on tower? Really hoping they fix that bug any day now.
I would love if they fixed that bug as well. That one's been there a long time. Not sure why.
Yeah, it's clickable. The problem is that it just needs to be disabled.
Exactly.
Yeah. Kind of like the elite button when you're playing elite. It needs to be disabled.
Actually, do want the elite, but elite disabled. I think I filed that one.
I
between
may
us.
have accidentally clicked that button as elite recently, so
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
it's pretty bad bug personally.
Yep.
Also, just want to note Arbiter's tech of if we beacon the Typhoon, might have actually saved in this turn as well. If we beacon across the center line of the deploy, would have been pretty impactful.
Yeah.
Might still not die here, but that would make a very big difference if the spell does not go off.
And so time, I had previously reported that one. That is in the DB as bug number 164. For Elite Specialist to
Nice.
disable the Elite Recruitment button on the left tower.
Are you just like bullshitting right now, or is that actually bug number 164?
That's in the Amarok's count. Amarok and Drewski have been counting how many we have reported down a specific build discussion. So that was
awesome.
legit number 164, and it's funny because I actually started with number 000 or 001
That's-
even, and people were like triple or double zero. I'm like, yes, I want them sortable.
That's awesome.
So
Also, want to say once again, Arbiter's beacon thing would look really, really, really good here because there is a second copy of oil to go with the, or sorry, acid to go with the oil.
oof, it's gonna be really grim.
Just get more
did.
boats, lol.
But Zillilag
yeah,
is
honestly.
staying alive. 25 hit points.
Imagine if Stalag did not have his arc lights down on turn 1 and take 800 damage. He'd be in such a good spot this game.
Would he? He'd be at 825 HP, which still seems like a pretty not so great spot against oil acid.
Like his units might have leveled, or all kinds of things might have happened as a result of him not insta-losing round 1, right?
On the hopium, okay.
And he also wouldn't have had to spend his round 2 deploying crawlers in front of his arc lights, not defending the Rhino, and then taking 1,000 more damage, etc., etc. So, yeah, actually, it might have done something.
I mean,
Your round 1 matters quite a lot.
Well, he's gone with the boats. What if I just bought more boats?
I do like that play.
it is good. Also, got a shout out to Pants for the throwback joke. I'll explain what I mean if we get a moment between tournament matches here.
Alright. Ken Zillag turning around. It's looking okay for now. Chaff being cleaned up. Boats coming in. They're looking good. Still
looking
chaff
really
on
solid.
the side of Zillag.
Gets to towers. The EMP Farseers are actually really starting to come in clutch because they're doing things like turning off the double tap. They're turning off the, obviously
This
the
is gonna
assault mode
be
marksman.
Huge
And
damage.
they're 300 hit points of damage when they survive. It drops CrossFit to 1150.
God.
We're on the verge of a epic comeback here, Zillilag.
Really important to note, by the way, Zalag does have armor available on the boats, and all the boats have levels available, which he may not click, but CrossFit has to play around him clicking.
Because that shuts down the Mustangs.
Yes. It does also give boats HP nowadays, right?
Right.
Not just, yeah, it gives them 35%. That's pretty relevant too, honestly. Just versus like the assault marksman and stuff.
Right. And the assault marksman aerial specialization is only 75%, not 90%, which is also tremendous.
Oh my. So Mustangs took anti-air and armor-piercing bullets to deal with these boats versus the armored boats. I wonder what's gonna win. This is gonna be interesting. So do the Mustangs deal enough damage when they're doing when they're going against anti-air? Not against the orange boats. Against the orange boats, they'll still deal damage as well.
They
So
certainly deal
theoretically,
damage.
this is fine.
But last turn, CrossFit wasn't able to win either, even without the boats having armor, right? So I think it should not make enough of a difference around to not go Zalag's way. I think he just had to address the boats earlier, like a round or two earlier even. I don't think he can address the boats with the Mustang effects now. He needed like most of these boats to have not leveled in the previous turn, or even the turn before that. I don't know if they had level available last turn, but otherwise his spot is kind of doomed, because he can't pivot and do enough stuff to kill the boats at this point.
And it's not really the Woot style where they're jumping and relying on kind of a cheesy, I overwhelm you in one spot. It's full frontal assault. We're going to hit both towers from straight ahead, backed up with the full army, and we're going to take those towers before your Rhino call-in even gets to my level 2 tower in the corner.
And it's
Gotta
really
work
important
harder
to
than
note,
that,
by the way,
Rhino, if you want to win.
Sorry, son.
He does have jump drive available, though, is the really important thing to note, right?
Right.
Like, he could do the Woot thing at any time. Just because he doesn't mean that CrossFit doesn't have to play around it somehow.
Right.
So that's
And-
probably why we don't see CrossFit go into a board that can more readily address all the boats, is because he thinks, oh, well, maybe he clicks jump drive and suddenly there's 8 boats on one side and there's a beacon and like my board explodes. So instead he just keeps clicking Mustangs and Mustang techs because that's the thing that does not explode to that play.
That is the most epic comeback to book a place in the finals. Congratulations, Zillalag. You guys were spot on correct. We just needed to talk up the Eye of the Tiger. After giving CrossFit the big introduction. CrossFit, of course, not out. This is double elimination. He's dropped down to the losers bracket, where he will be the final hurdle for whoever has won. So somebody coming up from the losers bracket has, may have lost their first game and won 3 in a row. And their reward for winning 3 in a row is face CrossFit. Good luck. And I do believe we will be in that match, since CrossFit is now ready for it, and so are we. We'll see what organizers have for us.
Awesome comeback from Zlag there. I looked really doomed for him.
And
Yeah.
The first 2 turns.
here's one of the other things I want to call out. If you're new to this game, this is the kind of community that we have built here. So Zillalag, good game. Hope to see you tomorrow after you win the next round. And CrossFit says, haha, well, next week. But me too. Congrats. So 2 total gentlemen, both of them, to each other. And if you're going to play a competitive online game like this, you kind of want that. You want somebody where it's like, I was talking about when Time first joined, where Time and I just played a game and we haven't even told you who won it because the game was just that much fun. And the respect is way more important than the respect and the fun is way more important than who won any specific match. So, really proud of the fact that we built that
just
community.
be toxic. It's way more fun that way.
Yeah, mods, this guy again. They muted you in chat when I told them to. Oh goodness, is it Salt, Unrivaled Super Hottie versus CrossFit, or is it Unrivaled Super Hottie's other side? Oh, it's Jay Shoots. So we will not get to see if CrossFit makes it in. It is Jay Shoots that has come up. Also from Zillalag's opening group. Jay Shoots lost to Zillalag in the second round match there. And then has worked his way up through the losers bracket. So he's 3-1 right now.
Is Jay Shoots an American player? I don't
German.
think I recognize seeing them a lot.
Yeah, German player with
they
a
are German.
2102 peak MMR. And of course, we've previously seen Unrivaled Super Hottie. They had a 2061 peak MMR, and as part of the seeding, so that gave them the basically a 9 seed. So 2 players who were very, very close to each other in terms of the overall seedings and ability to get in. Obviously, we've all lost 10% of our MMR, so, they're not at the 2000 level yet, but they will be by the end of the season. The joke I wanted to call out is, Pants said something like, well, yeah, it would have made a huge difference. He'd have had 825 hit points instead of 25 hit points. It's a throwback to Sammy Baugh from the 1940 NFL Championship game, which the Chicago Bears won 73-0. The Redskins, who were the defeated opponent, had a touchdown pass dropped at the very, very, very start of the game. Sammy Baugh throws a pass, his receiver drops it in the end zone, and afterwards some reporter comes up and asks him, so Mr. Baugh, do you think it would have made a big difference if you guys had caught that, in the final score, if you guys had caught that touchdown pass, would you guys have gone on to win, or would it have made a difference in the final score? And he says, yep, I reckon it would have been 73-7 instead of 73-0. One of my favorite.
I think Yoda won, right? Or has that not been cast yet? Do we know? Yoda's moved on?
Let me see if I can figure that one out. Yoda was in... Oh my god. Yeah, Yoda made it through, right? We saw Yoda through. We saw him win.
He beat Unrivaled Super Hottie, but we didn't see him play Fanatics. And then we just casted Leg versus CrossFit. But I would imagine that Yoda versus Fanatics would have already played out.
From the
Maybe
way
it's
I'm reading the
ongoing right now.
spreadsheet, Yeah, I think it's ongoing. I think it's a bit hard to tell though. I think 25-26 in the spreadsheet is like winners final and losers final, right?
Yeah,
So I think that should
25-26 is the two losers final.
Yeah, Yoda said he won in
Yeah,
chat.
so Yoda's 3.
Congrats,
Yoda
Yoda.
went 3-0. He is in.
Nice job, Yoda.
Well done.
We expect you to win this tournament, since you said that you are learning standard because you think it's the dominant play style, the easier play style, or the superior play style. This is like paraphrased from Arbiter. But yeah, if you win, then it's a win for aggros, because then we can whine and say, look, standard's clearly the more dominant strategy. Nerf standard, buff aggro.
I think Yoda will win the tournament, but I think he'll win because he's good.
Nah.
Not because I want the narrative. I just think
Nah.
he'll win.
Need the narrative.
Oh, hey, we get to cast a headbutt game. Let's go. Cool.
Here is what you
Oh,
wanted.
baby.
Okay, we don't even need
Yes,
to see
sir.
the rest of the map. Let's just zoom in over here.
Yeah, nothing else matters, literally. You can forget about the flanks or the ASIM side of the border. Who cares about that? It's useless.
Completely. It is round 1. Neither of them has deployed anywhere other than here, right? Literally, we can see every single unit that has been deployed. Jay shoots near side. The German player is a supply specialist who started with tarantulas and triple marksman. This is a set of formations that Yeso and Beg and I worked through on stream with tarantulas and marksman as in that tarantula aggro. Unrivaled Super Hottie, the saber-tooth specialist, came out with crawler and steel ball, supporting them with arc lights. Of course, the steel balls are really good at depleting tarantulas, and we have one going for a tower.
Wow, close round.
Mm-hmm. So Jay Shoots wins round 1, drops Super Hottie to 4,000 hit points. We go to round 2.
I really like Super Hottie's game against Yoda, so excited to see what he does here.
He
I don't really
almost pulled that
understand
one
Super
out.
Hottie's color positioning. It's kind of like the inverse of what you would see sometimes. Normally, or sometimes, people choose to make a concave versus the defender's formation by putting their like closest to the line unit closest to the edge of the board and put their farthest line unit towards the middle, but he's done the inverse.
Well, so with this crawler on the line, now he's sort of fixed it. Now it's technically a little bit concave. So I sort of like this, if his intention was to always put a crawler here, so he always had one like right on the line. Oh, this is nice. I like this chaff position a lot.
And
he might have 7 spaces for a war factory, but I don't know how. I don't think there's a way to get grids where you can tell, right? In Spectator?
not in Spectator. This is 7 back, but he'd have to sell out of those. So out of the steel ball and arc light. Note that the steel ball got a heavy armor, so they are way up in hit points. 8,200 hit points right now. There's not anything left on the board that is going to kill them. They're going to get straight through the tower. They get there right about the time that the crawler's on the far side. Super Hottie left that completely undefended. So Jay Shoots takes a free tower over there with these crawlers. But, Super Hottie gets this tower, and with the tower XP, his Heavy armor steel balls are level 2 next round, and that is dangerous. I mean,
Solid win.
you wrote the book on steel ball aggro. How dangerous is level 2 with an armor on it already?
I would say the only relevant thing that happened in that round is the ball with the item leveling. Nothing else mattered.
Nothing else mattered, exactly.
I don't think, even if the tarantula with the item leveled, I don't think it effectively kills the ball, by the way. I could be wrong about that. I guess it's like, it's kind of just canceling each other out, so if it's like same level tarantula, it kind of doesn't matter. But it's even worse than same level rank, 'cause it's a level down, so.
Double Typhoon. Interesting.
I think Typhoon is a lot better for the ball board than the tarantula board here. Like, a lot better. So
Yeah.
you definitely expect to see Super Hottie have a lot of tempo.
He's leveled
Yeah,
the far
reason
side
being
tower as
that-
well.
Unrivaled Super Hottie definitely can use the chaff clear versus the Scorpions are already, or sorry, Tarantulas are already providing chaff clear on J Shoot's board, so he's got some redundancy now.
Right.
The Typhoons.
Exactly. He does go for the superior headbutt chaff clear unit and acquiring the Typhoon, but it still doesn't really feel great for him to have to take it.
Is that your experience that Typhoon is one of the best chaff clear units in the headbutt?
Well, it's certainly better than the Tarantula, right?
I'm not
So-
too. Oh, I actually just don't have the experience to know. Ooh, I don't
I can
like
answer
range
that.
on these.
I can answer that because I played with this, and so has Alpha Titan. We've done some work in the testing grounds to figure out that Tarantula with HE is one of the. It's actually better than Typhoon at clear, but of course you're gonna look at like Typhoon with Mech Rage, Typhoon with Bubble, Typhoon with Missile, and Typhoon gets way better at it. So
For sure.
That makes sense.
Also, notably, Tarantula with HE actually makes the Mustang v Tarantula matchup favorable for the Tarantula, which is
mhm.
otherwise very unfavorable for the Tarantula, so that's actually a pretty good button. But there's no Mustangs in sports, it's not very relevant right now. I'm just saying, that's a good
And-
reason to click that button.
And
Strong argument for its use.
J Shoots does not even have it on the board.
Oh,
Oh,
feels
baby.
hmm
I didn't know it was a button that mattered for that reason until very recently, so
Yeah.
I suspect we'll see more HE Tarantula soon.
What, you think there's some people watching this tournament?
Oh no,
Nope.
I just mean like high-level games in general.
I know.
I think you'll see more. I don't think I really like the Javelin here for J Shoots. Not just because Super Hottie did this, but because his units are very fast, so it's very hard to Javelin that level 2 heavy ball. It's like near impossible unless you read which way he beacons. And it's very easy for Super Hottie to beacon out of this.
I don't like the Javelin for either player just because it's a little too early in the game. It's like
Yeah, I don't think it's
javelining
that good.
$500-600 of stuff. I'd rather just be investing that into my main army, win over the long run.
Not
Yeah, I
convinced
agree.
it coming
although
back on
Javelin
round
does
8.
come back probably. Exactly, yeah. I think he thinks it's relevant later in the game. Which I think it's relevant in Headbutt. It's like, it's pretty good. It's not that great right now, but it might be really good later.
Yeah,
It's okay
definitely when it
right
comes
now.
back, it'll be super worth it.
Especially into barrier Typhoons, right? Because it's going to skip the barrier and just kill out, destroy Typhoons.
Exactly. You might also expect to see some Wraiths enter the board at some point in Headbutt, which it's very good at killing, so there's a lot of potential good use case. And he's like,
Can the balls win this?
And they level again.
Go balls, go!
Would
Those
you
level
like
again.
level 3 steel balls with a heavy armor item? They've only got 17,000 hit points now.
All
Insta
right.
taking boats. Makes sense to me. Probably
Free
instant
unit
boat on the
drop.
other side as well. Like Mech Rage on the Tarantulas.
I think it's time for Fang Gaming. They messed up. Give me those Fang packs.
Honestly, maybe if both sides didn't have Typhoons already, it might be the Fangs.
Yeah.
It could be good.
All right, a Typhoon boat push on the left. Seems reasonable.
And remember,
Like
Super
that.
Hottie, that was part of what almost turned that game around for him against Yoda, was switching and hitting the weaker side.
Yeah, in this case, it probably puts his opponent into lethal range. It's quite likely.
Jay Shoots does take Overlord Artillery for the new boat, and is up to range and mech rage for the Tarantulas. And yes,
Blue
when
boat cannon does not one-tap the orange ball with heavy, by the way. It's a little short.
Orange Ball with Heavy is on 26,000 hit points. You are correct. It's 11,000 per unit, or per level. So the Overlord Artillery would be 22,000. It does shoot 2 of them, so 44,000. So take 2 shots, both shots to kill 1 steel ball.
So I really want to see Jay Shoots buy more than 1 boat here. Like, you can't take Chin Gun on just a singular boat. You know, it has to be at least 2 boats to make that tech worth it. You can buy another boat instead.
I think the drop cost him like $200, and the tech cost him like 300. I forget what the cost of it is nowadays. He might have not had enough for chaff deploys if he did that.
350.
That's interesting. It's only round 5, right? So
Right.
I think deploying chaff was like really important for him. I'll just get the W with the ground cannon.
So drops Jay Shoots to 3,400 hit points. We get our reinforcements, tech research for Super Hottie. Skip for Jay Shoots.
More boats. Get a match on the left side. I think that's a good idea. 2 boats for both players. Oh baby, this is some good old-fashioned headbutts.
We got ground headbutt, we got air headbutt. Let's go.
Oh, ground cannons for everyone.
Those colors are so dub. You would not believe it.
Yeah.
This is now a level 3 boat with heavy armor, so it's got 94,000 hit points. The steel balls with heavy armor are gone. And
Definitely like that versus the orange boats that could potentially have a damage item off that tarantula or something. And just feed next speed to that thing at that point.
Uh-oh. Should have brought more boats.
Armada deleted on the left.
Super Hottie does have a field maintenance, by the way, which is a very weirdo tech, but it's probably really good in the mirror, given... Actually, wait, no, I lied. I'm sorry,
You're a
Shoots
liar.
has launcher overload. That is way better than having friggin' field maintenance in your bar. Never mind, Super Hottie's trolling. I lied. I thought the button was good, but it's not good to that.
Please stop lying to me.
Apologies. He might
It's
just
alright, the Tarantula's got this. Oh.
Don't think the Tarantula has this. Jay Shoots down to 1404. Super Hottie on 3,400. And we get into round 7. No unit drop, improved firepower, control for Jay Shoots, speed, more speed for Unrivaled Super Hottie. Love more speed.
What are you doing here if you're Jay Shoots time?
Apparently you're instantly taking the damage item and putting it on the boat that is against this red boat with heavy, which I don't think is the play. But apparently that was the play. I'm guessing we are launching and or ranging. Probably launching, but if we don't range, then we don't win the boat win we won, so... I think we're screwed.
We shoot 4 missiles with 6,000 damage, right? So we do 24,000 damage. We'll drop it to 100,000 hit points.
Yeah. And then we're getting shot by 5 different boats and dying. It sounds hard. It sounds real hard. It sounds like we're dying.
Alright, hear me out. What if the play was 6 AM device for Jay Shoots? Just, you're not allowed to shoot my boats. We're gonna kill all the missiles.
Actually, a halfway decent play, but he has no money left for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe if chaff was like a thing that we'd use to solve this round a little bit for himself, do it in play. Maybe. I think it's like 2.5 or like 3 AMs per boat though, without launcher, which he doesn't have access to. So, like, it's not terrible maybe if he didn't buy more boats and you wanted to buy shaft in that turn.
Yeah, I was trying to think of if there's anything he could do there to win the left.
Yeah, I think it's just unsolvable.
Super Hottie.
Alright, lessons learned. Bring a bigger boat.
Don't bring a tarantula to a boat fight.
No.
Don't go up against Unrivaled Super Hottie when a place in the finals is on the line. That's the lesson I took. Unrivaled Super Hottie does show up to answer your comment about the AMDs. He said those AMDs would have just gotten ground cannon.
That is also very true. Agreed.
So,
I mean, you just put them far enough back, right? But
they're not in the front, yeah, but still.
Yeah.
Really,
You have them behind the boats, I think it's mostly fine.
Yeah, really.
There's definitely some tricky spacing, but
solid play from Unrivaled Super Hottie. I love the starting with the Balfoon getting headbutted right around the time that that's losing, pivoting to something else that opponent doesn't have answered, and kind of catching him out in terms of positioning and being able to just snowball this into a unstoppable piece.
Yeah, I think the selling the ball that had the heavy and going into this boat with the heavy that managed to level is definitely the thing that steals it and makes it like unsolvable for J Sheets. Whereas if he doesn't sell the ball and keeps that over there and doesn't have this heavy boat that got the level, then I think the spot probably is solvable via missiles. It's still probably hard, but you could missile off all the chaff and you can have a clump of missiles that deletes all the boats. That's typically how you beat jump drive Andes, or a way to beat jump drive Andes. So this Giga boat is the key to success.
Unrivaled Super Hottie says, you never tech balls, it's just boats and forts.
That is true. Agreed. Super Hottie's a knower.
But I like my teched balls. All right.
Yeah.
That is this match over. That puts Super Hottie through to the losers bracket final. I believe that was the final for him. So as through to the is this going to be against CrossFit? Is that the final we get? I'm excited. Who is it?
The spreadsheet is really confusing. I can't tell what's happening.
Everybody's in suspense.
This was all supposed to be managed online by Challenge, but we did not. Something happened with that completely threw us off, where we were expecting to be able to have different check-in times for different groups, and that did not work. It's Unrivaled Super Hottie versus CrossFit.
So is there another game going on right now as well, or is this the last game?
This is the last game of Group C.
This is the losers final, right?
Losers final. Winner gets into the finals, and loser is out.
So the takeaway of this format is that Yoda and whoever wins this is who advances. Is that correct?
There are 4 that advanced out of this group. So we saw Zillalag advance. So Joda, Zillalag, and winner of this match, and then 1 match in a game for in a game that we didn't get to see. Is through.
See, okay.
Group C final match. Who will move on?
Exactly.
I'm pretty excited for Unrivaled Super Hottie. He's liked his plays a lot.
Yeah, I think my money is on Super Hottie. I think he's a good player. I played him a lot.
Yeah, and his relative to his MMR, it seems like he's playing above it for sure.
It's super creative player. Sastifer says, I want him to win because he beat me. Yep, fair enough. I want to win to lose to the best.
Then you get more minor points. Easy W.
Exactly.
And then we have Group D after this.
We
Any
do.
noteworthy Group D'ers?
Group D is not the group of death, but you will have Woot, you will have I Am Znart, you'll have Erdnot Shreks, Vic, Tungdil, Squish, Flicks, Red Archon, Mater Peters. So some notables for sure.
Yeah. The ones that stand out to me is Red Archon, who's always been a consistent player in the scene. And then Vic, I haven't seen in a while, or not. Is a big part of the Twitch community. Mike Tyson.
Mike
Be
Tyson
fun to see all those players play.
says he got waitlisted into Group D. He was just below the cutoff. At, let's see, Mike Tyson was at 1876, and the way that this format worked, we had waitlist if you hadn't checked in. Players who on the waitlist who had checked in get that spot. So we will
Time to put in the 400 MMR players.
Exactly. Put me in, coach.
Get them in here.
Typhoon Specialist, near side blue for CrossFit, who of course is the number 2 seed here in Group C, has suffered the loss to Zillalag, 2235 MMR player at the end of the Vanguard season. Unrivaled Super Hottie from Scotland, Farside Fortified Specialist, with the, let's see, what was his MMR? 2061.
Alright, I'm sorry, I am officially biased. Unrivaled Super Hottie has my heart. It's playing Aggro Storms.
Aggro Storms, let's go!
That's what I want to see. With 5 packs of Fangs. Interesting. I'm not going to say this is good. In fact, it feels bad, but I'm still rooting for him.
I definitely also think this feels bad, but I guess he does have Storm Colors, and the chat positioning from CrossFit is very, very bad versus this positioning that Super did. So
yeah,
it's certainly going to look very good for him on turn 1.
Goodbye, Arclights. Oh my god, hits him with the Hacker Heart. Unrivaled Super Hottie. Ooh. He's in his head, clearly. The mind games begin.
We've seen too many dead Arclights. Storm Colors on round 1
There's
today.
been a lot of dead Arclights today. They deserve better.
I think more than half the games that I've passed up to you guys, the Arclights have died on turn 1 to Storm Color on first volley.
But they deserve.
We're fucking Arclights, man.
Alright. What are we picking for our unit enforcements?
Sledges!
Saber Teeth are very powerful here.
Okay. I think we're always picking Fire Badger for CrossFit. Or maybe Wraith, if you think Wraith is just OP here. That's fine too.
I really like Wraith in my pushes. It used to be famously broken in the headbutt. I don't know if it is still.
It is still, yeah. It's still best headbutt unit, pretty much.
Yeah, and there's no upshoot for either side, really, so good idea to pick up a Wraith for both. And both do take a Wraith. Alright. What are we doing next, Unrivaled Super Hottie? Lead us to the promised land.
We're clicking some range on the Fangs so we can clear the Wraith, presumably.
Oh my, if he does, dude. Please! It's all I want in life. I just want carried Fangs.
He did say you think you only tech votes him for it, so it could be that he is not a Fang techer, he's just a Fang clicker.
Yeah.
It looks that way. He does also use Ignite on the Fangs, by the way, if that ever matters this game.
Alright, he's winning the Wraith duel.
Super Hottie does not run Degen. What the heck?
He doesn't need wimpy techs like Degen.
He doesn't run Degen, man.
He's gonna
That's
just
unhinged.
beat you down with range and 8 arms. These
like
are
not
manly
running double
techs.
on purchase. That is unhinged behavior.
No, I
Like
love
half the half the reason this unit's OP and headbutts because it's got degen, and we just don't have
super.
degen.
Then you're just incentivizing your opponent to go photon, which is good.
Well, yeah, but now they don't even have to click boat when boat gets dropped, or click this photon spell when it gets dropped.
All right, what are we taking? Amp core is always good on a wraith. Oh, and he clicked Fang range. He is Fang carrying in the losers final to get into the tournament next week. He is going Fang carry. Tournament life on the line. Fang carry.
Let's go. Entry into
What
a
a-
$1,000 purse on the line. Fang carry.
That is wild. Fang carry is famously atrocious against Wraith and famously atrocious against Typhoon. I don't see this going well at all.
Well, we'll see.
But
Here's the way he wins.
I'm
He
still
gets dropped.
rooting for him.
He gets dropped Fortress on round 5 by Bear Lake. That's what's gonna happen, and then you'll see why he clicked Fangs. If that
Yeah.
doesn't happen, it's gonna suck and he's gonna die.
Exactly. If he gets the fortress drop, all of his problems are solved.
Yep. And
Remember,
if he doesn't, he's dead.
fortune favors the bold.
This is bold.
It is
It's
very
about as
bold.
bold as it gets. I see Wraith, I click Fang range. It's not a lot bolder than that.
My fangs
kind of
will
tangible problem
outrange
for
your
him here.
typhoon.
He has clicked range, and he is on the line, which isn't really the thing you want to have to do. He does kind of have to do it due to Wraith and Typhoon being on the board, but he's really not that happy about having to click Fang range here. In the long run, it's good once you get to fortresses, but if you never get to fortresses, your board kind of sucks. So we'll see what happens. Maybe
There's
they're
no way we could possibly lose with Fang carry. Oh no.
I've played
What type
probably like
of-
100 games of Fang carry in the last 2 months, so I run into this
And?
situation a lot.
And you
Don't
won
wanna be in this
100
situation.
games? Or what?
I got to 2100 playing Fangs only, pretty much, so it's pretty okay, I guess.
I mean, to be
Thankfully,
fair, these
at
are
least.
fortified fangs. They have 17% extra hit points.
That is true, very meaningful.
It's not
That is
very-
also another big L for Super Hottie in this match, for the Fang portion of his game at least, is that that does not matter like in the slightest, right? Still gets one tapped by the Wraith, still gets one tapped by the Arclight. It does matter versus Mustang, I think, potentially. Not sure if that's actually a breakpoint, but it's really good once he gets to forts, if he gets to forts.
Alright, can we get to forts? We're skipping. We need the money for the forts.
Oh, he has unlocked
We have
fortress.
unlocked the fort button.
Yep,
we
have
know
clicked
what
two
to do.
forts. Yes, sir. This is the right play. Excellent work. Whether or not it's going to win the game, unclear, but this is the right play.
Yep.
The best play is to not do it this turn and to get offered it next turn for my drop, but if the drop isn't next turn or if it doesn't get offered, then it's like doomed, right? So
Yep.
So,
also nice fortress positioning. The splash and the Typhoon doubles. So
I was gonna say also the
Uh-oh.
one of the key
Uh-oh.
elements of this.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
Guys,
It's not gone well.
it's looking terrible.
Um,
How could this happen to us? We took
know, I
the
don't know if
honorable
I-
composition.
I don't know if I said this earlier, but Fang Fort's terrible, by the way.
Oh,
It's
God.
really bad.
Oh, God.
It's bad until it gets online, at least.
It's a late scaling comp for sure. One of the things
Yeah.
Super Hottie did that is a little bit important is selling out of the Stormcallers. The Stormcallers steal experience that you actually need dropped onto your fangs, and then the forts need to survive to be hit point damage on the health bar. They are not currently.
Alright, so we have the arch enemy for CrossFit is the super heavy armor, steel balls with energy absorb. If they lock onto our forts,
It's
yeah, it's doomed.
doomed. I don't know what. I think you just die in this spot. If there's a super heavy blue ball with suck. I guess
Like
like,
how-
he has ignites on the fangs, but
How are we gonna do 26k damage to 4 of these balls?
I mean the real answer is we don't have to, but we also can't kill the rest of his board if he has a super heavy blue ball. So I don't know. I guess he
It's
just
okay.
like hopes that CrossFit clicks range on accident, and then suddenly the ball dies last. That's probably the best hope for Super Hottie.
We have taken a launcher overload, so we're going to pop bubbles a little bit quicker. Chew into steel balls a little bit quicker. Not quick enough, but quicker.
It's a lot of missiles, Super Hottie. We need these to be forts, buddy boy.
That is indeed a lot of missiles. That is a lot of missiles. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 missiles this round on round 5.
How come the missiles? Surely it makes the difference, right?
I mean, at the first level, it does actually make a difference, but not sure he gets there with 1800 HP remaining. And they were blue balls the forts were killing, so dealing the damage to them below the fort snowball is quite meaningful. Just oh, this fort almost leveled on the right. It's so close. Left fort with amp core levels. Sometimes the fort levels even though it says it doesn't in the UI. That's a bug too, which I'm sure is probably documented, but if it isn't, the UI lies. Sometimes
Bug number 189.
Nice, nice. There you go.
Good call. I know you're completely making it up. It would have been, if I write that one up for you guys, it'll be 180.
Okay.
Alright, Unravel gets dropped Assault Fortress, which is probably the best possible thing that could happen to him this turn.
We don't need it. We don't need it. Get rid of it.
Wait, did he actually not take it?
Yeah. Skip.
Why did he skip Assault
We're
Fortress?
selling out of our fortress.
Oh.
We don't need them.
He's going
We're going
boats.
into boats.
I don't really hate this play, honestly. I think he's
Get
dead
rid of the
if
bad
he's in
units.
forts.
Get good units. Alright,
Honestly,
Super
this play
Hottie.
last turn almost worked though. It was pretty good.
I think he's cooked too hard.
I think he's clicked too hard too. I think the moment he clicked Fangs, he lost the game. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Fangs don't leave a lot of room for skill expression, unfortunately.
No.
Well, I mean they do, but it's just a bad comp at the moment. You get dropped the Fortress on round 3, it's a really good comp. Otherwise, it's a really bad comp. It's also a bit weak into headbutt sometimes. I think most of the time, even. Once again, unless you get dropped Fortress instantly. That's the saving grace of it.
Well, rest in peace, our hero.
No. Unrivaled Super Hottie crashes out at the final hurdle. Says, I checked enemy tech too late. Should not have gone for it. CrossFit, the number 2 seed out of this group, does get through. Beats Unrivaled Super Hottie. The Flying Scotsman out. The Swoley Ghost in.
07's in chat for Fang Carry Enjoyer.
Indeed. We did want
Rust
to
and
see Fang
pepperoni.
Carry work there. That would have been amazing. Well played, CrossFit. Congratulations on qualifying. And that puts us into Group D.
Well, Time, thank you very much for joining us, bud. I hope you enjoyed checking out the Group C.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good time to cast. Aren't I casting again next week? Is that the actual tournament? I don't know how this works.
That is the finals. So the finals
That is
are
part 2.
part 2 of this. The final 32 will be single elimination at the round of 32, single elimination at the round of 16, and then the quarterfinals, semifinals, third place match, and finals will all be best of 3. So we'll actually get some a little bit of best of 3 action going for some of these top players, which I'm really looking forward to.
Cool, cool. Well, thanks for having me on, fellas. It's a fun time casting with you.
Oh,
I
of
will
course.
See you both next week then.
Hell yeah.
Have a good rest of cast. See you later.
See you.
You too. And again, take a look at the just sheer gentlemanliness of the community right now. You get something. CrossFit sends the GG, Unrivaled Super Hottie sends the GG, and then says, "Hey, good luck in the tourney." And you can just see the amount of respect that the players at the top level have for each other and the way that they treat each other. You know, you see Sacco get excited about coming up against B-Man. You know, it's like, yeah, love it.
And how do we get Arbiter access to the casting booth?
Oh, perfect.
Sir.
I will do that. We have another guest coming in. Brilliant. Does I have Forgotten Arbiter here? I'm pretty sure I do. Here we go. Tink. And he's already in the guild, right?
Yes.
Oh, there he is. Perfect. Now Discord does not want to talk to me for a minute.
Yeah. Discord gets it.
All right. He should have permissions. He should be able to see it at this point. Do want to give a huge shout out to our backroom staff, to our moderators, and to our sponsors for the day. So, backroom staff, Salt Monkey is Zach, Sir Limbo, who has been up since something like 2:30 in the morning. Oh no, is that Uncle Lazy has been up since 2:30, something like that. And Sir Limbo going deep into his night. You guys have been absolutely amazing and really have done a ton of work organizing this, putting it all together, and then scrambling to make things work. We thought we had it all sorted with automated tools that were just going to make this super simple, and instead we have not. It has been a whole lot of handwritten, behind the scenes, juggling to make it all happen. I really appreciate you guys. To my moderators, that'll be, I've seen Zalex, I've seen Decaf, I know Zach is one of the moderators, he's not here at the moment. So I appreciate you guys being around and taking care of so many things. Alpha Titan, who joined us in the booth earlier, also one of those moderators. Really appreciate you guys. And then the big sponsors of the channel have included Mr. John Thursday, goes under the name Bob's Telecom sometimes, or you may see him here. Let's see, who else? Xfire X, Mike Tyson. We've had Blue Feral, Just Nash XYZ. Really appreciate you guys for everything that you've done. Yes, Win Big, and of course Toast94. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all of the support from each and every one of you. You guys have been amazing, and Ocelotus Gaming as well, who's made this so much easier. He put together the second monitor, funding for the second monitor for me, so that has made a huge difference. When I started casting this game, I was literally on a laptop that could not. It would overheat over the course of the day. And chat, you guys have put together a system that's actually capable of running this tournament all day through in summer heat. Really appreciate you guys. Vance, would you like to say a welcome to our guest for Group D?
Yeah, welcome, Forgotten Arbiter. Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for having me.
So for anyone that doesn't know Forgotten Arbiter, I think he's pretty much perpetually been in the top 5 of MMR for as long as I've played the game. Usually with 2 accounts in the top 5. So one of the greats, consistently a great, and always has some great insights on some of the plays going on.
Thanks. I do think a lot about the game, so I will hope to provide some thoughts. Hopefully they're good thoughts.
Bad thoughts are allowed. I have plenty of those.
Consistently in the top 5. In the top 5 right now. There you go. Hello, Zach. Welcome.
Hello. How's it going?
Good.
Very well.
We keeping you busy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had a good time.
Good. Good, very good. Yes. Couple of things. So, group D has started. We're just
Perfect.
waiting to give you a match there.
Excellent.
We were running a little bit behind, so we got a few matches started
Yep.
while you were finishing the Group C.
Did the round 1 matches, I would presume, and we're going to jump in from round 2?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Arbiter, if you could just message me on Discord with your Steam friend code, that would be useful, so I can add you to the next matches.
Oh, certainly. 1 minute.
Thank you so much. Just give me a couple of minutes, and I should have a match for you.
Absolutely, no problem. We did want to say a huge thank you to you and your team. Is there anybody that I might not have called out that deserves a mention here? I called out you. I called out Uncle Lazy. I called out Sir Limbo. You guys have done fantastic work.
Those they have been amazing. Stoney sort of chipped in to try and help us with some brackets on a Google sheet, but as we were going, but we ended up just going with what we sort of had. So it's been a little bit chaotic with challenge not working perfectly, but as long as it seems seamless at the front end, I don't care really.
I think it has been pretty seamless here. We had one hiccup and then that was it. So
okay, great.
It's been great.
All right, I'm really pleased with that. All right, guys, we'll crack on, and I'll invite you to a match shortly.
Well, that is Salt Monkey is Zach. Thank you very much, Zach. Really appreciate you, guy. And there is the invite from Uncle Lazy. So that means our second round from Group D is about ready to start. Forgotten Arbiter, you guys can find Forgotten Arbiter is very active in the Reddit, very active in the main Discord, right? The main group Discord. It deserves a ton of respect there. If you guys run across him, he's really friendly, really willing to talk through theorycraft, etc. And
until you get to know him, and then he bullies you.
Aww.
Until you meet him on ladder, and then he bullies you.
Yeah, I'm actually coming from kind of a couple month break from the game, so just been playing a bit more the last week or so, getting a feel for things.
Two of the OG greats here. How did you get introduced to the game, Arbiter?
I think I saw maybe it was Jeremiah streaming it back in test server. And then I didn't watch the stream, but I saw that he had streamed it, and I'm like, whatever, let's see what this game's about. So I just played it myself, and then I kept playing it. It's been a long time now. We've been in early access over a year now, right? So test server days were even longer ago.
Yeah, you go all the way back to the test server days. That's amazing. It predates me. I think I was about a month into early access.
Well, I've seen very little of just standard versus standard so far today. We've gotten a good diversity of matches. Not a lot of Vulcan marksman mirrors. So hopefully we can keep that streak going of diverse, creative matches. I think Arbiter, you called it out earlier that a lot of the players that I don't recognize have played extremely well. It's been cool to see a lot of the fresh new talent.
Especially since I haven't been too active lately. There's a lot of people I don't recognize, which is cool.
It does make sense after such a huge surge in player base. I think I saw we're like 3,000 or 5,000 concurrent on SteamDB.
We topped 6,000 today.
Yeah,
so,
pretty nuts.
Amazing. All right, our round 2 match of Group D, Tungdill, 2304 MMR from Germany, has also been playing since the test server days. Do you remember him from that far back, Arbiter?
Yeah.
And be interested to see how much his game style has changed. The Squished, who was the 15th seed in this group, says, I got steamrolled by Tungdill. Felt quite bad. I mean, when the guys had more than a year's experience on you, Squish having just started about 2 months ago, has less than 200 hours. That is a relatively fair outcome, I would think. The opponent is going to be Flix, a 2095 MMR player, also from Germany, the 28th seed in this in the tournament overall, 7th seed in this group. So the two favorites winning their first round matches. And as usual, I'm going to be under air support. So you two, yeah, well, thank you guys. You two should cast this first round, I think.
Let's go. All right, thoughts on the packs? Arbiter.
Sorry, I've got to open the stream.
Oh, we didn't get you into the
okay.
match. Got it.
Yeah, not the moment.
Flix.
Maybe the next one.
Right. Flix is near side blue, giant specialist with steel balls and arc lights. Tungdill, far side supply specialist, has the sledgehammer arc light. So both of them very, very similar. We have ball arc versus sledge arc. We have giant specialist versus supply specialist. Let's go.
Yeah. So Ballpack definitely signals to me that Flix would want to play aggro. He hasn't quite moved his units around aside from some arcs yet. Besides two crawlers, definitely makes sense. Fangs for Tungdill, which definitely means he plans on playing a slow standard game. Some interesting position on the Fangs though, like they're pretty far to the side, so maybe he's deploying crawlers so far on the outside just to, just for this round, and there'll be late chaff for later, and he's gonna set up more chaff on the next round when he knows where Flix is deploying. Flix, interestingly enough, playing balls behind the towers, and these are really far behind the towers. The initial pack of crawlers and the balls are really far back, even for standard position. So pretty peculiar.
He's going to be suffering a little bit as all these archites get stuck on sledgehammers while the balls get stuck on fangs.
Yeah, exactly. Sort of worst case scenario for Flix, but that's what he gets for playing balls in standard.
I think it could have been avoided, perhaps, by putting the archites on the outside of the balls there. Just to make sure that if the balls run into chaff, then the archites will be there to clear it.
Yeah, that's sort of the general rule of thumb, right? Is like pair your chaff clear with your single target units to make sure that this scenario never happens. But maybe it'll all work out. Sometimes you deploy suboptimally for round one to get really good deploys later in the game.
And you might just be planning on getting rid of those balls as soon as possible.
Yeah.
There's definitely a style of play that people pick the pack because they don't like any of the others, and then they're just out of the balls because they're not very good units in many situations in standard play. Where standard is these long-range deployments, like where both players are around the towers.
How do you feel about the Rhino drop for both players?
It's very interesting that both of them took it. And they're both placing it defensively. I don't know why you would place it next to your balls if you're playing it defensively, though. I feel like it would go in the middle, where there was actually some danger of it maybe taking tower.
Yeah, a bit interesting. The Rhino down the middle looks pretty sweet. It's gonna come clear up, clean up a lot of stuff. I also like the storms for Tungdill. I think they're going to be pretty good for the entire game. Definitely giving Tungdill an early advantage based on just unit quality.
Against standard balls, I think Stormcaller plus Sledgehammer is often a pretty nice combo.
Yeah.
The Sledgehammers all the steel balls while the Stormcallers shoot them. But sometimes, Stormcallers shoot very slowly. It doesn't always work out very well, but that's the idea at least.
Snap pick on improved firepower. Makes some sense. Doesn't really have a unit to put it on yet though, right? So assumedly we'll see a buy. Wait, wow. Flix unlocked the fortress.
Alright, so I think the idea might be, since he's teching range Archite on round 3, maybe he's just saying we don't want to see fortresses on the other side.
I'm gonna lock
Yeah.
out the fortress, and of
Yeah.
course, if you're new to the game, the way that that works is the investment into the unit is counted, and units with the least investment are prioritized first. So this counts as a 200 cost investment into the fort, even though there are no forts on the board. The unlock is normally 200. Obviously, there's, let's say 400 invested in crawlers on this board, so crawlers are prioritized behind forts. Of course, there are a zillion units in the game, so once there's any investment, all the 0 investment units are top of the list.
It is notable that we have a guaranteed win for Tungdil this round. There is no unit that can kill wasps.
Yep. And the wasp flank will probably make it a little worse.
Tempo,
Should be some
tempo.
fairly serious round damage for Flix, or sorry, for Tungdil on Flix.
On the other hand, it's
You'll be
actually
feeling it.
Archite's cleaning up with decently well.
Yeah, a little surprising, honestly. Another 700-ish damage. Flix down to about 3,000, so yeah, definitely starting to feel it.
I didn't even see the units there.
He took
Yeah, they both
Farseer
snapped
so quickly. And for Tungdil, it's a pair of Sabertooth, level 2. For Flix, it's a pair of Farseers. So his Farseers, of course, they pace with the
What?
steel balls with just energy absorption. The Farseers answer that flank, but they don't answer the jump turban wasps in the middle of the board right now. They will actually. They're decently positioned, so this one will lock on those at first.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
Flix
think
is
we see how
cooking
the weekend works.
with these super late balls with suck. It intuitively feels like what are they gonna leech life off of? Like, he doesn't know that the Sabertooth are coming, right?
Well, the Sabertooth will
So-
delete them, right? So it was supposed to leech life off of the storms and sledges when you got in there?
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't seem like it was really the button to click. If anything, I wanted these balls sold. Definitely didn't want them teched. Although one ball
Oh,
did
wait.
leech.
They got it,
Wow,
kind of, more or less.
more or less, close enough.
Farseers did answer the wasps.
Yes.
This went about as well as you could have hoped as Flix, but it's still going to be a round loss. Now it's definitely getting into territory where you have basically 2 rounds of HP left, or 2 losses left. You can think of it as 2 more losses and you're effectively dead. Doesn't have to be like that, but
2,400
Starting
hit
to be
points. Not much.
yeah,
Very scary.
definitely not much.
Do you take extended range sledge if you're Tungdil?
Definitely not.
I probably don't, but I've been seeing Tungdil, I think, playing a lot of extended range sledge.
Wow, he
love
does.
it. I love it. I think this is one of my favorite cards in the game. Of course, I am a degenerate sledge enjoyer, always have been. And I wanted to see those just carry.
He doesn't. I mean, he's got to invest more in the sledges to make this worth it, right?
Right,
It's
he
got to be
does.
2 more sledges and a sledge tech at
And a
the
sledge
very
tech.
minimum for this to even start to be semi worth it.
Instead, it's
Because
gonna be
sabers have range,
range
the
on the
sledgehammers
saber.
are the shorter range unit on
Yeah,
this comp.
135, 125. The sledge gets out in front and tanks, while the Sabertooth deletes the steel balls. Toast says, can confirm, Amarok loves his sledges, his ER sledges.
And so does Tungdil.
Man
Interesting.
after my own heart, I love it.
So we have ranged Farseers.
So it's full range war for Flix, except for the steel balls. It's full range war for Tungdil. He hasn't ranged the arcs yet.
It's very unusual units. At least
For sure.
from what I'm used to seeing.
Yep. I think unusual is maybe the nicest way you could say that. Some of this is a little head scratching. I'm not sure that I ever really like standard balls that far back, especially into the comp that it's going against.
I think actually there's a couple big problems with standard balls. The main one is oil. Because unfortunately, there's some ways you can deal with oil in aggro, but it's actually much harder to deal with oil in standard in my opinion.
Yeah, to get your balls to do what you want just feels much harder in standard.
Unfortunately, like late balls in standard are not as devastating a unit as like if you beacon balls like in the back to have them come in well after the initial engagement. That's what I'm talking about with like a late ball.
Right.
So you can do that with a number of units, but I don't think balls are particularly good at it because late game they still tend to die to things like marksman very quickly.
Marksman, Scorpion.
Alright, Tungdill picking up
Board.
the Overlord. Makes sense.
Overlord.
Both of
both.
them.
Yeah. There's not a lot of anti-air for either player, so I sort of get it.
Oh my goodness, the flank.
Overlord.
And the other one's on the wrong side to instantly kill it.
Yeah, it's a bit dangerous. Rhino drops are back. Where's Flix placing his? Tungdill is placing his aggressively. He wants it to come in, slap up this arc light with
And then it'll be on the
firepower
side
control.
that the call-in, or that the flank Overlord is in.
I'm
And
surprised he's actually not beaconing the Overlord.
Flix is
It's-
going for a Goomba
Overlords
Stomp.
are pretty prone to getting distracted sometimes.
Yeah.
You're trying to Goomba Stomp the Jump Drive Wasps. And Tungdill isn't
Wow.
jumping them.
Alright, this is gonna be a wild round.
Oh, he actually got probably as many as he could with that.
7 out of 12, maybe?
Almost got the arc light before it got taken down.
Oh, the boat's
Boat's
falling,
getting
the balls.
distracted.
Oh no.
Does he want to kill the first Farseer?
Farseer would love this level. Please let me
Oh
have
no,
this
it's
level.
looking at him.
No.
Oh,
Ouch.
Goodbye. Now it takes the tower, but the boat on the left is going to be a monster still.
Hasn't been touched, really. Nothing has gotten up at it at all around. But this Overlord has enough protection to win. Nothing
But it's
shoots
sort of
it.
a weird position now as Tungdill because you have no anti-air aside from your singular boat
Which is down on the
which
flank.
is down in the flank. Like you have level 1 Mustangs and you have some jump drive Wasps. That's not really a way to deal with a level 2 boat, right? Like as you could see from the last round, like
He's
those level 1
already sold
Mustangs
it.
didn't even shoot the Overlord.
Yeah, he already
So-
sold it.
What is Tungdill gonna do to be his definitive anti-air answer? Because if you spend too much money on like double teching your Mustangs to deal with the boat, well then Flix just sells out of it. And he does double tech the Mustangs just like that. He's got 4 packs double teched. If Flix just like blind sells out of this Overlord, predicting the overreaction from Tungdill, that could be a huge play. Might be the swing he needs.
I agree.
Flix at 400 though. He's got a loan. He's got to take temp range. He's got to do something here. Like,
It's really an uncomfortable spot being at 400.
oh no! And he decides more boats.
Interesting, he puts the item on the new boat, not the level 2 one.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not sure it engages anything before Photon runs out, but I guess with the A Mustangs it probably does.
Yeah, this is looking rough.
It's kind of the classic approach to standard, which is you light as much of the ground on fire as you can, and then you go in the air with the rest of your units.
Yep.
True. I actually have not been enjoying Giant Specialists very much since the unit drops. For that reason.
Yep.
Well played.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Tungale's word. Yeah, the ER sledges just stood up by themselves. But they've got gold and silver chaff clear, so they were silently contributing.
Surely because of the extended range.
Mhm. Yep. And then supplementing them. Oh yeah, he started with Sledgehammer Arclight, right? So yeah, all the chaff clear he needed for most of the game.
Time to permanently ban them from Mechabellum. You never get to play ever again. It's only fair.
There is always more to learn. Yeah. The depth of knowledge in this game is incredible.
Fully agree with that one. I had plateaus. I've talked about this a fair amount on my stream, but I know there's a whole lot of people hearing this for the first time. I've talked about this on stream. I hit a plateau at about 770 MMR, and for me that plateau was, I don't know how to beat carry Arclight, right? And just, this was my, I am stuck. and it took me a little while, and that was part of the part of the Discord community. We started talking, we got together, we started playing some matches against each other. Some people talked me through, this is what you need to do, this is why your specific comp is vulnerable to it. That got me up to like 900, and then I hit another plateau there, and there was another plateau at 1100, and another plateau at 1300. And each time I've gotten past those plateaus, it's been oh my goodness, I had a whole component of this game that I hadn't learned yet. And some of those were, the very earlies, you're learning, okay, I need chaff clear, so Arclight and Vulcan, those counter crawlers, okay, right? You're just sitting there going, I have to remember this, my great scorpions do not counter crawlers. Okay, and then you get to things like, holy smokes, there's wrinkles in the text. So, underground crawler suddenly beats the Arclight because it's underground for most of the time that it's in range, and all of a sudden it arrives. And then charge shot Arclight beats the underground crawler. Okay, great. So now you have to learn all of these things, and then there's all the positioning, the timing of chaff arrivals, and then you get to feinting and baiting people into and out of techs and playing around spells. There's just so much complexity to it that I really do. I just find it infinitely fascinating, and I know you do too, Arbiter. So
yeah, it can make it very difficult to offer advice, though. For example, you are talking about countering carry arcs. People just want to know, how do you counter carry arcs? And there's just no simple, one paragraph answer, unfortunately.
Right.
There's
just build fortresses,
so
lol.
Interactions.
Right.
It's so easy.
And even things that people have talked through and thought through, like things like heavy targeting on steel balls. I think I wrote this long thing on Reddit recently because somebody was like, when would you ever want that? I have no idea how to even use this tech.
You answered that thread.
I was like,
I saw that thread.
Boom, here are the 7 things you'd want for this specific tech. And it's
amazing.
Crap in a whole bunch of other spots, but I use it because 3 of these things come up and I never 4-tech a steel ball any other way, right? So I'm never going to 4-tech a steel ball and have carry steel ball from somewhere. And so
I haven't had heavy target on my steel balls for a long time, but I have seen it be convincing in a few games very recently.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's crucial when I have it, and 80% of the time, 85% of the games, I don't even want it and would never click it. And the 15%, it can be game winning.
A lot of it also depends on the meta.
Yes.
As things shift more and more towards balls being like a primary carry unit, which has not really been the case for a long time. I think you don't want heavy balls as much in those situations, perhaps.
Right.
All right. This is for a spot in the finals, right?
Yeah, this is the first of 3. We should have 3 more matches before this broadcast ends. This is the first of 3 win and you are in matches that we get to show. Tungdil, number 2 seed in Group D, is a 2300 MMR player from the Vanguard season, has gone 2-0. Up against Articell, 2005 MMR in that Vanguard season, the 53rd seed in the tournament overall, 14th seed in this group, looking to run back-to-back-to-back upset wins and get all the way through. Articell writes, he says he's an artist, wrote that I was going to be a movie star, modeling and acting, and after 102 auditions in small parts, I decided I'd had enough. Went home and played some Mechabellum.
Nice.
Got good.
Yeah, Articell's always put together some good games here. You definitely should give Tungdil a run for his money. And beating Red Archon in the first game is like a huge upset.
Well, that's amazing.
Yeah.
He
came through Red Archon
and Mater Peters on the way here, right? is tremendous. Artie
It's
Cell?
2 players. Have we already had 2 games?
Yeah, this is round.
So
round
we
3.
jumped into round 3 because round 1 caught us up on time since we were running behind on schedule.
I see. Okay.
So Artie Cell, near side blue, representing Sweden. Fire Badger specialist with aggro Stormcallers. We're seeing that a lot in this tournament. Has Crawlers as his starting chaff and hasn't unlocked the unit. Tungdale starting out with, wait for it, Arclight and Sledge. Same thing we just saw. Quick Supply Specialist with Crawlers. So added 3 Crawlers as his chaff. Boom, boom, boom. Spends out 150 of his 200 advantage on round 1.
Wow, Marks.
Well-
The first thing I noticed from Artie Cell's board is he's putting his crawlers behind the Stormcallers. This is something that I definitely enjoy doing with all sorts of units in aggressive deployments. And what it does is it allows your units to start engaging before your crawlers die for free with their arclights and sledgehammers. So it lets you get a little bit more value out of your crawlers in round 1 sometimes.
You're referring to the timing of that first volley from the Stormcallers at 180
Right.
meters out, and then the Crawlers are out in front of them and protecting them anyways.
Right. Crawlers are such a fast unit, and then the same thing applies if you're starting with something like sledgehammers or tarantulas. You have a unit that's much slower than a crawler, so if you put the crawlers in front, they might just run in and die before the tarantulas or sledgehammers can shoot anything. Here we have a
All
missile
right.
strike. Instantly
Yeah, snap pick of Missile Strike. I don't mind it. Missile Strike's always worth $50. It's almost never not.
Especially when you have a Marksman and a pack of Stormcallers side by side.
Indeed.
That is just
One of-
tasty.
Oh, any
Mhm.
oh, bubbles it.
Indeed.
Usually, it feels too bad to bubble a Missile Strike because you're paying 100 to play around 50, but this should get him some
Pretty
good
big
value
commitment.
here.
And also, Tungdale didn't have any shield break. Obviously, he's bought into a Marksman now. He does have Assault mode on the bar. Artie Cell does not. So this aggressive Marksman positioning is just, I'm going to have my Storm and Marksman positioning up front. This is, this is the line that a lot of people would play back here in Standard. I'm just putting it up in an aggro position. But he didn't have any
And
shield
he is
break.
keeping them.
Yeah. Didn't
In
have
a lot
any
of situations, you might see somebody actually sell the Stormcaller in response to the Missile Strike showing up. RT Cell decides he wants to keep both of the Stormcallers. And if all of these crawlers can be dealt with, the shield might actually get some very nice value.
Yeah, I think so. That is my guess.
Maybe it's looking more like he just doesn't need it.
Yep. All right, good win for Artie Cell. Punching back.
So Artie Cell on 3920 hit points dropped Tungdale to 4104. We get the 4 level 2 fangs that you talked about earlier. 3 level 1 rhinos if you just want to sell out.
Oh, and Typhoons.
Typhoons with the Badgers feel redundant, right? I'd like one over the other and then tech them, but maybe this is fine.
They do have a similar role. On the other hand, sometimes clearing crawlers is so hard, you just never have too many units that clear crawlers. We'll see.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there don't seem to be very many units that can deal with rhinos on Artie Cell's side of the board.
Yeah, the Rhino going in on the right side is sort of predicted by the fortification of the tower by Articell, but the Rhino will still eventually get there. It'll only take a few more swipes. So Articell's gonna have to do a lot of damage to the main skirmish.
I'm noticing the crawlers on the right-hand side were placed a couple spaces in front of the back, which means maybe they can intercept. No, they can't. Unlucky.
Are they gonna kill the Rhino in time?
No.
Very close. What a just micro interaction. And that hurts a lot. It's gonna allow the bubble to be taken down easily.
Maybe if the crawlers can kill all of those things in time.
Oh, disaster.
Bubble down. Minus 100. Articell down on 2,700 hit points. Tungdil on 4,100.
Elite Wasp. Let's go.
Very interesting choices here. Tungdil chooses a smoke bomb, seeing that all the units are clumped together.
And so does Articell, but the value drop here is so much larger for Tungdil. In terms of
I'm
the number of
actually
units in.
not that impressed by the smoke bomb from Tungdil personally. It feels to me like Fire Badgers and Typhoons may not care that much about losing the range.
From
That's
100
fair.
to 50 and from 60 to 30. Yeah, not as big proportionately as losing off of Sledge and Storm. And Scorpion now, right?
It's kind of amusing. We're getting this double smoke. It's just going to be a solid smoked battlefield.
Civil War? Let's go.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Tungdil shields.
Ruining the fun. Let us have the massive smoke cloud.
Suppose we can be a lot zoomed in on this, can't we? There's not much else happening here.
Yeah, double tap Markson to address the Rhino on the right side, but it just gets sold.
He is double tapping some crawlers. Well, we'll let you know what
maybe an
happens.
Arclight.
We'll let you know what happens when things come out of the smoke, and we can double tap.
Yeah. Apparently there are still crawlers.
Oh goodness, that poor Mark
Somewhere.
sitting there double tapping them on his toes. He cleared them just in time to look up and see missiles coming. Ouch.
Oh no, the
There's still sledges.
Scorpion survived barely.
Still scorpions. One of the smoke clears. That was a much better for Tungdil than Articell. Articell down to 1,600 hit points. Tungdil very close to booking one of the last 4 spots in that Mechabellum Lunch Clash Tournament, $1,000 prize purse tournament to be held next Sunday, same time, same channel. 28 spots are booked, 4 spots are left. Tungdil takes the Mustangs. And are we flanking with Wasps?
Alright. Ooh, we see another Farseer pick.
And Articell using it a lot like how I described previously, puts them to cover both possible air flanks. So he's got, if you tried a Phoenix, you tried this Wasp cheese, he's got the crawlers to take the first shot, and then the Farseer will clean up whatever air unit you're using. Or it'll support your crawlers in against a crawler flank, if there's a support crawler flank.
A very similar role to the Blue Mustangs that Tungdil picked, also covering his flanks.
Yep, he's got them in very similar positions. And the reason, of course, those are both air and ground units. They both move 16 meters per second, so if there is no flank, they're going to come be useful in the main fight within a couple of seconds. They're not going to take forever
Oh, look at
traversing.
Tungdil predicting Mustangs. Right there. It's a cheeky little missile.
Stick with the Mustangs, tries to kill them. It does not kill the Farseer, so the Farseer is just going to sit there and clean up. Feels like that's the first thing that's gone right for Articell since round 1.
Interesting beacon, but it still just locks into that Scorpion. Scorpion's pretty brutal against Typhoon's definitely one of the strongest counters.
Now he's locked on Chef though. It looks like it'll be a win for Articell.
He's got key units
Looking
trapped in
good.
the smoke and getting ruined. Slowed during tower debuff. Of course, they're moving at something like 80% of the speed. And big round win
Great.
for Articell.
Wow.
Halves
That's
Tongue
huge.
Dills.
Almost 2,000 damage.
Halves his hit points from 4,100 to 2046. Articell still, of course, on 1,600.
Interesting. Nuke is shown. Tungdill skips.
It.
Alright.
And Articell takes it.
Alright. This could
boy.
be it.
This clump looks so nukeable too. So if Articell's the
incredible.
kind of player that takes it, he's going to be the kind of player that plays around it or shields around it, right?
Yeah, you have to wonder if the big question is, can you break the shield before the nuke lands?
We've got level
Bubbles
2
are pretty far back. You
storms.
might get a few Scorpions just because.
Perhaps.
See.
We see temporary range from Tungdill. That'll
And-
help keep the Scorpions inside the
And
bubbles.
range
That's
on those
true.
scorpions. That'll help keep them back too.
They got that same beacon, maybe dodging nuke is the idea.
New beacon, but a bit of a peculiar one.
We're trying to attack the nuked zone and clean up to get to that tower. Like kind of clump our whole group together.
Very interesting.
Alright, how's this gonna play out?
Bring those shields down, team. If you can do it, Articell is through. If you can't, I think it goes Tungdill's way.
Get a pack of wasps for troubles. Rhino gets nuked. 2 bubbles.
Well, the nuke takes down 2 bubbles and a lot of crawlers. Crawlers were kind of a problem, so yeah. Not nothing.
It's a little bit of a wash.
Blue storm crawlers will chew through all the remaining units.
That's true. But you spent 400 on that nuke. You
True.
wanted
That
more,
is-
much more than bringing down 2 bubbles.
1 nuke and 3 shields. Even after loaning, that's half your money for the turn.
Yeah, you were hoping to do a lot more than 400 hit points damage. Of course, both players are right on 1600, 1586 to 1646. Tungdill skips again. Articell took.
Advanced offensive
Offensive
tactics.
tactics.
Wow.
So this is
I
bait. If you've done the math, 30% for 350, 24% was available here for 300. If you aren't habitually taking this, don't habitually take this. On the other hand, there are comps. For example, a Typhoon or a Mustang comp, which actually do want the second tower upgrade. So,
Yes.
in that
I
case,
do not think this is a Typhoon comp, though, I believe. Typhoons are kind of big distractions that can kill some crawlers
right.
at the moment.
If we were hard committed into Farseer, this would be one of the few ways that you can improve Farseer attack output. Because of course none of their techs scale like that. So you can kind of double tap here to get them up to doing much more reasonable stat damage. I'm not arguing that
see
that's
it
a good thing, but you can.
Reasonably often in Mustang-based comps and Fang-based comps, where Fangs and Mustangs, attack bonuses almost never go to waste on those units due to how quickly they fire and how many of them there are.
Welcome, welcome. Toa HP says, I just started playing this game last night. I was 9 hours into it and have not figured out that you could take something off of the tower. Not only can you take things off of the towers, the 2 towers are different. So there are 10 different buttons to learn how to use off of the 2 towers.
But there should only be 9 buttons on the tower.
Especially if you play Elite.
No, our hero already so.
The
And
aggro
the
storms
Mustangs
are going
taking-
down, the ranged
Not
Mustangs.
the aggro storms.
Does he hang on for one more round? I don't think so. Tungdill is through
GG.
to the finals next weekend. Congratulations, Tungdill. GG's. Articell, of course, not out yet. He's 2-0. He goes down to the losers bracket where he only needs to win one more match to get through to the final. And of course, if he loses one more, he's out.
All right. Have
All right. Yep.
Tungdill advanced, and then what? We're gonna cast one more game for today.
I believe we get 2 more. I believe we get Tungdill is through. Articell goes down to the losers bracket. While the losers bracket are fighting to see who gets the right to face Articell in the final match, I believe we get to see Woot. And see if Woot can advance. Do you want to describe Woot's style for anybody who hasn't seen it?
Arbiter would probably be able to describe it better than me.
Excellent.
Sure. All right. So Woot will pick some units. I'm not sure what starting packs he favors, but he will put them on his left side, just all on that side, and abandon the other tower. And then just kind of keep building units there. And then at some point, probably like round 4 or 5, he will start building overlords, commonly called boats in the community. And they will gain a ground cannon tech, a overlord artillery, and they will be beaconed into your towers. There's a lot of shenanigans that will happen to try to ensure that they get beaconed into your towers.
It is true. And it is really frustrating and difficult to deal with sometimes. Wow, Mike Tyson makes it through 2-0. Player off the waitlist. I do believe that makes him the single lowest MMR player in the field, because he was at 1875, one of the few players that we had. He didn't make the cut. The cut was around 1950. The waitlist has got taken all the way down to 1876. He's so far down the waitlist that I didn't actually make a little caster program notes about him. And he is up against Woot, who is the 4th seed in the tournament, 2308, number 1 seed obviously in Group D, and is 2-0 already.
Wow, what an underdog match.
Mike Tyson.
This is amazing.
I have not played him in a long time, but I have lost to Mike Tyson before. He's a bit of a wild card, I guess. He's what some people call max tempo player, at least he used to be.
Yeah, he still is.
Like Woot, he will put all his units on one side and ignore the other side, and he will spam missiles, or he used to, and just try to close the game out like round 5 or 6. Can definitely be a bit scary playing against him sometimes. I think he used to very much enjoy aggro sledgehammers.
Yes, he did. He and I used to do that to each other. It was great fun. We would get into chat and just say, hey, we are... we'd get into chat and say, we agree to an honorable sledge duel. For a while, he was wearing the Sir Mike Tyson with a knight. And fun fact about Mike is that is actually his real name. He has not identified whether or not he is the Mike Tyson, or if he just happens to be another American named Mike Tyson who enjoys the fact that he has a coincidental famous name. So he is the 80th seed in the tournament. We cut off the wait list at 16 past, so we had 64 entrants. We said we'd have 16 more on the wait list that we would accept. Mike Tyson is literally the lowest player who could have played a match today at 1876 MMR.
Really not surprised to see him here, though. I've seen him perform very well in tournaments, so honestly not too surprising.
And
I mean, his defense is unstoppable. His offense is impenetrable. He's a monster.
He won the I forgot what that tournament was called, but the one with the MMR threshold.
Oh, the Trash Masters, yes.
Quite a while ago.
He was
Or was he second?
He made it to second in the second Trash Masters. He was runner-up to the second Trash Masters.
Okay.
It's ran the Trash Masters tournament. For those that don't know, it's the community organized let's do this for fun tournament that Zach and I organized first back in December, and then we did a second one, I think it was around May, that we set a maximum MMR. So you have 1600, but no more. You cut off. We're not taking any of you pro players. This is for the rest of us to come down here and have fun and do all sorts of crazy strats to each other. And yeah, Mike Tyson actually sponsored the prize purse for the first one and entered the second one himself. And we had a blast hosting that. We had a blast casting it. I hope the community had a lot of fun. And we do want to make that a regular thing. So, here we are. The penultimate match of our qualifying tournament. Prince Boji, nearside Woot, the infamous or famous, depending on how you think of him, streamer from Austria, known for his distinct playstyle, his use of jump drive on every single jump-capable air unit. I asked him to describe himself. He said he loves boats and more boats. Oh, and typhoons and worms.
Accurate.
It's accurate, yes. He did not lie. Of course, Mike Tyson, we just talked about the single lowest seed. If you like the underdog, Mike Tyson is 2-0, looking to book his place in the final.
Oh boy, we got a headbutt.
Woot,
Oh boy.
in a Sledge versus Mustang headbutt right on the line. Now, Mike knows Woot always lines up left. If you didn't know that, Woot 100% of the time lines up left. Mike used to 100% of the time line up right. This is his favorite side. And once he noticed that people were intentionally defending that side against him, he switched to rolling dice or flipping a coin to be able to kind of randomize which side he attacks on. But since he knows which side Woot is on, I don't think he randomized this one.
And Woot does have 2 accounts. This is his second account, Prince Boji.
Actually, 3 accounts. He has a
3 accounts.
He has a 301 that if you Google Lens translate it, it is also Prince Boji.
I see. Okay.
That one is a little less recognizable, and he ran that one to try and get in. Once he had won one tournament under a recognizable name, he wanted at least the slight surprise, but he was willing to tip it by, if you Google Lens this, if you actually speak whatever language I have this written in, it translates to Prince Boji. He lost the final to Rice for that, the final of America's Weekend Tournament 72. That saw Rice through, and Prince Boji relegated to these qualifiers. He is not happy about that. He wanted an invite. He did not want to be in the qualifiers. He wanted to qualify his way out by winning 2 tournaments. And here he is.
I really like Mike Tyson's deploys here. I love the fact that he put his chaff all the way back, because now he can deploy chaff next round exactly where he wants it to be. I think having like your chaff lined up perfectly in the perfect spots rather than trying to blindly deploy your chaff is such a huge advantage, even if he loses this round, right?
He's got 4,300 hit points. He
get...
doesn't care about losing 400 or 500 of them. Now, against Woot, one of the key things is to keep yourself well above 3,000 hit points. You cannot afford to give away round 1, round 2, and round 3, because all of a sudden you're in just that horrible spot of the moment he jump drives and hits me plus a spell, all of a sudden those boats do 3,000 damage and I'm dead. Right, so you've got to keep yourself to a reasonable hit point total.
Fortunately, it's a little easier now. The 1.0 Mechabellum patch reduced the amount of damage that overlords do to your hit points.
Nerfed Woot, but also all giant players.
Nerfed Woot, yes.
Okay, so Tarantula picked up for Mike Tyson. Seems to be in a reasonable position. And then Typhoons for Prince Boji, also in a reasonable position. They're both doubling down on the headbutt. I actually really would prefer crawlers instead of these fangs on the line here by Mike Tyson. The crawlers would get on top of the fangs way more. They'd swarm a little bit more, which would help make them more difficult to clear, it feels like. So we'll see how this pans out, but right now this Typhoon is just gonna clear this fang pack super duper quickly.
Prince Boji went for the back right flank with crawlers, and Mike Tyson has run this naked far side tower enough times that he actually budgets for going to level 2 tower on round 2. He's almost baiting this approach, and I suspect his approach to Woot might actually be run this thing all the way up to round 5, level 5. We haven't seen a level 5 tower in this tournament.
I think usually you want to stop at level 4, but it would be interesting to see a level 5 tower. And I do think most people in the community consider Mustang to be the weakest starting unit.
Yep.
I think the reason Mike Tyson decided to pick a Mustang pack to start with is because it was the Sabertooth specialist. And Mustang plus Sabertooth is a combo that can definitely get the job done on round 2 like this.
So Woot down to 3,500. Mike Tyson still on 3,900. We get the orbital bombardment possibility. Mike Tyson goes straight for efficient tech research. Smoke bomb was also possible.
Oh my goodness. 2 shields.
He is shielding
Is Prince
that
Boji
smoke.
gonna pick up Fortified Overlord? Favorite unit, but not. He doesn't care about the card, I guess. No, he skips and goes for the spell.
Took the orbital bombardment, which makes Mike Tyson's choice of those shields almost presciently good. Really solid.
And if they can survive, that's a very huge swing for Mike Tyson.
Prince Boji gets his Farseer, but not interested in those shenanigans. Sells it. Instead goes for a pair of Phoenix. Well, he already had one Phoenix on the board. Goes for a second Phoenix and an outside left Typhoon.
Yep. Typhoon plus Phoenix is a very strong combo.
Do you know, by the way, Arbiter,
I
does a level 2 tower give more experience to a unit that kills it?
don't think so.
Okay, I didn't either. I had said that earlier in the cast, but I wanted to check with you because I knew you would actually know cold. So...
And actually, the flanking crawler is now level 2. That's
Right.
going to take down the tower very quickly. I think that's going to be a problem for Mike Tyson this round.
Of course, the debuff from tower, if you're new to the game, you don't understand, as it levels up, you spend money to give it more hit points and also reduce the debuff time. So Mike Tyson has that at level 2, which means a 7-second debuff, which is still forever in a headbutt like this, which is why he has lost this round. It's down to 28-24, but one of the things I was going to say is that debuff does not apply to damage to shield, so your shields are still taking normal value, while your units are actually taking 50% additional damage. Round 4, we get Super Supply Enhancement, used to be known as Top Supply Specialist, and Prince Boji takes it right away. Do you think Mike Tyson can afford to take that? at this stage, down to 3,000 hit points.
There are a few schools of thought regarding it. One is like if you're losing and you don't take it, you're just prolonging your death. And the other one's if you're losing it and take it, then you just die super fast because you'll still lose. I guess Mike Tyson, I don't know, I would have thought he'd be the high tempo player, but does decide to take the up supply, or whatever it's called now. So both players have very limited funds to work with this round.
Mike still has 300, now 100. What did he take there? It's a new Sabertooth and a new, I guess that crawler is old. He's still got the 100 in a deploy. He's missling out that pack of crawlers that was so problematic.
The main thing that surprises me with Woot's play this game is how few crawlers there are on his side of the board. He's got 2 packs of crawlers and then a few things. Normally at this point I'd expect to see a little bit more chaff deployed, spread out like in the back lines.
Yeah.
It seems like they're still alive. There's still crawlers alive.
Yeah, I guess just enough chaff. But usually, yeah, that's the plan, is get a bunch of chaff in the early rounds where you're sort of figuring out what you want to do in the late rounds. Because you'll always want that chaff no matter what.
But maybe there's another way to think about it, which is that these Typhoons are just such beefy, efficient units at this stage of the game that it's just a higher tempo play to put down Typhoons and don't have as much chaff.
There it is. There's the boat.
It showed up.
Woot got his unit. Mike Tyson chucking down some badgers. Those aren't going to do great into the boat.
Badgers actually have almost nothing to kill.
You were just talking about the lack of chaff, and he's
Yeah.
already got the tarantulas. He has to know Woot goes to the boats. I mean, he knows Woot goes to the boats.
Typhoon Shield is coming out very strong technology. It takes a long time to get through these Typhoon Shields sometimes.
Mustangs are going to have to put in a lot of work in the next few rounds.
Those Mustangs don't have range yet either, so...
Yep.
Of course, the tarantulas don't either, so the tarantulas do go out and tank for them. The Mustangs are the same range as the Sabres. So in an ideal world, we'd have the Sabres getting out in front of the Mustangs.
Mike Tyson doing fairly well.
And
It is efficient to not tech range when you don't need to on a unit.
right.
Yep.
And has the 3 marksmen, they'll all be level 2 by next round.
The downside is Mike Tyson did deploy, I think, 4 missiles that round.
Oof.
One of them is left over.
So 1830 on Mike Tyson's bar, 2540 on Prince Boji's bar. Winner of this match, of course, books their place in the finals. Loser jumps down to the loser's bracket where they will be in the final match.
Here comes the Overlord artillery technology.
2 more boats with Overlord artillery. Now, you guys know the Woot script. Does he go jump drive pretty early, or does he tend to go to a second tech on the boats and then jump drive very late in the game?
It really depends, I think. It's very unlikely, I think, that he will ever jump drive this game. Because he's so developed on this side. If he abandons this side, he's basically saying my I don't know how many boats, probably like 4 or 5 boats, can kill everything on your team single-handedly, which is like pretty risky bet late enough in the game.
Mike Tyson drops shield bubbles, which does cover this oil. Again, he's spending a lot of tempo in missiles and shields, but Woot 3 backline missiles of his own. This is the headbutt of all headbutts, guys.
Yeah, I want Mike Tyson to take an anti-air tech so bad. He knows what's coming.
Oh man, the shields are gone instantly. That's one of the advantages of this Overlord artillery tech. It really deletes shields.
Mike tried a flank Phoenix. The flank Phoenix goes down to sentry missile. And now the Overlords are overwhelming.
Is that GG?
I don't think it's quite enough.
Super close. With a couple of Phoenix surviving and the Typhoons on the ground. That's 300, 13, 14, 15,
Oh
16.
my
Oh my
god.
goodness.
Lived via the nerf.
Indeed.
1,600 hit points dealt. Mike Tyson had 1,640.
It's pretty dire.
I calculated that to perfection. He's got this. I'm
I
not
do notice
convinced.
Mike Tyson has anti-air available on the Marksman, or aerial specialization.
Yep.
I wonder whether that will be chosen to try to kill these boats and even the Phoenixes a little bit faster.
And if it is, it's
Oh,
not going to matter
damn it.
because there are wasps. It is chosen. So is anti-air on the Mustangs. And the Mustangs, now level 3, have the laser sights. It's going to be ground anti-air versus air power, head-to-head in the headbutt. The other thing is, Mike Tyson does not have enough hit point damage on the bar that even if he wins around here, I don't think he actually knocks Prince Boji out.
I don't think
Yep.
so either. Look at that cheeky shield on these crawlers.
500 cash left, 450 and 1 deploy.
An important detail here is these shields are specifically excluding the fangs on Mike Tyson's side.
Nice.
Super
But the hope
important.
that the Overlord artillery will shoot a fang right when the round starts and not hit the shield. So the shield might last a little bit longer.
What's that extra bubble doing?
Oh, Woot didn't change the outside, didn't level the tower or anything.
Wow,
Mike Tyson
wait.
is going to get that tower. Did Woot
And the
forget
entire
the Phoenix
marksmen are
flank?
locking on very quickly.
Did
This is
Woot
a huge
forget that
round.
flank?
Holy shit. The comeback.
I forgot
The
that flank.
comeback is real. Mike Tyson
Oh.
drops Woot to 678. This has got to
how
be the
does Woot
final
answer
round,
this?
right?
Ooh, I really like. Oh, actually, I think there's a lot of situations where Rhino Assault is very good against what Woot's doing. You can use it to instantly kill a pair of Typhoons sometimes, or instantly kill a boat.
Yeah, I like Rhino Assault a lot.
He took a redeploy.
Does Mike Tyson see it?
Does Mike Tyson see the Rhino drop right here? He does.
Yeah, I don't know if you can drop
Oh,
it on
it's
the
too
boat,
close. Those are too close.
but you can drop it on the
Here.
Typhoon at least.
Yeah, out here maybe. Right in there, right in front of that. They'll be in this radius, right? So there is a drop right here. Mike not going for that. Puts it back corner, right in front of the Phoenix.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder what Woot's gonna do. Still just missiles. The missile's gonna kill the Phoenix. And then the Rhino will eventually get in. Oh no, the missile's not killing the Phoenix.
Missile kills a crawler. We'll have a Rhino Phoenix together versus level 2 tower.
So the name of the game is, can Mike Tyson keep enough units alive before he takes the tower? Like, he's gonna take that tower. Just how long is it gonna take before he does?
And how long will Woot take to take his tower on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the full push on that side now.
It's
Good
a little
luck,
scary,
guys.
as Woot might lose his left side very quickly, especially losing his highest level Typhoon. He needs these units to tank just long enough.
Wow, this is gonna be
Oh,
so
and Woot's
close.
about to get tower.
Both are about to get tower.
Votes get
Oh,
it
wow.
first. And
And
that
there's so many votes alive. They're about to spawn more
is
shielded lost.
GG, I do believe.
Wow, what
Mike
a close
Tyson
game.
that close. One crawler ran over and stopped the rhino. It turned, and the Phoenix had taken shots at the crawlers. It came down to that one crawler. Hero there. Mike Tyson that close to beating
Yeah.
one of the greats.
The 80th seed almost upsetting the 3 seed in the in the losers finals. That's sort of crazy.
That was winners finals. So
Winners
Woot is
finals.
through. Mike Tyson is not knocked out. He's on the ropes, but he gets one more match. I don't know if we'll be following that or if we're going to be switching to the other match. That was absolutely amazing, guys.
What a game.
Yeah, chat is just full of GGs there. That is amazing. The orbital RNG really made a big difference there as well.
Armiria is playing. That's a blast from the past too.
There've been so many
Everybody's
names.
coming back.
So many names have come back to the game since release. It's been very cool.
Yep.
Of course, stay tuned. We will have that match right after our final ad break here. Really appreciate you guys for hanging out and watching. I do want to give a big shout out to Toast94 who gifted up over 100 subs here, and that was amazing. We've got HeyFob, FuzzGNU, Slimcha Off, and GDRK with the follows. Thank you very much, guys. I see Vic. That'll be one of the players here. Vic versus Void Insanity.
Do I need to find this lobby?
You do need to find this. Like, get. We should. Miracle. Every caster is in there. Look at the.
Arbiter.
Just-
Other.
Oh, I'm sorry. Invite Forgotten
Not time
Arbiter.
for her.
Yeah. My bad. I'm sorry. Yes. Reset your internet. Don't drop out of this one, right? No problem. Just look at the casting lineup we have had for this tournament. This tournament has gotten so much interest from the community. Obviously, hats off to Panso and Forgotten Arbiter, Time for Miracle, and Alpha Titan, who have all joined me here. But we've been casting this in German with Till and Saltzwerk. We've had Sacco casting, we've had Apucci casting, Rooster PB and Drewski have been casting. It has been just tremendous to see it. We had, I do believe, all through his night, Play Archer has been casting in Russian. We've had one casting in Chinese. This is a global audience. We've had 14 different nations represented. We have cast in 4 different languages with a whole set of tremendous players. Some of the best in the game. Obviously, 16 of the best in the game are awaiting the 16 that we qualify from here.
Mm-hmm. Did we see 6,000 players online today?
We did see 6,000 there.
Yeah, pretty
Amazing.
crazy to see.
Zach says there is one more. He's going to give us the final qualifier as well. So we will get to see that Mike Tyson match. Jerry Hattrick confirming from here, 6,500 was the peak. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Wow.
That is, I believe, the game's all-time highest peak today.
I would believe that.
So hope folks are enjoying it. Obviously, for those of us that are content creators, there are a whole host of new players, and they do need content. Like people were saying earlier, hey, I didn't even know you could take something off a tower. We do need to make some of those.
There are so many things to learn.
Mm-hmm. And getting that up. Alpha Titan says there have been 250,000 purchases from Steam. So that is, I mean, congrats to Bearlike, Miasim, and the entire dev team. You guys have done tremendous work on this. I would love to repeat something that I wrote to Bearlike the other day. Where is this? I said it was, congratulations on the launch, guys. 6 years of long, hard work to develop this game. You and your team have made something absolutely incredible. Complex, nuanced, gripping, and infinitely enjoyable. From a former game developer to a great, I see and deeply respect you and your team. So,
It's a game I never knew I was waiting for years.
it's honestly, this is the game. I saw RTS come out, and I was like, I don't want APM to be part of my thinking. I want to be like, you know, I want to have time to do strategic thinking, and I don't want to have to wait forever for somebody else's, you know, to get through their turns in turn-based stuff. And this is the game. Found myself playing like some kind of gacha auto battler before this, and was like, okay, I'm trying to play this as free. I'm not gonna, you know, go super in depth to it, but you know, it had some strategy. I was like, this is kind of nice, but you can see it's limited. It's obviously, you know, complete gacha, whatever. So I do want to call out also, these guys, it's not pay to win. You can't buy a skin that gives your units plus 2% attack, or, you know,
True.
spin, you know, it. let me put in a give me a better spin for our you know, give me a better spin on the Bear-like random number generators. Camo skin, obvious advantage for blending in. Yes, Christopher.
Oh yeah.
That doesn't mean we can't still pray to Bear-like for better RNG from our unit drops.
Well, I'm going to call out for those of you considering subbing to the channel. I do have an artist working on emotes, and there is going to be a pray to Bear-like, a pray to Bear-like, and a praise Bear-like for the RNG. It's, emotes coming. All right, we are ready to go.
Oh, can I get an invite though? Maybe not.
Apparently you don't get invites, Arbiter.
Oh well, that's fine.
You'll just have to join. A link was paid.
I mean,
Go ahead.
you're still.
It's allowed spectating, so I'll just
Okay,
join
yeah,
once it shows up. Lots
Squish.
of
This is a
Slay the
quote.
Spire enjoyers.
This is a quote from one of our players.
so.
Yeah, said, "I've expressed this to my friends that ended up getting the game. That basically, Mechabellum is basically a Total War prep phase with Slay the Spire cards on a board of chess with MechWarrior vibes." There you go. That's the game in a nutshell. Thank you, Squish.
Did you know the Slay the Spire devs used to play this game?
Hey guys,
Got it.
Amarok, you ready?
Yep, ready? Ready when you are.
Okay, fabulous. I'll get this going.
Brilliant.
Luck, my fun.
Not too surprised to see that Vic made it this far. But I've always felt like Vic is a very solid player.
What round is this exactly? I'm a little lost.
This is the 5th and final round.
Okay.
Game won't do it for Vic.
Huh.
Well then. Yep. All right. We're leaving room. Everybody bail out. We'll need a new room. It's fine.
Maybe we can invite Arbiter this time.
Yes, Arbiter
Oh,
just
I
barely
was
made it in.
invited.
In fact, that was the real reason Vic didn't want to play in front of Arbiter. He got nervous.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
I don't believe that, but you know, it was fun to say. Let's see if I can pull up our numbers for these two. Oh.
Nice of Bear Light to increase the follow limit
That was
just in time for the tourney.
That was legit a request from tourney organizers to him. Now, Bear Lake has been full support of this game, of this tournament, by the way. He's run DB queries. He was actually willing to try and run this as a posted in-game, but it would have run, you know, it would have been 6 rounds and over and done in, you know, in 2 hours or 90 minutes or whatever. And we actually wanted to get more airtime for more of the players so that the community can start to recognize some of the names, etc.
Vic is in a player spot now.
Perfect. I am not in the way. I'm not the one blocking this. Ready when you guys are. +9 hours in. We were aiming for 8 for this and 6 for the finals, but, you know, bonus coverage for Paradox. Alright, these two, obviously, Vic is going to be the near side blue, 2034 MMR peak during the Vanguard season, the 12th seed in our Group D, with the French player, the 45th overall seed in the qualifying group. Void Insanity, promoted off the waitlist, apparently has been here since Group A, looking for a spot in the tournament. He's from the UK. 1919 was his MMR in the qualifying tournament. 71st overall on the seedings, or, you know, 7th or 8th on the waitlist. So we got him in. They are.
I sense Void may not be happy with his choices of specialists.
Now, I do agree with that. I'm going to tip something. I would love to see Void run all of this. He has been playing a almost troll version of Worm, literal carry Worm, that he's almost puts up as a he's calling it the barrier to making it into 1800. You have to be able to beat me. He runs aggro from all different sides of the board, comes full aggro, full attack, and then pivots from this, I'm hitting you from every angle, you've got to defend every corner, to all of a sudden I have itemed, leveled, teched worms with techs that nobody else is running that really cost people. It just throws people. They have no idea how to handle it. So he's been really fun to watch. Also coached Fated to Fail from about 1700 to 2000 MMR the other week. He's been having great fun. On the other side, Vic has been playing since September of 2023, describes himself as a French mind with French techs, and says, my playstyle is sometimes genius, sometimes bad, but never in between.
Nice.
Nice.
Vic,
Excited to see it.
near side Typhoon Specialist with Crawlers and Stormcallers. Void, yeah, you can see he did not like those packs. That was not Void-esque at all. So I think he took Fire Badger for the hit points. 4,700 hit points. Has a Tarantula and Fang start. I'm not going to let this dissuade him from coming out aggro.
Unfortunate, but his tarantulas are facing off against round 1 Stormcallers.
Yeah, round 1 Storm is the bane of Tarantula player. And the one saving grace you might have had was if you had some Crawlers to get out in front of them, which he doesn't have.
Looks like he used a recommended formation. He's doing some adjustments.
So
Did
actually,
we ever learn how recommended formations work? I don't think we've ever gotten an answer
That has
from the
been-
devs on that one.
I believe that one is taken from around winning high MMR players tournament starts with that particular set of players. So game had to go on and win the match from a player with above a certain cutoff of MMR. So you're never going to see one from Amarok because I haven't reached that threshold, and had to be in tournament, much the way that they're taken from the community challenges are also all taken from tournament games.
You
Yeah,
keep an eye
so-
out. There's a very spicy one from Pants of Fury.
Yeah, but it wasn't in a tournament.
Oh, really?
I was trying to lower my MMR for the next challenge that I was doing after the Assault Marksman challenge.
Really?
And so I grouped all my units, I put them all touching in a block, and I put them on the line because I was just trying to die quick.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone in my chat said, I'll give you 10 gifted subs if you can win out of this position. And I said, alright,
All right.
my crawlers.
So it's just
And so I won, and then and then
That became a recommended
that's
formation.
the only recommended formation that I've ever seen that I've had, and everybody DMs me, "Hey, I saw your recommended formation. It doesn't look very good."
That's spectacular.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. And so I lost that first round too.
Right.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's not about
but I
winning the
ended up
first
winning
round.
the game.
Yeah.
I just literally sold every unit in that block and slowly repositioned.
Actually,
Anyway, y'all can keep an eye out for that one.
one of my favorite games that I've managed to win was a match where I had AFK'd and had the block on the helipad. And I wound up with a redeployment module. I think I had Jump Drive Phoenix and got the redeploy drop at some point, and wound up with like, okay, well, I'm gonna not only am I gonna slowly fix my positioning. Eventually, I dropped a 6-unit flank on my guy, and this was before drops existed. I was like, how did you do that to me? I don't even understand mechanically, let alone be able to answer it. So,
Okay. The Void Insanity picks up the Phoenix drop after losing to the Stormcallers round 1, which
Right.
is more or less expected. The Fire Badgers are going to pull these Crawlers and Fangs towards them, which
Right.
will leave the tower exposed for the Blue Phoenixes to walk in theory.
all
We'll
of
see.
this runs off to the side. These guys go straight to the crawlers. The Phoenix have a direct line. As soon as these crawlers are dead, they have a direct line to the tower.
So there's
and then
more Crawlers coming in. Uh-oh.
problems.
Nice.
Decent
There's
defensive
also
positioning
Arclight
from Vic.
flank on the other.
Yeah, Arclight in the corner here for a similar pull. So this is one of the things that Void is a master of, is those pulls to get you out of position. And it really turns your formation into this, like, oh shoot, now I feel like I have to handle these Phoenix, I have to handle these Badgers, I have to handle this Arclight, and my positioning is not right to win the main front. Like, Void pretty much won on all 4 fronts. And
Yeah, if you've got more than 2 problems to solve in a turn, it's not really doable. You're
it's pretty
gonna
difficult, yeah.
need another turn probably, or you're gonna need to spend some missiles.
Vic gets additional deployment. That will help with answering all the things that Void wants to do. Void, I do know, is a fan of quick teleport. There it is.
Interesting.
Yeah, what's he gonna do with it?
I have no idea yet. Don't make me predict
I'm
for
excited to find out.
Yeah, he's in a good position to use it though. Like playing on the defensive side, I think quick teleport is much better for that. Rhinos are the answer for Vic on these flanks.
I will go punch.
Seems like a decent answer. I'm trying to think if there's any world where the Rhinos can't beat the Badgers, but I think they should be able to do pretty well.
There's some people that enjoy doing a Badger Phoenix flank, put both units together over there.
Well,
It's a pretty big commitment.
That used to be one of the committed flanks, right? Was Crawler, Arclight, Phoenix, or Crawler, Phoenix, Arclight, and you'd had kind of I have my chaff clear, I have my chaff, and I have my single target, and a missile can only hit one of the three.
Yep.
Little unfortunate that Void is committing a Crawler with that Arclight and an Arclight level, and it still, I don't believe, beats the Rhino. So, might be a rough turn actually for Void Insanity. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it'll be a
Oh,
rough turn.
Really? Never mind, those Crawlers aren't getting in.
Typhoon doing very good work in defense on that right tower for our Typhoon specialist, and of course it does come out and engage on those Phoenix, so it'll be well towards leveling. Third, maybe a half the way up there, off of the level 2 Phoenix.
For some old Mechabellum lore, this Arclight corner flank is like a staple of the aggro Arclight carry build. And if it got to level 2 and you click charge shot, it would beat the Rhino if you put chaff with it. And it'd start to get out of hand pretty quickly.
I did not know that part of it. I thought you kind of
It
relied on
probably
that
still
Phoenix in the
does,
corner.
but charge shot's a little questionable.
Right, but with Phoenix, with the Arclight down to the 0.9 shot and the 3x attack, it might, but probably not against a nano repair Rhino.
Yeah.
Now I want to test that. So many little things to test.
I wonder if Void's gonna start selling out of these flanks, or at least that Arclight is gonna be fairly useless.
Already sold out of the
He's-
level 2 Phoenix, so he's got 950 available. It is super close to getting his worms on the board. I wonder if he floats for a round.
I have noticed Vic has committed a lot to his right side. If Void just says, I'm out of there, all of those units could just be stranded, not contributing very much.
Yeah, balls on the flank from Vic. Left
units.
flank. I don't know about that.
Balls from Void,
I
yeah.
don't
Pretty
know about
spicy.
that.
It's
Yeah,
a little tricky because it'll definitely beat the Rhino this turn, especially with quick teleport, but then you can distract the balls with crawlers, so Void is gonna have to commit another unit to handle that. Hopefully proactively. So we might just see a big game of back and forth on that left flank.
Void has taken the nano repair, hasn't put it on something, just now puts it on the tarantula. I was going to say, I thought he was going to save that for a nano repair worm. That is one of the things I've noticed he does. He stockpiles the items, loves to throw them on a worm.
Oh, I forgot we're gonna see worms.
We might.
Maybe.
We might not. It depends. If the board doesn't suit it, he's not going to force it in a tournament match, I don't think.
That's fair enough.
He was trolling on ladder with it for a long time now, and just having a blast.
So Vic winning right, Void winning left. Looks like it'll be a small win for Vic, is what I'm imagining. But maybe this nano tarantula can't die.
Pretty hard to kill.
That's kind of a preview of what nano worm is going to look like.
Nano worm is very strong.
Yeah, it's very tough to kill. So Void stabilizes for round 4 and drops Vic down to, is that 2907? Void's at 3830. 1200 available for Void to play with.
And there's a sandworm available to pick.
Oh, he's got to be tempted.
It's picked.
does pick it up,
Let's go. Sell.
but he does.
Sell Tarantula. Put Nano on the Sandworm. Maybe do that next round. It might be Sell Badger. Okay, it'll be Worm attacking that. What you were calling the. I could abandon this side.
Definitely not abandoning it.
Yeah.
Now, his techs are really unique. They're vastly different from what anybody else is running. He's got Replicate, he's got Burrow Maintenance, so it's going to heal while underground. He's got Armor Enhancement, and he has Anti-Air.
Wow.
Everybody thinks of Worm as being, the primary value is throwing it out there and throwing down Sandstorm. He doesn't go for that at all. He goes for, this is just going to be a tank. If I need it, here we
You
go.
got 3 of them.
Three of
Oh
them.
my god.
We have a worm blender, as some people say.
As some
Yeah.
people say.
And they've already got armor. Armor on the worm is plus 50% hit points. So this level 2 sandworm, a casual 160,000 hit points. The
Loaning for the double tech.
80,000.
What the heck?
And
I love it.
he's taking advantage of the fact that Replicate now creates larva at the same level as the worm. So he's going to have level 2 larva coming off of this one. And if these guys can level, he's just going to have this huge, difficult to beat block. And he's not even going to care about these wasps that you're using in defense, because eventually he'll be able to tech anti-air.
So I've seen Arbiter do something similar to this. And
Attempt.
I don't know if I've ever seen Arbiter lose more MMR in a sitting.
Now, yes, that is fair. Void said that when he was hard forcing this every game in situations that didn't suit it, he lost about 300 MMR. So from 19 something down to 1600 or something. But the overall build, if he's able to climb with, if he's not.
It's like we're
hard
taking
forcing
anti-air. Oh my god, this is a menace!
it. There go-
Oh my
there
goodness.
go the
They
larva.
killed it all, other than the air. And it's not gonna kill, the air's not gonna kill it either. Alright.
You did more damage on the round. That's amazing.
So if you don't know, the round does time out. If you both have units surviving, all of the surviving units do hit point damage, and Void's worms just did more hit point damage than Vic did, despite Vic having these unkillable wasps.
I think one of the biggest problems that he's gonna have to potentially face is Acid Scorpion. It is available for Vic. And we'll see what
Anti-air.
happens.
Oh my god, that is absurd.
There you are, triple worm. We did call it. He sold out of the tarantula to put the nano repair on the sandworm. He's actually not getting very lucky. This is not Void making this pop off, because when it's popping off, he's actually got the items that a lot of people are thinking of as, oh, this goes on my Typhoon, this goes on my Mustangs, this goes on my Giant, and he's got all of them on these. And you're just looking at like, okay, wait, what am I supposed to do that answers a Amp Core level 2 worm, a Nano Repair level 2 worm, and an Absorption Module level 2 worm? What? Like, what beats that?
I do think Nano Worm feels pretty optimal. But he does have burrow maintenance, so I guess if you have that, then maybe it's not optimal anymore. Very interesting. I mean, the whole comp. We do see that like back and forth on the left flank. Fire Badgers have now been added to
Wasps.
kill the crawlers that distracted the balls.
The wasps now have
Oh.
ground specialization. We're going to just chew these worms up with ground spec. It'll work just fine.
Let's see it.
Do you think it'll work just fine?
Well, I mean, the worms still do not have anti-air.
Oh, yes, they do.
Oh, wait,
Yeah, they
they do. I was not watching. Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, that rhino, though.
The wasps took down the level 1 worm. The level 2 has been locked onto. So the nano repair worm is down.
That's eating the wasp.
It ate wasps, but not in time.
Debuff.
Our debuff on the left side drops Void down to 411 hit points.
I think Void is in trouble.
Vic on the verge of qualifying direct at 2 wins and 1, or I think Vic is probably at 2 wins and 1 loss. Void will be at 3 wins and 1 loss at this stage of the tournament. That's my guess. So Vic on the verge of qualifying. All he needs to do is win one more round. There is another nano repair kit for a second sandworm. And
Okay, he says the problem is chaff, so we're burning the chaff with fire.
range napalm, ranged napalm fire badgers in both the corner and up here.
Oh no.
Third one.
The ones in the corner are just gonna get instantly blown up. Vic is not messing around.
They're
Double missile there. That whole block is just delete.
with
Okay.
minus 40% hit point from napalm. The fire badger is back down under 5,000 hit points, so it does get blown up.
Yep, and if you don't know, that's a very important thing to keep in mind. Fire Badgers with napalm upgrade cannot survive a missile. So they're relatively easy to take out if you put them in a vulnerable position.
I think one of the most important things Vic has done is kept Void having to answer problems, right? So we've talked about that in other games, but Void has not been able to just slap out 6 of these worms. That's when it gets just out of control.
I think Vic has such a dominant position everywhere except exactly where the worms are. It's just buying him a lot of room to not even necessarily need to directly answer the worms on that side.
The thing he has done is a really good job of keeping those worms on the surface. Part of the way that this build is supposed to have worked is the worms show up, delete things, go back underground, move 20 meters, show up again. And
Oh my god, they're healing.
And hold that
The
up.
worms can do
What's
this.
happening?
The worms can do this. Come on, they took the tower. Let's go.
Oh, finishing
We're gonna
the
heal
beacon.
while we're underground, show up.
Alright, let's-
Both worms are still
Oh
alive.
my god.
They have it.
Oh my god. Who in chat thought that's how this round was going?
Literally
Now,
have somebody said, I know
level
Void's quite
3.
good, but I don't know how a Void like this is ever supposed to win. And now says, I apparently know nothing.
Indeed. I do expect the acid to come out, though. We'll see.
I was not
I
going to mention
believe
it,
that
but
is the biggest problem.
you're still waiting for either acid off the scorpion. We get range on the wasps. Vic is going to try to keep the wasps alive by keeping them at
Okay.
range, but that is actually problematic because as soon as the worm is underground, you start closing on it. You're going to close to right above it and not actually keep yourself at distance the way that you need to. So it's one level
That's an excellent point.
one level 1 sandworm, 2 level 3s. And chat wants to know why not a double shot acid. Double shot acid exists for this.
You don't even need the double shot in a lot of cases. Probably acid is enough. But double shot acid is especially brutal. It's not even leveling the scorpion.
I
Void
think
has,
the wasps are gonna get there though.
I
Void has
think
gone
Vic
for double
actually
shot
takes another
saber.
round. I'm sorry, I think Void takes another round. I don't see those level 3 regen sandworms dying to this
I'll
build.
take that bet. I'm pretty sure these ranged wasps are gonna kill the worms eventually.
Alright.
He's got so many lines of chaff as well. I just think that the worms are gonna be just stuck in hell trying to kill chaff.
Void said like the only way sandworms were dying is during debuffs, so we have a level 3 tower on in the back there.
Makes sense to me. While they're underground, they invite everybody in. See how close everything got, and the worms show up. The level 1 is not tanky enough to survive this world.
Nope.
It just never got there. 2 level 3s
You know
are
this?
creating these level
Going down.
3
Oh, he's burrowing.
They're creating level 3 larvae, guys. Those level 3 larvae are 25,000.
Oh my god, it's
They're-
working!
They're basically shooting out
It's
mini
working.
rhinos.
Oh god!
Every time it parades, there's another little rhino there.
Goes underground, it heals, it shows up. It's here to eat your wasp.
Can I even kill the one wasp? Oh, nope.
This is madness.
And the
What
one more.
the hell?
Also notice, like instead of investing in more worms, he says, okay, that level 1 worm's dying immediately. I'm buying every tower enhancement.
Trying to get the level into it.
Oh
Definitely
my
not
god,
something
and
that
they
I
got a
thought.
lightning storm to handle all of these wasps? This might be GG. This would be the craziest upset.
This will be the last round of this game either way. Guarantee it.
Holy.
I'll put my caster credentials on that one.
Wow.
If Void survives
Scorpions
this,
finally have acid, but they also have range.
what?
I'm surprised by the range.
Why do we need range here? Well, I guess actually preventing them from walking forward so that they get deleted isn't a bad idea. But
Yeah,
We get
but I don't
acid
think
attack.
they were getting deleted.
that is the key element for Vic right now. If he can get these things trapped in the acid and killed, hopefully he can deal, oh by the way, 379,000 damage, which is what it's needed to kill these things. And remember, if
Amazing.
they go underground, they start healing right back up. And they're
And even
immune
before
to the
they
acid.
go underground, they heal like 12,000 a second.
The acid will surely solve the problem, right? Surely.
You're still backing Vic, huh?
Surely it'll solve the problem.
There's also an oil, apparently.
I'm not even sure what the oil is supposed to do. Affect the late arriving chaff, maybe, by getting lit on fire?
Perhaps. I mean, there's also lightning, probably going to kill the later arriving chaff. Alright, lightning has killed, like, everything. We'll see if acid scorps can get it done. They are not double shot acid scorps. Oh, I don't think they're getting it done! I don't think they're getting it done!
That one is down to less than half, but you can see it is healed all the way back up to about 3/4. We're gonna get the tower. Oh, we lost our tower first. We get the second, the tower down in here. We've still got larvae in front. There's only 2
Level
acid
2,
scorpions
they're
left. We're
still
not in
alive.
the
Oh
acid.
no, they're timing. Oh
And there's the Giga Worms, they're still alive, they're regenerating.
no.
I'll go get a tower for you, brother. I got your back.
Wait, is it GG? Wait,
It is
no.
not GG.
It's
I
not.
was wrong. Caster credentials given up. 305 hit points, 411 for Void.
Oh my god.
Surely it is for all the marbles now.
We're
Win,
gonna see.
win,
the
and you are
Scorpion marble
in the finals. Lose, and you are done for the day. And Vic is trying to solve this on the fly. I guarantee he does not have an out-of-the-box, a canned solution ready for this. He does take the double shot Scorpion. Has figured that out at least.
I'm not. So, one thing, micro optimization Vic could be doing here. He can hit some of those fire badgers with some of these missiles. Like that middle missile. Could be all the way on the corner to hit 1 or 2 fire badgers there.
4 teched worms.
It's here.
Void living the dream, and he is loaned, hasn't loaned yet, right? It has 400
Nope.
available if you wanted to buy a level 1. I don't think he does. Takes speed instead. I was actually
We're just
wondering if that's
Putting the money.
contraindicated for him, because the longer they're underground, closing distance on ranged scorpions, the more they heal.
That's an interesting thought. So it comes down to whether Vic can keep the worms above ground. Now let's see. Are double shot squirps enough? They were not leveled. They're still level 1.
Oh, one of those worms is getting really low. He's got to go under. No, he falls. Our hero.
Oh no!
We've lost one. We're gonna lose the tower.
The tower is going down, but it's level 4. It's a 5-second debuff.
The level 4 is a
It is
3-second
worm number
debuff.
2.
Already
Oh
off.
wait, 3-second debuff. Yeah.
Okay, one goes under.
Second
Oh,
tower's
the
only
second
2.
tower might be a disaster. 1 worm left.
Burrow, brother, burrow.
Go underground.
It's
Heal
getting
yourself.
shield things. Oh no!
It can't
GG.
do it. The combined
what a
might of
game.
Vic's army eventually wins this in 10 rounds. Books his place in the finals on Sunday the 6th of October. If you're enjoying this kind of thing, Void is amazing. Vic is... I literally solved this problem on the fly. First time he had to face it. And I have a bit cheer from Void of Zinj. Says, I swear Void Insanity just told me last night worms were terrible, never used them. And he tried to get them in, memeing for the content, but does not make it into the finals. Void knocked out, Vic through. I do believe we have one match left.
I will have to sadly step out. I can't.
I know
I'm
you.
already late for an obligation.
Yes, I know. I appreciate you being here so long, my brother. And I do want to call Pants out as one of the people who supported me. There was a point in playing Mechabellum and streaming where I was considering giving it up, and Pants had a quiet word with me off stream and straightened me out and said, you know, keep doing this. You've got a specific talent. So I really appreciate you. And did want to say thank you for that on this stage.
Of course, always happy to help.
Really appreciate it.
I appreciate you as well. Both of you.
Thanks, Arbiter. Yeah, great tournament though. I will catch everyone next week. Hopefully I'll be casting with you next week as well.
All right. I'm looking forward to it. Enjoy your evening tonight. Arbiter, are you feeling like staying with for this final match, if we have one?
Sure.
All
I
right.
will stay for the final match. I will not be here next week though, but
Yeah.
I'm sure the
I
games will be
understand.
fantastic.
Just so you guys know, Arbiter had to decline a slot in that final tournament. He was one of the folks that Paradox offered a direct seat in it, and had to decline due to another obligation. So we will definitely miss you. I did want to make sure that you were represented here in some way because of what you've given to the community. There are so many. You guys should scroll through Reddit and look for like answers to problems you might have seen in tourney, and or you know, in other matches. Scroll through it and just see how many of those have detailed answers from Arbiter, either in Reddit or in the Discord. It's
You
amazing.
might be exaggerating a bit. I don't post very often,
Not
but
often.
I do post sometimes.
Post sometimes, and it's always quality content. That's more the really, really well thought out. I do think it's funny. I want to give a little shout out to Sabman, who disagreed with your post about war factories so hard that he went full meme and climbed himself up into 1800 plus MMR just on war factories. Doing
Is
nothing
that
but
disagreeing with my post?
he
I think
disagreed with your post about them and ran them, and then got frustrated when they got buffed to the point that they were suddenly the meta, and everybody was like, oh, look, another War Factory enjoyer. It was like, I sat here and built these formations and timings and, you know, the economy to get there. So he had a...
Oh, I think I made my post after they were buffed.
I
Maybe.
remember...
I'm not sure. We'll see.
I think they got double buffed. I think because your post was arguing against certain texts, and then they got progressively buffed until they were too strong. And like, he was like, no, there's some spots for things like, efficient maintenance or other things.
Oh, right, yeah. True. So this is the last game of the entire tournament.
Yes, indeed.
What a day.
It has been an amazing day. This day started about 12 hours ago for me in terms of making the, getting everything prepped, trying to get art assets to people, trying to get, make sure that the challenge was all set and start. Uncle Lazy says it started at 2:30 a.m. for him. Exactly, right? Not enough coffee in the world. I have drunk it all.
Wow. Commitment.
But yeah, it's been a lot of work from a lot of people to put this together, and really do appreciate the folks that have been involved, and just the willingness of the community to jump in and support it. Like you guys, obviously, this tournament doesn't happen if you guys aren't interested in it. If you guys don't put in the work to show up as casters, show up as audience, show up as players. I can't believe we had 160 registrations. And I really do hope Paradox are paying attention to that and say, wow, there really is hunger for this sort of thing. And, maybe we start doing stuff that's like, go ahead, enter for a tournament. It costs you $10 and we'll pool it all to the winner.
There have been so many people just waiting for a tournament like this for a long time, I think. And it's also very cool that most games, you can't have these tournaments with participants in China and Germany and France and Canada and the US, like all playing together at the same time.
Squish says, I swear I'm going to practice so hard. I've learned so many lessons today. I want a new tournament as soon as possible so I can crush people. Love it. And yeah, I completely agree with you. The idea that we've had, everything, Australia, Hong Kong, China, across Russia. We've had Hungary, we've had Croatia. We had entrants that didn't make the cut from, for example, South Africa. Had a whole slew of folks from, more central parts of Europe. We had Austria. We had applicants, I think, from Italy. Obviously, the 3 Nordic countries, Sweden, Norway, Finland. You guys know there are plenty of really good, not mentioning any names, players from the Netherlands. None of them needed to be in the qualifying tournament today. Obviously we had from Spain, we had from, I missed Thailand, but Spain, Germany, France, Netherlands, UK, Scotland, Canada, America, USA. It's just amazing that we have that much global reach and have agreed a community of this kind of gentlemanly behavior. I just love it. It just makes me so happy.
The countdown begins to RT Cell versus Vic.
All right, let's.
How are we doing, casters? Still awake?
Hello.
Wait, this is the last match? There's no more? What? What?
This is the last match. At 2:15 in the morning for me.
Yeah. I mean, Uncle Lazy started at 2:30 in the morning for him. One of our competitors was here at 4, I believe 4 o'clock to check in, or 3:30 to check in. Had his matches at about 6 a.m. So, just
brutal.
Tremendous. Yes. So,
yeah.
Who do we have for this final match? We have Articel and Vic. Vic,
Yeah.
Let's see. Vic, we did see relatively recently. 12th seed in this group, 45th seed in the tournament overall. 2034 MMR in the Vanguard tournament. From France, we have Articel, 53rd seed overall, 14th seed in this group, 2005 MMR in the Vanguard season. From Sweden, there is one slot left. 31 slots are filled. One of these two is in the 32nd and final slot to face a epic field, a field full of legends. Red hair, blue hair, Godog, Apucci, Dachshund, Sacco, Illuminati, Rooster, Steel Sane, Play Archer. All of those players await on Sunday, the 6th of October. Please join us for that next week. Articel, Nearside Blue, Aerial Specialist. Vic, Farside Red, Supply Specialist. Vic has a fairly standard start, Stormcallers between towers with Fangs. Articel, right up on the line. And again, he's running this aggro position. We saw him do it with Stormcallers and Marksman on the line last time. These aren't assault mode marksmen. These are just marksmen.
No, they're not. And he did not want the Typhoon Specialists with Steel Balls. He wanted the Aerial Specialists with Mustangs. And he's going aggro. This should be interesting. Let's see what happens. Very standard deployment from Vic here. You see these Fangs deployed behind the tower. Often they'll just kind of walk in and be annoying. Like, you'll want to hit the tower, but the Fangs will just be right in the way. If you're in aggro, if you're in standard, you just want late Fangs coming in, distracting the units after the first waves of Chaff die. Unfortunately, Mustangs tend to be unfavored against Stormcallers in both early rounds and later rounds. And we're seeing that play out a little bit here. But that was just round one. We immediately get unit drops.
Typhoon,
And
Tarantula, Sledgehammer, and Rhino available.
indeed,
Articel takes the Tarantula. Didn't have any
Wow.
good chaff clear. Puts it right up on the line. Vic goes for the level 1 Typhoon rather than the level 2 Tarantula. We talked about
also turned down Tarantula packs. I thought maybe that was because he just doesn't enjoy playing aggro Tarantulas. So then he just very quickly picks up the level 2 Tarantula from the unit drop. And it could have been a Typhoon. Could have been a Rhino.
Now, Vic's positioning actually fairly important with the Typhoon available. Typhoon has a 180-meter missile. There was a play where Articel could drop a missile Typhoon right here and just missile out a tower. So,
Oh,
mm-hmm. And
that's a play that honestly has never crossed my mind.
all sorts of devious things cross my mind.
Indeed. Definitely the level 2 Tarantula essential to clear out all of these crawlers on the right side.
Right. Unfortunately, there are crawlers coming in from the left that did not get cleared. And we did
Indeed.
talk about earlier about the Typhoon versus Tarantula matchup. Typhoon wins it for Vic here. Articel down to 4214. Vic at 4300.
Defensive Typhoons are interesting. For aggro Typhoons, I'd say, I don't know, 90% of the time you're clicking shield and it's as your first tech and probably your only tech. defensive Typhoons are very different. For defensive Typhoons, the shield is still very good, but I think the homing missile is also a decent option. So we'll see if Vic decides to play homing missile Typhoons here. Since he has bought in second Typhoon, so he's kind of committed to some degree to defensive Typhoons. Oh, look at all that chaff. That's incredible.
Yeah, we've talked a couple of times about the importance of a good chaff board. Vic is just full commit to having a really strong chaff board. And I think that's, if I'm looking at these two boards, I look at that and I think Vic's going to win this.
Indeed. A lot of newer players ask for advice, and Rat has a video he released a long time ago, like how to increase your MMR.
Mm-hmm.
And the main tip, you should buy more crawlers and fangs.
Buy
more
chaff,
of these chaff units.
don't level them. And of course, the don't level them advice is because if you're using them as chaff, if they're dying them, their job is to run out here, distract shots, right? That's what these crawlers are for. They're not killing anything, really. They run out there, they distract shots, they keep you from shooting my important units. You don't want to be giving away 3 times the experience. You just want to leave them at level 1, let them die.
Yo.
Don't level your opponents and units off of it. I said earlier I got stuck on not being able to beat carry arc lights, and the guy was like, look, you keep leveling your chaff, you're just feeding me XP. Literally turned out to be the tip I needed to stop hyperscaling my opponent's arc lights for him. It's like, oh.
So now that we've said all that, you might wonder why Vic leveled his crawler to level 2 in the back center. And I think it's probably because he looked at Artycel's board. He saw these Mustangs. Mustangs are notoriously bad at clearing crawlers that are higher level than them. It will just take forever. And so he's saying, we're gonna make sure that these Mustangs just never succeed in killing crawlers in this game by taking an early level on this crawler.
And that was on the unit drop round, so he might have also been betting that Typhoon was a possibility, and level 1 Typhoon doing 88 damage. It buys time, buys twice as long to have extra hit points on the crawlers. So
that said, the same logic does not apply to fangs.
Especially
the reasons you would level up fangs are very different, and you probably never want to do it unless you have a very specific reason.
Yeah, if you are running a specific fang carry build, you're going to level up units. That is different. At that point, you're not treating them as chaff anymore. They're actually your carry unit. Ooh, yeah. Speaking of not having chaff, it has all burned.
It's brutal, and these storm colors are just getting free shots in the tarantulas every round. Oh, this might be a fast game. Let's see what Artycel can come up with to answer. Oh, and that shield survives with 1 hit point.
Barely here, yes. Artycel down to 1752. Is this the end of our tournament? Round 5 knockout? After all the epic games we've seen, we might see a finish that quick. Amp cores directly opposite each other for the Tarantula and the Typhoon. Artycel takes field maintenance for these Tarantulas. He knows that they are dying out to the Stormcallers, so he's trying to get some extra hit points, trying to get some healing between volleys. Going to maximize the Amp core by... It's not multiplicative, it's not 1.5x plus, times 1.3x. It's just additive. So, plus 50% plus 30% is plus 80%, which is not how percentages work, but it is how they work in Mechabellum. Video game logic.
Tower HP is another 15%.
Right.
So they have almost twice as much health as they normally would, or that one does.
That one is 95% of what it was. It's basically a level 4 Tarantula right now. And going to heal also, so whatever damage you might manage to do, it's going to try to keep itself alive through.
Yep. And those crawlers are now level 3. They're running over the middle.
We're going to get a far side tower, I think, before Articell gets through. I'm counting...
Oh, it's fortified. Oh, it's a race to the tower.
Ooh, Articell finally gets the tower on his aggro side. That has been the piece that's been missing, and even if he doesn't win the round here, he's managed to win. He's going to win the round outright.
These are some much-needed Tarantula levels, too.
And that drops Vic down to 3,600 hit points. Key add on Vic Articell's side of the board were actually the Stormcallers. So he has Vic in this very stationary position. So he was hitting them with these 2 new Stormcallers. You can see one on the left, silver damage for that round at 44,000 damage, behind only the gold damage level 3 Tarantula here, with the Amp Core that lived to the very end of the round and was cleaning up all day long.
And the one on the right killed that shield. If the shield didn't go down, the Tarantulas were going to be stuck on it.
Right.
Very important to be able to delete that.
So he's still got this left side tower at level 2. He's got a absorption module now on the left side Tarantula, and takes Mech Rage, so the Tarantulas are now moving at, what is that, 18 meters per second? I believe that means he has temp speed, yeah. They would normally be moving at 15 meters per second, which all but keeps up with a crawler, but he took plus speed off of tower, so they're up to 18 meters per second. The crawlers are up to 22 meters per second, and they're running into the teeth of 2 melting points as fast as their little legs can carry them.
Oh, they're
Got locks on the 2 big heels.
dying. Oh no.
Really good positions on those 2 from Vic to be able to read where he had the
We're
gap.
killing that melting point. We're on the second melting point. Took the tower. Okay, I think Articell's winning another round.
And that level 3 Tarantula survived getting locked by the tower debuff and his support units getting the kills. The far side never gets through the left side tower for Vic, and Articell has not only stabilized, takes another 1,400 hit points off of Vic. We're at 1,750 for Articell, 2,200 for Vic, and we get a unit reinforcement round. We were guaranteed that. You know you are going to get one on round 7 if you haven't seen it on round 5 or round 6. And Vic takes 2 level 3 Rhinos. Kind of like the Farseer behind this push.
It's interesting to see the defensive unit. Oh, the defensive player took Rhinos because they're going to blow up.
Boom! So level 3 boom
boy.
Rhinos on the line, 57,000 hit points, and when they blow up, they do 57,000 hit points to all units within, what is that, 48 meters. So, you know, if you're thinking about how do I avoid a boom Rhino, you might want that unit that needs to avoid it 50 meters off the line.
You better hope you don't blow up all your own crawlers with that Rhino.
That's true.
I don't quite understand the sledgehammer choice. It's true that sledgehammers are reasonably good chaff against melters, but the sledgehammers have more range than the tarantulas do.
They're going to be behind the tarantula.
Well, those Rhinos died very quickly.
And critically, they got pinned on the line. They never got close enough to take out the tarantulas. This hyper-dense formation now trapped in the oil.
Indeed.
How much does Vic want to see a nuke show up just to be able to land it on all of this? Oh my goodness.
Sledgehammers are mowing down the melters, which is kind of what they're good at.
Chowed down on the melters?
Oh my goodness. It's gonna take it to
winning
one round.
this. Despite the oil, despite the boom rhinos, Articell pushes through. Knocks
I think Vic is on death's
down.
door.
knocks Vic down to 369 hit points.
But Ardicel is sitting on oil. It's a very scary place to be. If the oil gets lit on fire, those rhinos, maybe they can get in and blow up something important.
Mobilized battleship for Ardicel.
And there's no way to prevent that oil from being lit on fire because Vic has the fire spell.
He puts it on Ardicel's side of the board rather than on his own. There is a spot where you could have this center line on your own half of the board or off in the flank to ensure that it wasn't shieldable. Vic goes for the center line is on Ardicel's side, which could get shielded, and makes sure that they connect, overlapping nicely.
You see a Typhoon tech now that we have 7 Typhoons. Double tech.
Bubbles and missiles.
Wow. That's a big power increase, I think, right there.
And an absorption module on the one melting point. The melting points take energy diffraction now, so they'll be shorter range but do more damage.
And it's important that he can't afford melting point range, but he does click temporary range.
He shields one spot if he happens to shield the connector here, which he does not. If he had shielded this connector, the fire over here wouldn't light this on fire. There's no other source of flames on the board.
Right. In fact, that's a very important thing to keep in mind. If your opponent has oil on the ground and they got a fire spell, and you want to shield somewhere, you can try to assume that they'll place it to try and connect there. So try and shield the connecting point.
Ardicel's
if you're going to shield somewhere.
temporary overlord shows up and gets tower, but I think it is too late. Now, Boom Rhino Call-In is going to get the tower over here. Vic has cleaned up on the right side.
And it looks like it's enough damage.
Back.
It's a lot of damage.
Comes back.
And that will do it.
Deals the required 2,500 damage to knock Ardicel out. Vic through to the 32nd and final slot in next week's Mechabellum Launch Clash Tournament, hosted by Paradox Arc. $1,000 prize purse on the line for this. Forgotten Arbiter, really appreciate you taking the time out of your day to come join us. It was amazing
thanks for having me.
you, and really wanted to make sure that
Congratulations, Vic, and all the other participants.
and 15 others who got through, but I did want to make sure that your contributions to the community and your longevity were acknowledged. This whole point of this tournament, the way that Paradox Arc described it to me, is to celebrate the players who really contributed to making this community during the early access, the amount of work that the community did to help them build the game, all the feedback, all the patience with issues, and you know, you guys have just been amazing. So thank you for your part in helping make this game that we all love and enjoy. If you are new to the game, I hope you are gonna love it as much as we have.
All right, thanks. GG's.
GG's.
Awesome. Amrock, thank you so much.
Wow, appreciate it, Zach.
We got through it. I just wanted to take just a quick moment just to say, just at the end of this stream, to say a massive thank you to both Salimbo and Uncle Lazy, because as you are aware, we had some problems with the tournament, the challenge, and they kind of both stepped up, and we were able to cobble together a way of doing things using an Excel document. And
Yes.
yeah, it was crazy, but we managed to do it, and I wouldn't have been definitely wouldn't have been able to do it without those two guys. So I really appreciate them. And I know we swoon a little bit, but honestly, it was like so chaotic, and
Yes.
yet we managed to sort of just do the work and figure it out, and generally all the results are, there's integrity behind them and there's no problems. So
Right.
yeah, pretty
Excellent. Really appreciate it.
And
Is-
I think it was really exciting. There was some amazing games, right?
Ev-
Some very
ev-
close ones.
Every game I watched had something gripping to it. There was no absolute, demolishment. Even Goff versus Yota, the 64 versus the 1 seed. I mean, he had a shot. Mike Tyson, the 80th overall seed, had a shot at getting in. It has been amazing. Hey, we've just gotten a big raid from Apuchi. Thank you so much, man. Apuchi has been co-casting this, so check out the VOD. Apuchi's perspective on this is so different because he'll have watched different competitors, different matches, has different stuff. Give him a follow as well. And if you're new to the game, he's a great resource for learning it because of one of the things he does. And did you help instill this in him, Arbiter? But one of the things that I love about Apuchi and the way that he streams is he doesn't get tilted after a loss. He stops and studies the board for about 3 or 4 minutes and talks it over with his chat, which is just amazing and so insightful to get a player of his level. Where did that kind of attitude come from?
It certainly didn't come from me.
Yeah?
And I don't get tilted too much, but yeah, Pucci is great. Wonderful streamer, great analysis. Definitely check him out if you haven't.
Yeah. Well, did you see anything new? You have anything new that hadn't occurred to you previously in this tournament? Avoid Insanity's insanity?
Oh, I definitely saw some things I haven't seen before. I've never seen Mech Rage Field Maintenance Tarantulas. I've never seen those techs on Worms doing what they did. I've never considered teching Typhoon homing missiles to snipe a tower.
If that becomes the meta, it's all my fault. You guys heard it here.
Indeed. Heard it here first.
I think
yeah.
the ground spec wasps into the air spec worms, right? That was like,
incredible.
It was
Yes.
perfect, yeah. This is why anti-air is here. I have been known to hate on the worm anti-air tech before. VCU also convinced me to play anti-air tarantulas for a few games, which I lost all of them.
Yeah.
So I no longer have that on the bar. But yeah, it's great. There are no 2 games were anything like each other, I think,
And
that I was watching at least.
And that really speaks. I mean, there will be people who complain about, at my MMR, there is a specific meta that, games start to feel the same. There's always going to be people who complain about that sort of thing. Certainly when I was losing to Carry Arclight, it felt like I only saw Carry Arclight anywhere. You know how that feeling is, I'm sure. Whatever the thing, comp that is beating you seems to show up all the time. It has been just an amazing amount of fun to see just how varied this set of players is with their full set of all the tools available to them. Nothing to hold back. There's nobody was hiding anything for some future. I mean, this was all cards on the table. Let's go. It was fantastic.
Hat-trick says Arbiter only tilts if he sees you sell chaff.
It's so true. Love it.
I gotta say, I saw something from Rage in there, and he had an amazing run.
Excellent.
We were very impressed with Raging in our little operations booth.
Right. Can you throw that final bracket up onto a Google Drive and share it with me somewhere? 'Cause,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can't get that open.
it's here.
I can't get
Okay,
that
hang
opened
on.
on this .orgs or whatever it is, the format that you're giving it to me.
Hang on.
So I would like to put that up for folks that have been following, so we can at least say this was the final. In fact, let's put you. We're gonna just drop that back off for a moment.
Could potentially do a Discord screen share too.
Yeah. But this is just.
I've just pasted it to you in direct messages
Yep, thank you. Got it.
in our group.
Have it open. I'm just going to make sure I am pulling from that. Pull OBS source from that. 1 moment, guys. I did it myself. Let's start with a G. It's not ready. It has not. There we go. All right, so this is how our tournament went. Looks like at very least this was the Group D. Okay, so we'll go back and we'll start at Group A. B-Man beat not same but Dare Player. So B-Man won round 1, won round 2 against the Moor. The Moor beat Yes Win Big. Shiroha beat Odyssey. Daitong beat Ezeel, and then Shiroha beat Daitong. So on the other side of the bracket, Arganier won against TJ Flat. Math is Might won against Coin. Masao won against Teddy, and Fair New Moth won against Revan. So for the most part, outside of the 8-9 match and I think this one, for the most part, the favorites won here. Math is Might then upset Arganier. Masao beat Fair New Moth. In the bottom half, in the losers bracket, Yes Win Big beat Dare Player. Ezeel beat Odyssey. TJ Flat beat Coin. And Teddy beat Refin. That put Teddy against the Moor. Teddy won in that one. Daitong beat TJ Flat. Arganier over Ezeel, and we see Fair New Moth beat Yes Win Big. That sets them to the finals of the losers bracket, which got them Arganier beating Fair New Moth, Daitong beating Teddy. On the winners bracket, Shiroha beat B-Man, Math is Might beat Masao, and that set up the situation that we had where we saw B-Man against Arganier, I believe this was the 3 seed and 6 seed out of our original seedings, the 1 and 2 seeds in this group, and Arganier beat B-Man to get through. Masao beat Daitong, so your 4 qualifiers from that were Shiroha, Math is Might, Arganier, and Masao. On Group B, we had Baller against French Pilot. This was, I believe, this is the one where the initial seedings got kind of bumped around. Cody versus Clint Leetwood. What did we have here? Clint Leetwood won that. French Pilot beat Baller. Cast beat Naiden. Slin beat Alpha. Dionys beat Corner. Saracha beat Ortex. Sparty beat Alexander Movang, and Onlyfangs beat Soja. At the next round, French Pilot beat Clint Leetwood. Cast beat Slin. Saracha beat Dionys, and Onlyfangs beats Sparty. On the losers bracket, I think we had it looks like Cody beat Baller. I know that because Baller went 0-2. Alpha beat Naiden. We saw Cortex beat Corner, and Soja beat Alexander Movang. Puts you to Soja v Sparty. Soja won that one. Cortex beats Slin. Dionys beat Alpha, and Clint Leetwood beat Cody at that level. To put Clint Leetwood versus Dionys, Dionys beat Clint. Soja beat Cortex. And at the winners bracket, we saw Saracha beat Onlyfangs. French Pilot beat Cast, which set Cast down. Oh, sorry, Cast beat French Pilot, which sent French Pilot down to the losers bracket, where they beat Dionys to qualify. Only Fangs beat Soja in that match we cast here. So Cast, Saricha, French Pilot, and Only Fangs, 3 of the top 4 seeds in that group through. In Group C, Yota did beat Goff the Great in the 1 versus 64 match. Unrivaled Super Hottie beat Sastifer. Fanatics beat Saley, and T-Man beat Cursed. CrossFit with the win over ICD. Arctorius versus J Shoots. Zillalag against Lord Clankariat went to Zillalag, and Shade beat Elio. In the losers bracket, let's see, actually, we should go up the winners bracket. Yota beat Unrivaled Super Hottie to make it to the finals of the winners bracket. Fanatics beat T-Man. CrossFit beat Arctorius, and Zillalag beat Shade. So on the losers bracket, Sastifer knocked Goff out. Cursed beat Saley. J Shoots beat ICD, and Lord Clankariat beat Elio. That led to Shade knocking Sastifer out, Arctorius knocking Cursed out, J Shoots beat T-Man, and Unrivaled Super Hottie beat Lord Clankariat. In the finals of the winners bracket, Yoda beat Fanatics to move on. Zillalag, the number 3, beat CrossFit, the number 2, to claim the second slot. Shade beat Arctorius, Unrivaled Super Hottie beat J Shoots, which sets up Shade versus the number 4 seed Fanatics. Shade got the win to advance. Unrivaled Super Hottie gave CrossFit a heck of a game, but CrossFit got through. So again, though, 3 of the top 4 seeds through out of Group C. But Group D, we got the matches we just saw. Woot, 1, 2, 3 wins, beats I Am Znart, Void, and Mike Tyson on the way to just insta-booking. Void Insanity had beaten Down Bad Potato. Vic beat Erdnot Shreks. Mike Tyson beat Ragin, and then upset Vic in the second round. Tungdil beat Squish. Lix beat Tristignon. Articel beat Red Archon, and apparently we had a double bye here. Hold on. No, okay, that's fine. So Articel was through with a bye. Prince Boji beat Void Insanity. Mike Tyson beat Vic. Tungdil beat Flix. Went on to beat Articel in the winners final, so Tungdil qualified. Down Bad Potato had a bye against the loser from this bye group. Ragin beats Flix. Vic beat Tristignon, and Void Insanity was through with a bye. That led us to Ragin beating Down Bad Potato. Void Insanity lost to Vic. And our final couple of matches to get in. Ragin beat Mike Tyson. Vic beat Articel. That set your field of 32 for next week. Really appreciate you guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. We are going to say good night and sign off. Anything to add, Zach? Anything to add, Arbiter?
No, I'm just looking forward to the next weekend.
Yeah.
One of you at a time. I should have been more specific. Arbiter, anything to add?
Oh, I was just saying, I didn't see the brackets before. Interesting to see them. I guess Red Archon dropped after losing, maybe?
Yeah. What did happen to Red Archon? Do we know?
No.
All right.
No, just didn't show.
Oh, a no-show entirely. So we did wind up
Yeah.
with some. We did wind up with some no-shows, and we allowed people, because of how late the tournament was running, we allowed some of the competitors who'd showed up for Group D to move up into Group C, for example, to finish their night out earlier.
Well,
Cool. Zach, anything else?
No, just I appreciate everyone watching, and well done on the casting. It was amazing, and I'm looking forward to looking at the VODs this week. And super excited about the finals. It's going to be a bit simpler. That was epic to do 64 matches, but whatever it was.
I mean, you guys on the back end did so much work, especially with the. We thought we were going to have so much automated, and you guys had to convert to doing it all by hand. So really appreciate your flexibility, and I know you guys have probably been very, very stressed. You guys pulled it off really nicely done.
We've been all right, but we're looking forward to automating a little bit more of the final, and it's just going to be very exciting. And of course, I really look at the people that are in it, and it's going to be an amazing tournament. So
it's an epic set of names. So
brilliant. Alrighty, well, a very good night. It's really late here,
it's late. Go get some sleep. You've earned it. Forgotten Arbiter.
I'm gonna head out too.
Yeah, really appreciate you being here. Good night. Of course, we will be back same time starting, which is I believe it's 1800 Central European Standard Time. The broadcast was 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, and that is when the finals start on Sunday the 6th. Good night, and thank you all for watching.